skills. For India, with 1.5 billion population, how do we manage if those jobs are not there?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll let Miss Disruption take over.
My only hope and my only aim was to let you know what an average 13-year-old knows in this generation and to help you set the context of this event.
It is extremely important for all of us to be impressed with AI, but not be overwhelmed with it.
Anybody has heard about this Gopi Bhagya shloka? You recite this shloka and you get a value of 5 up to the decimal of 32 decimal points. The human will never get replaced. I get the feeling after hearing this.
AI will create new economies. It will create new industries. Some industries will go through challenges.
And I think we as organizations in the country also have that onus to do it. If kids are being taught, tomorrow's kids are getting taught, I think it's onus on our educational systems as well as us to really change the way we do things.
So here I'm going to be a quiz master for the day.
We are already collaborated and working with different departments. Collaboration is the key.
The requirement from time to time actually keeps differing, because what's excellence today turns out to be mediocrity tomorrow, because the bar of excellence keeps changing. It doesn't remain the same.
And more number of startups have to be curated, and we have to make sure that through our mentoring, they have to be successful.
We have several of the platforms which we start with different products. Say for example, Neo Health, which is the platform for the retail clients to look into the different policies, customize the policies and take the policy in obviously it will help the clients to have a better policy structure, also have a claim intimation in the platform. We have a wellness platform inbuilt into the Neo Health.
One page is all about helping salespeople prepare for meetings faster. This is a 4-year-old company. We have a couple of patents in India and US, and the full idea is salespeople usually meet a lot of strangers every day, and they have to prepare for these meetings, back-to-back meetings. So it takes around 30 minutes for preparation of every sales meeting. Our goal is to reduce the 30 minutes to 5 minutes.
The problem we solve is we help folks create content, basically globalize, localize and personalize all their content, including video and audio. So you can take, reduce the painstaking work of, let's say, taking a long form video. It could be a 1-hour webinar, and distilling it down to short form bites that's consumable across any language and targeting any demographic. So that's how we leverage AI.
Actually, everyone uses a computer across the whole world. People use computers, and the slouching is a really big problem across the whole world. And also, this is the problem I experienced myself during the pandemic. Because of that, I developed a Straighten Up AI, which is a web browser extension which helps people to maintain a healthy posture while using a computer. The program makes the screen slightly blurred, therefore making the user aware to straighten up. It's available for Chromium-based browsers. There is a QR code you can see, and it's available to use. So this is my project. I hope you enjoyed and maybe try this out yourself. I highly recommend this.
Nexus is a cognitive platform for document intelligence and text analytics. It basically is a platform to monitor, extract, classify, validate and reconcile data from multiple different document sources. And it is a combination of our contextual AI and the power of large language models, which are model centric. So we bring both these models together to make the output more accurate and reliable, taking away the problem of hallucinations. So making it easy for enterprises to consume, adopt our product. because we provide assured guarantee to the results that our models generate, so that there is a possibility of touchless processing where humans do not need to review anything for certain categories of information, while it also provides a flags where human review is required.
Web Technologies is a design company. We provide all design hardware and software design solutions like electronic product design, PCB design, embedded system design, VLSI design services, based solutions, and mobile app development solutions, website development, search engine optimization solutions.
In SecureTech, we are trying to solve a problem wherein we have seen that there are dynamic changes in the cybersecurity industry. Now the bigger question is how to identify all those breaches. The new cyber attacks are happening globally. We at SecureTech are using AI and ML technologies to identify all those events, security events which are happening on a regular basis within your entire IT infrastructure, and using AI and ML technology we are able to identify all those events within your infrastructure, and this will create attacks and within your infrastructure, and we are able to identify all those attacks, and in a real time we can share these attacks as an incident to our customer to automatically respond to those attacks as well. And this AI and ML technology we are using to identify all those hidden parameters within your infrastructure.
It is primarily working on imaging diagnostics for breast cancer grading. For any cancer treatment, especially for breast cancer grading, the CAP report is needed, grading report is needed, which is identifying the severity and abnormality of the breast cancer on pathology images. It is called histology grading. Okay, we are looking around the entire completed the breast cancer grading part. So within 9 months, really AI is growing well, and a lot of innovations happening, and especially on AI, especially helping in AI safety, public health, public security is improved across the industry, including banking, finance, healthcare. A lot of innovation, AI innovation happened in India.
We are creating smarter roads with the help of AI. We are leveraging the power of AI to create smarter road infra management system, road predictive maintenance and analytics through our web app and mobile app. So what you have to do is, you have to simply use our road vision mobile app, mount it on a camera, move to point A to B and do the inspection. So usually this inspection used to take around 3 days for 1 kilometer of road with respect to Indian Road Congress, but now we can speed this process and can complete this entire inspection in just 1 day for a 200 kilometer stretch. This will be done with the help of AI. So first you need to mount this app on your mobile and move to point A to B, and then you simply use this, upload the video, and you will get insights, AI generated reports, budget for the governments and entities who are related, digital twins and a lot of AI models coming, such that we can create safer and smarter.
So basically, fake news is a big problem in today's time. So that is one problem that we're actually providing a solution for. Our founder, Mr. Shrey Sharma, he himself is an industry veteran. So he's been working in the Silicon Valley for 6 years. Then in 2019, he came back to India, inspired by the Make in India program, and we started off with Newsera in 2019. In 2022 November, we launched the application. So it's an AI verified news application basically. These are the kind of talent people that you'll find in our office.
We are discussing multilingual video conference solution based on AI, and with this solution we are breaking the language barriers and celebrating the language diversity, cultural diversity of India. So how it works is, on GeoMeet, which is video conference solution, we are helping a teacher and a student to teach and learn in their native languages.
So we want to be giving this to elderly, or maybe the person who is very curious about their health and want to track every time, which will be dipped in the urine. This bottom part will be dipped in the urine. As this is a dry chemistry, when it's come into contact with urine, there will be some color changes, your health issues. If any parameter is going out of range, it will identify and mark as an abnormality. Different lighting conditions are there. Right now I am in a place where it's little yellow. At my home it's little dark. At some other place, it will be some other color, and identify it and give the more accurate results to the users.
We are primarily focusing into healthcare, which is covering all three ecosystem, payers, providers, and across the pharmaceutical. How we can enable them in the digitization platform, and what is the way to improve the patient outcome, patient journey. Like for example, with the latest technology, digitization and AI-enabled technology, the kind of data volume we are getting from the digitalization of the technology, it covering all the audience, genders and everything. So from that perspective, yes, and the ecosystem is growing up, and we see there's a huge potential, and the way the government is promoting these, I would say that India will be leading from front on the AI digitization and moving forward, going forward.
In India, if you see, we have a lot of different languages, mother tongue, like we have as Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi. And you know, in India, 90% people are not good at English in terms of reading, writing and understanding. But 90% of all of the content that are available on the general medium, like, you know, you're reading a newspaper, or you're doing web browsing, or you're getting a bill, or you're reading any document, all are available in English. So we have developed this web browser. So with the help of our web browser, you can read any content in your language. If you are stuck at any particular word, you tap on that word, you will get a visual meaning. So this is the entire concept.
So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer.
We have built a machine learning model that is trained with more than 86,000 images. On the basis of that, we identify 13 different types of pest, 20 different types of crop disease. So our solution is based on WhatsApp.
At IntelliLabs, we are trying to reduce the food wastage at the farmer and the mandi end. So a lot of food comes in, a lot of fruits and vegetables, they come to the mandis, and based on certain parameters, they get graded and sorted, and the remaining produce is either thrown out, or it's sold off to at a very low cost. And in the current market situation, what is happening is labor actually sees and observes the fruit visually, and then quality assaying is done based on some parameters. But now this thing introduces a lot of bias, because this is a perspective based analysis, and every person has a different view and perspective of a fruit or vegetable.
So we are building a digital platform to understand documents and extract information out of that. The big problem that corporates and governments deal with is to deal with documents. They get a lot of information in the documents. 60% of the enterprise data lies in the documents, and there is no intelligence on those documents. So what we are building is a platform which can understand these documents and extract meaningful information out of that.
We read, for example, in tuberculosis, we are working on helping clinicians get reports within 30 seconds. What usually would take 3 days for a radiology center to read, come back with the report, will just be done in 30 seconds. So, a patient can be treated within, the treatment can start on the same day. So that's how it's reducing the turnaround time to treatment. And by starting the treatment on the same day, what happens is the communicable disease.
Sure. So over the past 2 years, we've been building out the product in public. We've grown from 0 to about 8 lakh users all across the world. 195 countries out of 196 countries have tried, never installed. And we've done this without spending $1 of marketing money.
We started our journey in the May 2022 last year, where we have built up a technology to assess the security vulnerabilities of the AI systems. And now we have built up a technology also to solve the security issues across any kind of a model, any kind of applications that you are building.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
AI Technos is a leading IT company with more than 4 years of experience in IT solutions. We are providing artificial intelligence based chatbots which are integrated in more than 100 plus websites in pharmaceutical companies, which help in pharmaceutical companies to get good question and answers for their customers regarding the products and the medicines they are searching. Uh, if anyone wants to search the product in the night, 12 after 12 noon, then she can search the product through AI chatbot in the websites. It is very helpful for the person, and no need to hire some person to contact the customer through automated system. It is very convenient to the customer also, and we are providing SEO, digital marketing, Facebook ad campaigns, Instagram ad campaigns, Google ad campaigns, and mobile application development services.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are introducing a product name as Vanya. This will be, helping to regenerate the greenery that was, that is being lost for lot of decades on the planet. And we are also, helping farmers to create an extra income on their day-to-day growth, because the conditions of the farmers in India, this is it's not very good. So right now we are helping farmers economically as well by our product. So our product is MRV, which is monitoring, reporting, and verification. In this product, what we are doing is we are onboarding some small group of farmers which are having small area of lands in hectares and square feet. So what we do is we get the GPS coordinates from these farmers and feed these GPS coordinates to the satellite. Satellite in turn provide us the data which is used for calculating the carbon credits. The data that is provided by the satellite is soil organic matter, biomass, wood biomass, and other factors that helps in generating the carbon credits. So carbon credit, if you don't know it, then the carbon credit is if you are buying one carbon credit, that is being I'm giving you an access to exhaust 1 ton of CO2 in your day-to-day activities. So we are generating this carbon credits, and we would be selling this credits to the big companies like Amazon, Intel, C8 Tires, and all, which are consuming a lot of resources of the planet for their business. So they are also in guilt, and they are also doing some CSR activities, NGO activities, which will be the part of this. In this way, we would be selling the carbon credits to them. The percentage of carbon credit that we are selling, the 60% of that amount would go to the farmers, and we would be getting only 40%. In this 40%, we will be covering our costs, that is a satellite cost, plus our profit. So this is the product overall, and this is the way, a step, to help the farmers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Actually, these are the current product which is in sales stage. So the name of the product is Wren. It can be a mini ICU which we can keep in ambulances, or in like B2C, any customers can use it, doctors can use it for diagnostic purpose, such things. What it actually does is it does 5 things. It measures 5 things. One is respiratory rate. Along with respiratory rate, the BP, body temperature, oxygen levels, and the main thing is it can give ECG signals. There you might have seen the heavy instruments measuring ECG in hospitals, but this is a very portable device replacing that thing. And this thing, it has been currently in demand in many ambulances and many leading hospitals in India also. So apart from this device, we are integrating the data collecting from this device through APIs to any softwares. And coming to the AI part in the device, so once the data is collected, so This data is, we are sending the data to cloud, and from the cloud, we are sending the data to AI model. So from there, using AI model, the diagnostic part has been, we are detecting the diagnostic part. Soon in future, it might replace a doctor who is diagnosing his reports also. So this is our goal currently.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are August AI. We're based in Bangalore and we started in June of 2022. A couple of us got together. Anirudh is founder and me the co-founder. We wanted to address the doctor-patient gap through an AI engine that we can build because 1 billion searches happen every day in terms of health searches on Google. These are generic searches and don't give personalized solutions. Relevance is low. You have to go through a couple of websites and it gives you generic information in terms of health. We are very personalized. It's literally doctor in your pocket. You can ask it anything from as rudimentary as a cold or a cough to actually easing your anxiety and understanding in terms of complex issues in health like any of the cancers. We are an application model based on all the foundational models that are built out right now. We've used proprietary LLMs that we have for health. We've built out competition algorithms in the last 1 year to address all health issues to make it as empathetic and sound like a doctor. It's enabled with voice and video. You can upload any voice note. It's the distribution mechanism is WhatsApp. So you simply type in or upload an image of what is happening to you or send a voice note and within a few seconds a doctor in your pocket. Healthcare is very specific to people. Our guardrails are to make it not a doctor but give you understanding and ease of anxiety. The team is going to grow. We are eight people right now. The great thing is we've launched it 3 months back and we've got about 20,000 users completely organic. It's available in every language in the world. We have users from 116 countries right now. It's a global product at the end of the day. Anyone can use it. We understand and we truly believe that healthcare should be free. And this is free. It's on WhatsApp, easily accessible throughout the world. That's our plans. To go, there are close to 8 billion people. We want to reach all 8 billion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To your viewers, please use August. It's called meetaugust.ai. It's on WhatsApp. It's really easy to use. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Our company basically solves the problems of farmer for identification of crop disease as well as pest. So we have built a machine learning model that is trained with more than 86,000 images. On the basis of that, we identify 13 different types of pest, 20 different types of crop disease. So our solution is based on WhatsApp. So any farmer can send us image on WhatsApp. We analyze those images, and on the basis of that, we recommend what kind of pesticides, natural or biological treatment they can use in their field. And our services are completely free of cost for the farmers. Further, we are we are building an ecosystem for the agri-tech companies as well as universities, government partners, in which we are signing MOUs with the different agricultural universities as well as bringing pesticides, fertilizer companies at one place, where we are also providing drone spraying services, where we bring different drone owners to our platform, and they can provide their services to the farmer for pesticides spray. Further, we are building an insurance model where different insurance companies can get a correct estimation of the quantification of what is the damage in the crop field in the farmer on the basis of the machine learning, as well as supplemented with the satellite imagery. So this is what we do in our company, Bhumi AI Solutions Private Limited. So we have a multinational team. Our team members is from USA.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a company based out of Bombay, and we've been active since the last 7 years. We are primarily a research and development team, and we've been focusing on multiple domains in AI across the landscape since the last couple of years. The company has been active since the last 7 years, and we've been actively researching since the last 4 or 5 years, doing foundational research in most domains. We are a research team. We have been working across the board, and what we identified is that in the defense sector especially, there is a huge dearth of reliable, sustainable AI technologies that we can use and deploy on field practically. So using that as our compass, we've been developing a lot of technologies which are computer vision based and even NLP and audio based to work with our defense arms, our armed forces, our intelligence forces, however they need to deploy. So it's quite a huge problem, and the great thing is that our country has opened up the doors, and they're very accepting in the last couple of years of startups, right, which has made it easier for us to approach officials, government officials and people from the armed forces and present them with solutions and ideas on how they can be using AI. One of the first things that we solved was with respect to recognizing faces of people even when they are wearing a mask. This had obviously been quite a problem during the stone pelting phase in Kashmir, and it's still a problem because a lot of India has a huge insurgency problem that has, while it has been contained, but it still exists. So along with that, we built a lot of other image and video processing tools that allow us to build a camera security system, a comprehensive system that can work in the field for bases and for intelligence forces and even for investigative procedures actually. And this can all be run locally without the use of APIs that are on the internet or from large service providers. I think it's fair enough to say that in today's day everyone is looking at generative AI, and we are obviously not far from it, right? We are looking at generative AI and how it can be used in multiple fields. There are certain things that we are doing in the defense sector right now and experimenting on how generative AI can be used. Aside from that, we have been exploring on natural language processing and fake news detection actually. So that's another huge area which I think we all need to be focusing on, because dissemination of misinformation is very rampant. In terms of policies, I think the country is already moving in many right directions, but I think there are two phases that we should always focus on. One is in AI ethics and security, data security and data privacy. I think that's a very important issue which sometimes gets underserved, and the people in the AI and the people in the know what we can and cannot do with the data. So it's really scary for us. And the other part where I really think that the country should be looking at especially is generating our own indigenous data. We are a huge, massive population, but the amount of indigenous data that we have, based on which we can enable startups to create their own models, is very limited compared to the West or even China for that matter. So that is one place where we are sorely lacking. Thank you so much. It was nice talking to you guys.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
At Intello Labs, we are trying to reduce the food wastage at the farmer and the mandi end. So a lot of food comes in, a lot of fruits and vegetables, they come to the mandis, and based on certain parameters, they get graded and sorted. And the remaining produce is either thrown out, or it's sold off to at a very low cost. And in the current market situation, what is happening is uh, labor actually sees and observes the fruit visually, and then quality assaying is done based on some parameters. But now this thing introduces a lot of bias, because this is a perspective based analysis, and every person has a different view and perspective of a fruit or vegetable. So what we do is we have introduced AI-based quality assaying using a set of cameras and adding intelligence to the entire hardware. And we are trying to achieve a high throughput and quality and precision of entire grading. We have also added a layer of standard parameters which can be similar across several mandis and wholesalers, retailers, etc. How we have generalized this entire concept is by using state-of-the-art AI models, large language models, stable diffusion models to generate data. And yes, as I'm speaking about the reduction of food wastage as well, so the same thing happens at our factory, where we also do a couple of testing with a lot of material. So after the incorporation of this new technology, stable diffusion, we are able to create synthetically data for training our models, and that's how we have grown and sustained in this industry.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Web Technologies is a design company. We provide all design hardware and software design solutions like electronic product design, PCB design, embedded system design, VLSI design services, and IoT services, 3D enclosure design, artificial intelligence based solutions, and mobile app development solutions, website development, search engine optimization solutions. Like that, we provide services. We are based out of Mohali, Ambala and Karnal, Haryana and Punjab.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
In SecureTech, we are trying to solve a problem wherein we have seen that there are dynamic changes in the cybersecurity industry. Now, the bigger question is how to identify all those breaches that the new cyber attacks are happening globally. We at SecureTech are using AI and ML technologies to identify all those events, security events which are happening on a regular basis within your entire IT infrastructure, and using AI and ML technology, we are able to identify all those events within your infrastructure, and this will create a attacks and within your infrastructure, and we are able to identify all those attacks, and in a real time we can share these attack as an incident to our customer to automatically respond to those attacks as well. And this AI and ML technology we are using to identify all those hidden parameters within your infrastructure. Which can be a hindrance to identify all those breaches within your infrastructure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Invenix is a UK founded company with offices in London, India and Canada. So we are a tech-focused company, both into products and solution. We have recently, like yesterday, we launched an app for the Indian market called Apna AI. So this is an app which is trying to solve the problem of bringing AI to the end user, to the last mile of users, right from the urban users to the people in the rural areas. So the problem that we're trying to solve is at this today's world where AI is rapidly kind of evolving and kind of becoming like the superpower, we feel that the common people of India may be left behind, or it may be too late for them to get used to AI before AI can start coming in the way of their jobs or things like that. So I think it's the right time for them to feel empowered to use AI so that they can be ready for the future workforce. So with this in mind, we are trying to solve this problem where we want to create an app, a multilingual app for India, where they can easily use AI, not really bothering about the complexities of how to use it, but using it for both for the fun element, but also for some specific use cases like legal or like looking for funding opportunities from the government and things like that. So with that in mind, we have launched an app. It's a mobile app available on the Google Play Store and the Apple Store, which anyone can download. And this app is now available in 4 languages: English, Hindi, Bengali, and Marathi, and more languages to come soon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a data-centric AI company, and what I mean by that, that a lot of companies which are trying to build AI usually struggle with the training data sets. That how do you make the AI accurate? How do you make sure that the AI complies with ethical requirements and the responsible AI requirements? So that is where the data which is being used to train the AI model plays a very vital role. We as a company has been helping the AI teams to collect these data sets. We also provide a platform where the data can be anonymized to take care of the privacy concerns and the sensitive information which needs to be protected. It also comes with a programmatic data labeling platform which can be used to keep the whole AI training process much more efficient and scalable to support some of the largest problems that needs to be solved with AI. So that's what we have been doing for AI teams globally.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are working towards AI for all, where every domain area we are implementing AI, we are integrating AI without writing even a single line of code. That is a problem we are solving, because in this particular world of artificial intelligence, most of the innovations are happening with the programming language in the background, whether it is Python programming, whether it is C programming, whether it is XYZ programming language. So people are working, writing codes and developing the solutions. But what about other domain area students or professionals, like people from agriculture, people from pharmaceutical sciences, people from management, people from marketing, people from law, people from commerce and basic sciences? These are the people who are forming the chunk of our education system, but they are left out from the AI stream altogether. So let us help them out. Mystic Mind is working very hard to integrate AI in their domain area with very specific inputs without writing even a single line of code. They can implement the complete AI project and they can solve their problems themselves without depending on any IT professional to help them out with the data insights. They can do it themselves. That is where Mystic Mind come into picture. So here we have various modules available, like we do have workshops, hands-on workshops, where they will be working on their domain area, their use cases, their data set, their success. Similarly, they can go for 1 to 6 months of internship and 6 months of online certificate course.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
It is primarily working on imaging diagnostics for breast cancer grading. For any cancer treatment, especially for breast cancer grading, the CAP report is needed, grading report is needed, which is identifying the severity and abnormality of the breast cancer on pathology images. It is called histology grading. Our system automates entire cancer grading, the pathology automation workflow, which include multiple biomarkers. So we get the digital biopsy slides from the hospital, which will be need to be digitized using our AI pipeline. Our system identifies the abnormalities and everything, and it gives the CAP report, which is reducing the time frame of right now it is 5 to 7 days. It is reducing to 45 minutes. That's the automation kind of automation we work on. It is a B2B platform, which helps hospitals and labs, cancer hospitals, pathology labs, cost and time. So this is our system.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Duke is basically a IoT based company, right? So we are a software as a service. So we are working in real time location services called RTLS. So we have diversified customers, right? So we work for operational efficiency. The problem that the companies are facing as of today is when it comes to operation is lack of visibility, as well as what do you call, right? So there is lack of visibility, there is lack of productivity, which owing to that, because you don't have insights on where your key assets are. So we are tackling this problem by providing you a solution where you can get track of all your assets on real-time basis. Your assets can be your people, your heavy equipment machinery, your vehicles, or any of high asset value, right? So what we are doing is we are catering to all the industries. So we have been working closely with various FMCG companies, automobile companies, as well as oil and gas sector. So our co-founding team comes from a diverse background. They are all basically from oil and gas, as well as working in some other organizations as well. So we are, as a market, we are targeting targeting India as well as Middle East as of today. So we have already expanded to Middle East. When it comes to market capturing and market, so the market in terms of where in the space which we deal in is growing at a pace of $4 billion CAGR by 2025. So we want to want to become a go-to place when it comes to your operational efficiency. So we are forming digital transformation in that module, right? So now coming to what we are expecting out of the government and our future. So we are building we look at making more digitalization efforts when it comes to your operations, because you have your finance, you have HR and different domains which are covered under your digitalization. But when it comes to operations, there is some lag. So we want to target that and bring digitalization when it comes to your operational, increasing your efficiency. We expect that more and more initiatives by the government will be taken towards digitalization of say government sector, as well as the private sector will follow the suit. So this is what we project and plan to become a global leader as well as market leader, especially in India, when it comes to your operational efficiency and digital transformation on your operation side. Yeah. Our company started off in 2016. So we are around say 7 to 8 years old, and I can proudly say that we have at least created a niche in the market. So doing what we do, we have created very close partnerships with one of the top-notch companies, be it Cisco, be it Microsoft, be it HP, you name it, and we have a good partnerships with them. So we have become ISVs for all these companies, and they vouch for us. So this is how we have created a mark for ourselves. When it comes to being a startup only, we have created a mark for ourselves, and we have built what we are today. Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We started in 2019 at the dawn of post the transformer revolution that created GPT, and we are based primarily in Chennai. We are a small team, and we have some folks in Bangalore. And the problem we solve is we help folks create content, basically globalize, localize, and personalize all their content, including video and audio. So you can take reduce the painstaking work of, let's say, taking a long form video. It could be a 1-hour webinar, and distilling it down to short form bites that's consumable across any language and targeting any demographic. So that's how we leverage AI to do that. 12 years, we are growing rapidly, so we intend to double our team in the next year. But we are kind of small, so we are a bootstrap company. We have not taken any external investment. We are growing through our own revenues, and so we expect to double our team next year. In terms of policy making, we are just observing. We are passive observers. AI is going to be the AI transformation is going to be the most definitive transformation of our lifetime. So we have to be incredibly careful with AI and the benefits and risks it poses. In terms of policy making, I think that general safeguards around, we are all in agreement that the technology, let's say we are doing dubbing on our platform, that can be misused. That can be used to create fake information out there, like disinformation out there. And so general guidance on safeguards around that, I think, is beneficial to every player in the industry. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are based out of Bangalore, and we started Never Install about 2.5 years back. The core problem that we wanted to solve was of computing as a utility. So what we are doing is we are reinventing computing in the way that today people pay for their internet or phone bills. We want computing to be a utility where you just pay for the computing usage that you have. And as part of building that, what we are doing is we are putting your entire computer in your browser, and not only are we doing that, and we are making it a lot more intelligent. So operating systems have been sort of isolated sandboxes where applications just do things by themselves. What we are trying to do with our AI Copilot is specifically build the intelligence into the operating system. So imagine something like Windows Copilot, but 100x better, works across every operating system, be it Windows, Android, Linux, and it exists just inside the layer without intruding your workflows, but also assisting in every particular application. So the application developer doesn't need to build the AI capability because our system comes with it. So even if you build any application that is not AI first, just by that software running in our system, it will have the AI capabilities integrated. Over the past 2 years, we've been building out the product in public. We've grown from 0 to about 8 lakh users all across the world. 195 countries out of 196 countries have tried Never Install. And we've done this without spending $1 of marketing money. The next 12 months for us is more about actually doubling down the thesis and the product that we've been building. It's more about getting business customers. It's about expanding to a couple of other geographies, specifically Latin America, Middle East. And in terms of policy, what we are doing on the AI side is coming up with very specific use case persona based features which would help more marginal people leverage the value from our platform, specifically students in their engineering who are taking engineering courses or say using any hardware intensive applications. So we are doubling down on that, be it design students or say software engineering students. So that will be a lot more in the next 12 months. Thanks for having me. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are in the business of securing the AI systems of the world. Everyone in the world is using the AI systems, and one of the critical issues is that how safe and secure they are. We are solving this problem, which is going to be the billion-dollar problem going forward. As the AI becomes a trillion-dollar economy, the $1 billion will be spent on securing these AI systems, and this is the problem that we are solving. We started our journey in the May 2022 last year, where we have built up a technology to assess the security vulnerabilities of the AI systems, and now we have built up a technology also to solve the security issues across any kind of a model, any kind of applications that you are building. For an example, if you are building a computer vision based applications which is to detect a pedestrian or detect an asset, how it can be secured in runtime. That's what we do. And that means that if you are going also for the Gen AI applications, we also identify the security issues and safeguard the generative AI application. So basically we build a guardrail and firewall which is there. And to enable this particular technology, we also use the AI in the backend. So it's an AI assisted security assessment of the AI model. And this is essentially a way that we solve this big problem. Now going forward, as we see that across the world that the AI regulations are coming, and every country is mandating how to have the safe, secure and trustworthy AI. And what we do is that we provide the tools and a means for organizations to ensure that their AI systems are secure. That's what we do. I have a 25-member engineering team, all are based in India, and we have 40+ patents which are there. So the solution which we have made is made in India for the world, and I have 40+ customers across the globe who are using it. That's about the AI Shield. That's a great question. So in the next 12 months, we are going to double down on our growth in terms of customer acquisitions as well. And when we do this customer acquisitions, we will also have to ramp up our team. So we are looking for the talented young Indian engineers who wants to really make a dent in the world, that how we can secure the AI systems, because this is going to be the very big problem, and India has a great talent in the cybersecurity and AI, and this will be the great intersections that we are looking. And then essentially going forward, when all the countries, including the OECDs, G7 and G20, when they have talked about that the AI regulations and security aspects, we were at the forefront throughout this particular journey, where we have helped the organizations and countries across the world to lay down this policy framework of security of AI. And now going forward, we will see that the fruits where it is mandated, and then our technology is really put into the hands of organization to enforce this particular policies, and also have that faith and trust from the customers who wants to adopt the AI. And this 12 months is going to be a very exciting journey, and it's going to be the inflection point for all of us. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
India has a huge leaky bucket problem when it comes to women's participation in the workforce. While 50% of Indian graduates are women, their numbers dwindle dramatically as women rise up in their respective careers. So there is a need for organizations to pay more attention to ensure women continue to work. So retention is a focus. And how Sama solves for this is by coming into the space with a data-driven, AI-enabled workforce, where we help organizations figure out why women are dropping off from the workforce and then help them plug those gaps. If you look at just like the opportunity, we are actually catering to 50% of the country's population. A report by UN says that India's economy will triple by 2030 if only we are able to fix the gender gap in the workforce, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. So given that we are just a year into, we see the next year to be the most exciting part of our work. We are looking at investing heavily in machine learning and AI to really build a more robust model that removes any kind of bias when we are having conversations about women in the workforce. So we're going to invest heavily in technology and product, and we have our product roadmap ready for the next year. We are also hoping to build a diverse and inclusive team ourselves with about onboarding 10 to 12 members in the coming year. So why I feel like that the government of India and overall there have been many more conversations around women in the workforce now. There is actually so much more that needs to be done in terms of policy enablement, and if there could be, and I'm not sure whether if this problem could be solved by a quota, but basically some sort of a policy that puts in equal weightage on women's participation in the workforce and making organizations in some way responsible for having more women. The BRSR data, which top 1,000 companies have to currently declare, helps a little bit because you have to talk about the gender ratio in the organization, but this scope needs to be expanded to all organizations and not just the 1,000 companies that have. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
One page is all about helping salespeople prepare for meetings faster. This is a 4-year-old company. We have a couple of patents in India and US, and the whole idea is salespeople usually meet a lot of strangers every day, and they have to prepare for these meetings, back-to-back meetings. So it takes around 30 minutes for preparation of every sales meeting. Our goal is to reduce the 30 minutes to 5 minutes. A simple meeting starts with getting into LinkedIn profile, then opening your email, searching for that person, opening CRM, searching for that person. It takes around 30 minutes, and most of the times you get distracted by notifications or a new mail or something else. Our goal is to reduce that clutter, get you a one-page summary of everything that you should need for every meeting. So it gives you all the recent emails with that person, a conversation starters like what to say, what not to say about this person, and then how can you get you the data that is relevant to build ice-breaking situations. How can I tell you, people buy from people. Technically people buy from people, not from companies. How well you connect with that person relates to the business. That's what we help them build a better rapport with relevant data right in their fingertips. And this is a 4-year-old company, as I told you. The whole goal of our product currently is to get into organizations where consistently we want to prep them for every meetings. We have 3,500 companies using our product all across the world. Quite a good amount of companies come from US and Latin America and India at the moment. Going forward, our AI actually generates these insights. Our AI generates these insights for what to say, what not to say, what is this kind of person. So for example, is this person a straightforward person? You would like to tell him not stories, but get to the point faster. If this person is a decisive guy, you should be able to get the financial part of it out quickly and then get to the business. So our goal is to give you that information through our AI so that you have better insights for every meeting. We plan to grow with a new enterprise product that we are launching. We would like to get into an organization and build an AI model within that organization based on the systems and data that they have. So for example, very recently we worked with a company which does financial inclusions. So for example, how much of person this company has given to us? When is the next renewal? You don't have to open another application or another tab for this, but they should be able to do it right inside the application. That's a one-page summary that we do for every meeting. We work with the data that is already out there, not the data that we can generate out of the blue. So in the responsible AI situation that we are talking about, we don't go beyond what is there in the public domain. So we don't go to your Facebook profile and see whether you have a cat or not. Our goal is to say, are you a person that I should be able to communicate in a better level with the data that is out there in public. So for example, the generative AI that we are talking about figures out what kind of word choice you use in your LinkedIn profile or any other profiles to tell you what kind of person you are. That's the generative AI piece that we are working on. So we don't go beyond privacy levels. We don't want to cross any privacy levels when we are working with other person's data. So that's where we are looking at. So hopefully we'll do a lot more with the generative AI coming stuff. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are showcasing a unique product today. We are discussing multilingual video conference solution based on AI. And with this solution, we are breaking the language barriers and celebrating the language diversity, cultural diversity of India. So how it works is, on GeoMeet, which is video conference solution, we are helping a teacher and a student to teach and learn in their native languages, which means a person speaking in English now can communicate to a student which is learning in Gujarati or Marathi or any of their local languages. And similarly, if the student wants to ask a question in Marathi, it can translate automatically in English to the teacher. So first time we are showcasing a person-to-person multilingual communication over video conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
The problem what we are trying to solve is the insurance problem. We are a health and insurtech platform where we are trying to solve the reach of the insurance not just by the retail but also the corporate sector. We have several of the platforms which we start with different products. Say for example Neo Health, which is the platform for the retail clients to look into the different policies, customize the policies and take the policy. Obviously it will help the clients to have a better policy structure, also have a claim intimation in the platform. We have a wellness platform inbuilt into the Neo Health. That's for the retail patients, retail clients I would say. But on the other hand, we also have a corporate sector platform such as Mio as well as OSIS. OSIS and Mio, these are the platforms for the corporate to either underwrite a particular policy, get the quotes in the live mode as well as negotiate with the insurers. The Mio is the corporate sales pitch where we will have all the different insurers coming at one platform. The corporate can have their say in which policy they want to have, what kind of a budgeting do they have, what kind of a benefits do they want. All those are incorporated into the Mio sales. Mio is also a platform where you see variety of a sales representative coming at one platform, monitor them, see the notifications, see the leads they have generated, see the progress of the leads. So that is our Mio. We have a platform called as Alfred, which is a claims processing platform. In the claims processing, we do pre-authorization till the end of the entire claim processing, which is either the payment of the claim or the further query and getting the queries resolved. That's our Alfred platform. At the end of the conversation, I would say that the entire platform is built for the insurance and healthcare sector, where we offer full stack offers, starting with the insurance sales, insurance processing, claims modification, product building. Product building, we have a product called as products, which will help you to design a particular product based on your needs for your corporates or your insurers. So that's in general. The problem so far we have addressed is we have managed to have more than 5 lakh claims processed. We have more than 50 lakh proposals verified as well as underwritten through our platforms. That's in general for us. We are present here out of India. Headquartered is based out of Gurgaon, but we are also present in MENA countries as well as Southeast Asia. For the future plans, what we want to do is invest in the talent as mentioned. We are constantly hiring, especially we have internships starting up to the leadership positions. We keep on hiring from the different institutes, that's one part. We want to invest more into the technical aspect, the data science area. We want to build more and more data scientists. We have more than 50 so far, but down the line we'll have ML engineers, data science, as well as people who can handle a big data, so that if we decide to go for the LLM model building in-house, we should have that capacity. Regionally also, we are trying to expand out of India, so we will be investing in Middle East as well as Southeast Asia. That's our long-term goal. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are a pioneering agriculture generative AI company, and we have been working in developing AI ML solution for Indian agriculture for 4 years. What we are trying to build is something where Indian farmers struggle the most. That's like knowledge gap. We have many in agriculture institutes, Vigyan Kendra, and everyone producing huge amount of knowledge, but this knowledge never reaches to the farmer because the farmer has literacy and language barrier and a different type of problem like that. And what we're trying to do is we are trying to solve this problem by bringing AI, which is a multilingual, voice-based, conversational co-pilot for farmers. Now, this co-pilot in our application that we have built, farmer can select a language, click a button, and they can just have a conversation with the whole knowledge base that has been created by all this renowned institute, and can answer directly to the farmer's question in the language they can understand in simplified way. So this is what we are doing and we are building. We have also built our own large language model that is built on very specifically on Indian agriculture practices, and which is bilingual Hindi and English, so we can easily use this large language models to provide the solution for the farmers' questions and their queries. And our plan is to start adding more features, not just the advisories and knowledge. We also want to start integrating live market prices, analytics. For example, farmer can just ask a question like, hey, I have grapes to sell in Nasik Mandi. What was the price yesterday? Or what was the average price in January? Or which month has the base prices? All type of analytics can be also asked as a question in voice through AI, and AI will reply back in the same language in audio format so they can have a conversation. And we want to add more of those things, and we also want to integrate this particular solution into the private organization so we can also start delivering their own knowledge base.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Neuron provides the complete end-to-end platform for generative AI enablement for enterprises. What we do is we solve problem from data curation to data activation to model building and fine-tuning to application inference ending and application in various use cases like credit co-pilot, equity co-pilot, in generation of automated reports. We also work with a lot of social impact companies in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure development, e-commerce sector. So these are the various sectors we enable large companies for. We are working with all the marquee names in India as well as abroad. One of a very large fashion brand store which has 200 retail outlets in India, what we had created was for their retail partners, we had created a co-pilot which enables them to talk to the clients, process documentation documented into that co-pilot, which the retail outlet sales people and growth people can talk to, learn from that. So intent was to create a homogeneous knowledge base across the retail outlets, having the same kind of growth platform, having the same kind of content that is being talked about with respect to the clients and customers. One of the use cases that we have solved for another company is in terms of credit lending. What we do is we create a knowledge base out of all the repository of client documentation that they have created, and our automated bot, it gives question and answers on the possibility of what is the journey this client should take, what are the various underwriting deviations that might be with respect to the policy, and also what are the mitigations so that the larger amount of loan can be enabled for this SME, consumer loan, or any other enterprise disbursals. Definitely, we are a growth company. We are working with a lot of partners like the Ministry of METI. We are working with NASSCOM. We are official partners of NVIDIA as well. So we have a lot of GPU enablement with us. We are growing with respect to the talent pool also. We are currently 25 people. We hope to grow to 100 people by the end of next year. We are also growing our customer base in India across sectors, from financial services, e-commerce, legal and contractual laws, audit policies. So various sectors that we are growing in, and we want to enable large and large enterprises with faster and resourceful enablement of the AI and services. Thank you so much. The pleasure is all mine. All the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So basically, fake news is a big problem in today's time. So that is one problem that we're actually providing a solution for. Our founder, Mr. Shrey Sharma, he himself is an industry veteran. So he's been working in the Silicon Valley for 6 years. Then in 2019, he came back to India, inspired by the Make in India program, and we started off with Newsera in 2019. In 2022 November, we launched the application. So it's an AI verified news application basically. So all the news that gets published on our application is verified by the AI algorithms that we've set. So we've built our own LLM models that do all of these processes. Moving forward with this generation, because the kind of lifestyle we are living, nobody has the time to go through long articles. And we prefer having engaging videos. So that is how, and that is the reason why we've actually built up the application wherein the informative content or the news comes either in the bite-sized information or as video formats. So it's fun, factual, and engaging for the audience. It's a B2C product. It's available on Google Play Store and App Store, so people can download and engage with the news articles. And as a long-term vision, we are trying to combat and contribute basically to the SDG Goal 4 and Goal 16, wherein we are moving forward and looking forward to a news-informed and well-literate society. So the impact that the society has, the kind of impact that general public has with the news information, it gets better, and there's no fake or deep fake news information that they're actually going to adapt.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently, we did a project for Government of India also, which is a Government of India's AI infrastructure, where we do that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. We delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and see that if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud, or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi. We have Mr. Sandeep Lodha with us from NetWeb. Thank you, Mr. Lodha, for your time. Could you please tell MyStartuptv about a little bit about your company? What are the problems that you're trying to solve through AI, and a little bit about the solution? Right. So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently we did a project for Government of India also, which is a Government of India's AI infrastructure, where we do, that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. We delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and see that, you know, if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud, or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah. Would you like to comment on the AI ecosystem, startup ecosystem in general, the opportunities, threat, kind of policies you'd like to see, and especially the talent which works? Right. So the advantage of AI, we are talking about AI, and AI is actually nothing but, it is going to expand more. It just started. We talk about learning market. Learning market is no more slowing down. I see that accelerating further. After the learning market, we do have the inferencing market, and then there is a lot of requirement which is coming up. There are voice-related stuff. There are NLM-related stuff. LLM chatbots which are coming up, more intelligent chatbots. The kind of opportunity is also there, and I see a lot of startups picking up those opportunities and trying to come with the products and solutions. There are real life cases and problems which are there which AI can solve today. And I see some of these startups which have displayed in this show also. They do have a good product line, and they are trying to address some of them. I'm sure this is growing, and they are going to have a lot of advantages as soon as their application starts working and get more adopted, right? And talent, I guess there's a huge amount of talent out there. A little bit of directions and other stuff they need to finalize as they go, but that shouldn't be a problem. I think eventually they will find their way out. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
MyStartup is world's first visual web browser, visual document reader, and visual dictionary. So what it does differently, it provides you the visual meaning. So the question is why we have built that. In India, if you see, we have a lot of different languages, mother tongue, like we have as Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi. And in India, 90% of people are not good at English in terms of reading, writing, and understanding. But 90% of all of the content that are available on the general medium, like you're reading a newspaper, or you're doing web browsing, or you're getting a bill, or you're reading any document, all are available in English. So we have developed this web browser. So with the help of our web browser, you can read any content in your language. If you are stuck at any particular word, you tap on that word, you will get a visual meaning. So this is the entire concept. Also, we are providing an AI-based ad network that helps all the publisher or content creator or app developer to monetize their space and earn extra money. I'm very excited about this AI opportunity that I'm right now over here, because in India, AI community is growing. And with the help of AI, we can solve a lot of things. We can solve a lot of the problem of edtech, healthcare, agriculture. So I think over the time, India will really become a thriving economy and ecosystem with this opportunity that is being created in AI.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
MSense is providing automated quality inspection in manufacturing using its AI-powered digital eyes and digital ears. If you really want to correlate with how it goes with human beings, right? So whatever humans are able to do the inspection by using their eyes, that's what we can automate using our digital eyes. And digital ears is more for inspection by listening to sound. So whatever humans are using their ears for doing any quality inspection by listening to sound, we can actually do that automation. Right now we are very much focused on the automotive manufacturing. We have inspected more than 10 million vehicles with zero outflows from our inspection stations. We have been winners of innovation challenges from Mahindra, Maruti Suzuki, Renault, Nissan, and in fact our product was adjudged as a best quality solution award by Honda two-wheelers. Right? We are very unique in terms of providing our digital ES product. Nobody is there having the production ready deployments by doing inspection using sound. We started MSense in 2018 with the motive of really enabling the manufacturing sector to strengthen their quality, having a very comprehensive inspection solution. If you really look at the overall inspection market, it is growing at 8% per annum, and it is expected to be $27 billion market globally. So that's how. So we are three founders, myself, Shiv Shankar, Surekha Gupta, who takes care of our business development as a CBO, and Vipin Agrawal, who is our CTO. He is based out of California. See, as of today, we are bootstrapped. We started, as I said, we are 5 years old company. We are bootstrapped. We are surviving on the revenues. But yes, we do have plans to grow in India and also go across India. We are looking at US and Japan market. Maybe in another 2 years time, we want to go global and be profitable in 25-26 financial year. Yeah, thank you. If you would like to, yeah, thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are based out of Gurgaon, and we is a startup, 7-year startup, and like we have grown from like very small ideation to up to 350 recently, and we are primarily focusing into healthcare, which is covering all three ecosystem, payers, providers, and across the pharmaceutical. How we can enable them in the digitization platform, and what is the way to improve the patient outcome, patient journey. Like for example, with the latest technology, digitization and AI-enabled technology, how the ecosystem, the patient journey can be enabled, like on the disease management program. There are a lot of disease management programs are there. How we can engage the audience, how we can improve their performance, and for a particular provider, how we improve their efficiencies. Like using AI-enabled technology, which will nudge the automated ways to a different segment of patients. Like if I will say example, I'm a diabetic patient and I want to cover like the entire journey. We will nudge them, or we'll send a reminder or ways that you have something which is planned, scheduled. You can visit this, and how was your journey in all those point of it. So it's like a combination of AI plus data, which is we have getting from all the hospitals or all the different providers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are Cure.ai, and it's a 7-year-old startup looking at solving the problem of radiologists, shortage of radiologists across the world. And we read, for example, in tuberculosis, we are working on helping clinicians get reports within 30 seconds. What usually would take 3 days for a radiology center to read, come back with the report, will just be done in 30 seconds. So a patient can be treated within, the treatment can start on the same day. So that's how it's reducing the turnaround time to treatment. And by starting the treatment on the same day, what happens is the communicable disease such as TB is not spread in the community. The person going back will be aware that they have tuberculosis, and they'll come back and they'll start their treatment, they'll isolate themselves. And similarly, we are also working on lung health, stroke, fractures, other areas, and we are expanding. The aim is to basically make healthcare accessible and affordable across the world. We are already present in 85 plus countries, and we are trained on a huge data set on 1 billion plus images. So the future is headed towards complementing what clinicians are doing. There's a lot of workload on them already. So this is to assist them and make healthcare more easy, affordable across the world. A lot of policies being formed across the world right now, and there are some countries that do have some regulations, and while others don't. I will just say at this point of time that it's not something to be afraid of, but to have more set rules, security concerns around it, in terms of policy solved, and I think from there it can move in a positive direction. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are the cybersecurity company, we are a cybersecurity startup working in the web application and API security domain. So the problem statement that we are trying to solve here is we have seen there is a lot of digitalization is going on everywhere, and all the companies are now migrating it from the on-prem version to the cloud. So the risk associated to those applications and APIs are also increasing. And we have seen so many cyber attacks are happening on a day-to-day basis. There are multiple frauds are happening, and the hackers are able to exploit those applications and APIs in a very easy format. So if anyone wants to enter in your organization, the applications and the APIs are always the first point of contact for them, same like the hacker or same for the users. So they can sit anywhere in the world, they can come to your application from the website, and whatever the security loopholes that they can find inside them, they can able to exploit. And we are getting so many updates about these kind of security flaws on a day-to-day basis, which we need to update on a regular aspect in order to keep ourselves more secure from the latest cyber attacks. So this is a challenge that we have identified in the existing solutions which are there in the market. First of all, there is no Make in India product in this segment. We have been competing with the companies coming from US and Israel, and they are mainly focusing on the detection side. So they don't have anything when it comes to the fixing of those security flaws which we have identified in those applications and APIs. So what we are trying to solve here is we have created our own Make in India indigenous homegrown solution with the name ThreatSpy, and we call it as a developer first AppSec management platform. So the focus is only to the developers, and we wanted to see how the developers identify, it need to be go to the developers because they are the only ones who will going to find and fix the vulnerabilities. And in those applications and APIs in a proactive manner, we give all those loopholes to the organizations through the dashboards, and it is easily being available to the developers on that side. So once these loopholes are being identified, then we are prioritizing them on the reachability framework, which is one step further to the CVSS, and then we help the teams to fix those particular flaws automatically. So now the product can get easily integrated to your CI/CD pipeline, and the security need to be implemented by the design, and this is the focus where we are coming with this product, and we are implementing it throughout the design itself. So you don't need to wait for the product to go in the production environment and then it will going to fix the vulnerability, because the cost is always high, and in the same scenario your users will going to affect if there is any kind of a downtime associated to your application. So what we do in that scenario is we integrate our application or product directly to your pipelines, and that way you can scan them whenever you are changing anything inside the code, and we will be able to fix those flaws in a proactive manner. So this is the complete the homegrown solution, and we are trying to solve this problem in a more robust way. So we are well being recognized by the IIT Kanpur, the National COE, the Data Security Council of India, and the MIT, and they are being helping us in positioning our product to the global market, and we are being able to do it. And so the thing that we are trying to come up in the upcoming months is like we will be adding some more capability to our product, and that's where we will be increasing its robustness and trying to the vision is to make ourselves a global leader in this domain, not only serve the Indian customers, but also we can serve the customers who are coming all over the globe. And so far we were able to grab like a good amount of customers on the various segments, like from the government, fintechs, edtechs, not from India and even from out of India, so from the different set of ALAC countries and from European countries. And this is where we were able to make the change and show the teams like this is something very unique in the approach in identification, and same goes for the fixing of the vulnerabilities. Yeah. So this is all about us. Like if you want to try our product, you can come to our website www.securebeing.com. You can sign up there and you can get a 14 days of a free trial to explore this product and give it a try to your organization and see how it can help you to minimize the gaps in a more proactive way and more faster than what you have seen in the existing solutions. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So we are an instant diagnosis test kit, which can be done anywhere, anytime with your smartphones. So we want to be giving this to elderly or maybe the person who is very curious about their health and want to track every time. So it will help and identify early diseases which might affect some serious issues like UTI, maternity health, early pregnancy, and miscarriage, etc. So in this product, there is a dipstick like this, which will be dipped in the urine. This bottom part will be dipped in the urine. As this is a dry chemistry, when it's come into contact with urine, there will be some color changes in these pads, and based on these color changes, there will be different biomarkers values. These different biomarker values will be defining your health issues. If any parameter is going out of range, it will identify and mark as abnormalities. We are using AI to just generalize everything, every environmental condition, every phone. So different phone has different sensors, different lighting conditions are there. Right now I am in a place where it's little yellow. At my home it's little dark. At some other place it will be some other color. So we use AI technology to transform all the images to in a uniform and generalized way, where we can use these colors and identify it and give the more accurate result to the users.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Jai Hind. I am Captain Yashika Hatwal Tyagi, a Kargil war veteran and a motivational speaker. I'm so glad to be part of the ITTL event. My topic for the day was battle zone to boardrooms, evolution of leadership during disruptive times. मुझे लगता है ये टॉपिक ऐसा है जो आज हर सेक्टर में, हर जोन में हमारे बहुत काम आएगा. There are lessons from war zone that can be inculcated through corporate in dealing with their war zones.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm here to Delhi to give a keynote speech at ITTL, India Tech Talent Conference, one of the best conferences I ever attended. This kind of conference where all the educators and corporate leaders and also the investors, innovators, they're all coming here, they're meeting together, how they can bring the innovation to the education segment, innovation to the corporate segment, innovation to the startup ecosystem. I think this is the kind of meetup events which requires in India, so that a lot of people, they don't know what's happening in IITs, what's happening in other AICT. For example, AICT chairman mentioned lots of AICT idea labs and all that. Nobody knew about IICT idea labs unless you come and participate in this kind of events, where we come to know about what's all happening in India, how we can collaborate, how we can help the new generation startups, because a lot of new generation startups are coming in the country now, and they are going to be unicorn. They are going to beat all the world startups, either from Silicon Valley or from Singapore, other countries, because India is a very big market, and we have prestigious schools, n number of prestigious schools, a lot of R&D is happening, a lot of problems are yet to be solved in the country. If you go to rural India, empty number of problems yet to be solved. All these problems are the opportunities for the new age startups. So this kind of conferences will enable these startups to pick up some of those ideas and take those ideas and get the investments from India Startup Festival, our angels, and so that they will be able to build a product solution and for India initially, but afterwards they can take it to the globe. I really enjoy meeting a lot of people here, and it's a great conference, and I wish Chinmay and his team to create more such events. It's a great networking event. Combination of all the stakeholders in this entire ecosystem. I wish them all the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I started my career in the Indian Administrative Service in Andhra Pradesh cadre, and then in 2005 I joined the World Bank, and I was the practice manager for information communication technologies for the World Bank globally. And then in 2018 I left the World Bank, and in 2019 I started Multiverse, which is a company focused on technology for social impact. So we are working in the area of leveraging digital technologies for making a difference to the future of work. And I am very pleased to be here at this particular conference on the India Tech Talent League. And I'm also very fortunate to be associated with the International Startup Foundation, which was very key to helping Multiverse to tap investments and to scale up our activities to the next level. So it's a great pleasure and a privilege to be here. And companies like Multiverse feel really enthused and very encouraged and supported by all the great work that is going on in the International Startup Foundation and in conferences like the one that I'm attending today. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
ITTL has been doing excellent work in the past few years in encouraging startups, bringing them together, putting them on a platform that gives us an ability to network and develop our ecosystem. The company that I'm currently involved, most of my time goes into this company called Binford Research Labs, which is a Hyderabad-based startup. We develop drones and counter-drone solutions for the Indian military. One of the advantages that we've seen in the Indian startup ecosystem in recent years is the development of something called the Defense Innovation Organization. They run a series of challenges called the IDEX challenges, which is Innovation for Defense Excellence. And we have been lucky and probably a little bit, hardworking too, to be able to win 4 IDEX challenges under our belt, which basically means that the government of India has seen it fit to fund us to the tune of about 6 crores, 1.5 per IDEX. I'm here today actually to also network with people and figure out how we can improve funding for startups in India. The other thing that you will see in Hyderabad especially, where I come from, is a plethora of space startups. So I am also part of a space startup called Exceed Space, which was the first company to have actually launched, a private company to have launched a satellite using SpaceX. So we've put up 2 satellites. We are working with several state governments to see if we can put up more satellites for Earth observation to help with disaster management. My thanks to the team at ITTL for having done such an excellent job of putting people together, creating a forum, and giving us all the ability to do bigger things and make India an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are here at ITTL and I have just got off a panel which is more of a galaxy of experts, where we were talking about the different impact of AI, artificial intelligence. And I would like to thank the organizers, especially the organizers, My Anatomy, and other participants of India Tech Talent League, for organizing this today. And this is the 4th, and I had participated in Hyderabad and now here in Delhi. I found this a very, very interesting forum. A lot of very interesting discussions have been happening. The future direction of how AI should be adopted responsibly has been discussed over here. And of course, I look forward to the rest of the event as we proceed further. I would also like to compliment MyStartuptv coming all the way from Hyderabad, and majorsunilshetty and others for doing this interview, because this India Tech Talent League is one of the important events in the AI calendar of India as of now, and probably the way it is growing, I'm sure with the support of Mr. Jay Chaudhary and others, it will reach international proportions soon. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
A lot of things are changing on the talent and education side. When I was growing up, it was very, very important to have a good handwriting to score a good academic score. But that got replaced with, keyboards coming in. And now it is again changing in a perspective where, AI, generative AI, and everything, which AI and ML is bringing to education, it is going to completely change the way we learn. Because right now when you are in a classroom, and a teacher is teaching, everyone learns the same thing at the same pace. But this is definitely, my perspective on this is that AI and ML together would help in terms of people learning at their own pace, where different people can, adjust to the pace of learning, which will definitely, improve the quality of learning for everyone. At the same time, I think it's also going to have an impact of the technical side, where today, it's already being seen that, the generative AI has an impact anywhere between 20 to 40% in terms of the coding efficiency. So obviously, this will help our coders, good coders, to build more in the same time, which also will have a direct impact in terms of our GDP. And the last thing, I think also what's becoming important, which is one thing which is being said, is that tomorrow maybe English is going to become the language of coding, because when you have the prompts in the generative AI, it becomes very, very important how do you write the prompt rightly to get the output, where then it would give you the results with the underneath code in it. So I think these are some things which I believe will have a big impact on learning, on talent, the way the education is, the way whole talent development is being done. And obviously it will definitely help us to deliver more in lesser time. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I met some friends, some industry leaders I haven't met for a while. Happy New Year to you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Professor T.G. Sitaram, who's the chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education. He's a very distinguished educationist and has really brought in the last few months a lot of dynamism and activity to the AICT, continued the good work that was done in the past few years. So good to see you, Professor T.G. Sitaram. After many years, maybe 4 or 5 years, I met Mr. J.A. Chaudhary, who's himself been a pioneer in fueling the innovation ecosystem. I remember now that we are also doing a FinTech festival and a lot more, and why not? But I know the first FinTech festival was done by you in Vizag. I came for that and really used to work in NVIDIA, and we were talking about, look at what is happening to NVIDIA. We're talking of innovation. And look at how it's beaten Intel and everyone. As you know, he used to work for NVIDIA and used to be president South Asia. I see a lot of friends, some new ones, and some I see our friend Mr. Venkat from the Telangana Higher Education Council being here, and we've collaborated on many initiatives together. So good to see you, sir. Normally I see you in Hyderabad, so it's good to see you here. A lot of friends from the academia, friends from the media, friends from the corporate world. I am here because Chinmay and Thalis got me to do this. And I can say that I admire what Chinmay does. He puts 100%. I remember he reached out to me and said he wants to meet me a year back, and I met him. And for next 90 minutes, he was telling me what he is doing. And I saw the passion and the commitment he has and his own understanding of what is needed by corporates, because he was the head of placements of a large university. He understands what is needed and he's trying to bridge that gap. And this initiative, the initiative of the India Talent League, is also an initiative to be able to bridge the gap. He's asked me to talk about innovation, and I'll first of all, I want to ask all of you, if you had to rate India on innovation on 1 to 10, where would you rate India today in 2024, on 10th Jan 2024? 7. Okay, any other? 6. So that's not bad. I think in the last few years India has improved, and I can say that if we have to get to 10, we need more forums like that. But traditionally, what do you think has held India back in terms of what we should be doing in terms of product-led innovation, business process-led innovation, and very importantly, services delivery innovation. What has held us back culturally? Huh? Culture. You're close. Can you go one level down? Okay, you're very, very close. So you're exactly very close to the word I'm looking for. Okay, that's one, that we are the sweatshop of the world. We are the back end of the world. But the word that I was looking was fear of failure. I think the reason India had, as a culture, our parents never encourage us to fail. Failing means being ostracized, right? So we have a culture that only celebrates success. We do not celebrate failure. And I'm not suggesting we celebrate Rahul Gandhi, but on a serious note, we only celebrate success. And I think if we let our children to experiment and the culture allows them to fail, then that mindset of creating something, experimenting, pivoting, orbit changing, whatever you want, they'll eventually get to what they need to. And I'm reminded of a quote from the book, The Last Lecture, where Randy Pausch says that there's nothing called failure. It's all experience. He says, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So really, I think at a young level in schools, in families, in homes, in society, we have to let our young adults know that there's nothing called failure. Failure is part of the success equation. It is an experiment. It is an experience. I think that's the culture change that has happened in the last decade or so that is brought us. If I'd asked this question, you possibly would have said 3, 4, definitely less than 5. Today, the fact that it is 7 and that matches with my own assessment is because somewhere this fear of failure is not there as much as it was there earlier, at least for the new generation. 3 weeks back, we did an initiative, the millennial and Gen X change makers. I met innovators who were from 4 years, 7 months young to 23 years. That was we had 24 speakers. And that's the one conference I sat through except for an half an hour where I stepped out for a work. Those young adults who were 10, 12 years of average age in that room were doing tells us that the future of India is in safe hands. Now also, since you'd asked me to talk, I normally say that I don't use PowerPoint presentations because PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Chaudhary's friend and Venkat Garu's friend, so I mean, really don't have to do that. But I did prepare one since I know that Professor T.G. Sitaram is there. He may re-nominate me on the MDI board from EACAT, which he got me off this year in June. I'm very subtle, sir. I was born a Punjabi, but that's okay. I have done my time. I'm happy. More people should be on the board. So I prepared a presentation, very brief. I want to ask you, sir, it's a new presentation. It's not the one I made in Chennai. So I can tell you, sir was our keynote speaker and chief guest at our BW Education Higher Education Symposium. How many of you know this guy? I mean, I've given his name, but do you know who he is? Please don't Google him. You can Google him later. Do you know which cricket team he plays for? Does he play for a cricket team? Who's he? So no one knows him. Anyone knows him? So he's a young Israeli. He must be around 35 now. You can check his exact age. His name is Nadab Ben Yehuda. Why am I showing his picture at a conference which is about bridging the gap between academia and corporate world and fueling innovation at the school level? In 2012, he was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. He's left the base camp of Mount Everest and he was very close. And then one of his fellow climbers and friends, who's Israeli, died. Another third one was about to die. So he had a choice, either to be the first Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, and it's a big deal. First in everything is a big deal. Or he could have saved the life of his friend who was dying. Guess what is the option he exercised? He saved the life of his friend. He came down and he was very close to the Mount Everest. So he's like, in the process, he had frostbites. He had to get 2 of his fingers amputated. He doesn't have them. Subsequently, he's become a search and rescue professional, photographer and a speaker. And he did become the first Israeli to climb the Mount Annapurna. I think while we teach our children or in schools, AICTE over the last 9-10 years has tried to bring real world into classrooms without, theory is also important, try to keep the curriculum in tune, bring flexibility. There's a certain vision the new education policy has, and AICTE is a very important part of it. But the first lesson we need to teach children is kindness. I think in a world that is increasingly because of social media, there is so much pressure. So I'm going to talk to you about 3 things which I believe are important for innovation. It is not an usual talk. You may say, what I've had for breakfast or I had for dinner when I prepared this. But I really believe innovation is secondary. First is you have to be empathetic to yourself, empathetic to the environment you are in, you have to be kind. So first is having a class on kindness in the schools. In kindness is about kindness in practice. Kindness is not a concept. Second thing, which is very underrated, is sleep. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours in the night? I hope nobody sleeps in the day, but that's why I say in the night. Except people at Business World, right? They sleep in the day also. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? 2 people. 3, 4. How many is 5, 6, 7, about 10 people? How many sleep less than 7 hours? A lot more, almost double, right? How many sleep 8 hours? Good, this is the first audience. Honestly, I've done this over the last 30 days, multiple times, where there are almost 3 times who sleep more than 8 hours. Anybody who sleeps more than 9 hours? Okay, I do on weekends. How many sleep less than 5 hours? I have lots of CEO friends who sleep less than 5 hours. How many sleep less than 5 hours? Not a good thing for you. Okay. Now, sleep is there are 3 pillars of health. First is sleep, which is 60-70%. I'm not saying experts. I'm not an expert on sleep. Second is nutrition, which is a very 30%. So 60-30. I'm simplifying. They're all, you have to come together. And then is movement, exercise. Sleep is the most important. If you sleep well, you'll be mindful, you'll eat better, you'll be in conversations. When you talk to someone, you'll be fully in it. You'll absorb better, you'll get ideas better, you'll innovate. But in India, there is a sleep deficit. We are doing a study of 30,000 various slices of the population. I promise you, we are a sleep-deprived country. And then there are 2 more companies or kind of companies that are making sure that we stay sleep-deprived. Can you guess which companies? So content companies, they want you to binge watch. Start watching a show at 10 p.m. and watch it till 4 a.m. I have done it twice in my life, right? Maybe twice, thrice, but mostly I don't compromise on sleep. Second, in fast food delivery companies, you can order pizza at 2 a.m. in the night, it'll come to you in 3 minutes. No traffic, Mr. Sitaram, at 2 a.m. So sleep, this is a book I read 10, 12 years back by Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep, and you can watch the YouTube video. I promise you, anyone who will watch the YouTube video, read the book, will not compromise on their sleep. Because we do so many things, we run, we walk, which are very good. We eat all the right things, but we don't sleep enough. I think if you sleep well, trust me, especially in children, they have pressure of performance, peer pressure. I have 2 children, 20 and 16. I know the pressure they have. Talis is a daughter who's in class 10. So really, children have lots of pressures. They don't articulate them. But if you can let them sleep well, even if it means being very disciplined with them and strict with them, and over a period of time they'll get used to. But I'm talking, when we talk in schools, do we educate children to sleep well? Be kind, and then I read this book 10, 12 years back, and I read it last year. I think in June I was going to Bangalore for a Business World Healthcare event, and I read this is the new edition. And this is one chapter from the book or somewhere in the book, which says scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer, it enhances your memory and makes you more creative, and so on. And that is sleep. Just sleeping 1, 2, and it's also the quality of sleep. I keep my phone away. I'm a very active person, but in the night, I keep my phone away in my study. I've been doing it for 10, 12 years. I don't keep it because then I'm tempted to pick it up. And honestly, in the last 30 minutes, I get lots of ideas because I'm alone, I'm sleeping, no phone, no nothing. And I do get ideas, right? But I calm myself and I sleep. The third thing, I'll come to this. The third thing is sustainability, which I must say is being taught in some schools. Students are being exposed. Children are being exposed. And children, through the influence of internet, media, through various initiatives, are becoming more and more sensitive about sustainability. This is a cover I read of the Time magazine late last year. And it asks, what is the most important place on earth? Ironically, it's not a place on earth, it's the oceans. The shrinking oceans are making sure that we are endangering ourselves. The excreta of the large mammals, really, those of you know, these things, it really absorbs carbon dioxide. So ocean shrinking is not good. So teaching them what sustainability. I just want to say that if we teach children or sensitize children, sometimes teaching is difficult. They learn by example. They learn through doing. They learn through experiential learning, if I may use that. Teaching them these three things along with these softer skills of listening, because they have their phone. They have now artificial intelligence. And again, Chinmay talked, we are doing this in the era of artificial intelligence. How is it impacting us? I'll come to that. I genuinely believe the more artificial intelligence grows, the human skills that were relevant in the 90s, that were relevant in the 20s, that were relevant in the 21st century, will be even more relevant. And artificial intelligence will make progress, so it will create stuff which is unique. I won't say original, I'd say unique because it is past. But I was reading this book by by the CEO of an AI company who was also at Google, and he's come up with something called a personal AI assistant, which is empathy. The empathy is built in by what have you done in the past. So he or it's called Pi. It will paraphrase everything. So you don't need to see a shrink. You talk to your Pi, it will tell you about your past behavior. It will rephrase so that you know that there is empathy. He is listening. He knows it's not that is happening. But the value of human touch or talking to a human being, we could have done this on Zoom. You shouldn't have traveled from Hyderabad, right? But the fact is, we're doing. So I genuinely believe, like in every other century, there have been fears about things, and human beings have been able to use advancement in technology to their benefit by being balanced about it, by minimizing the negative impact. I think the role of artificial intelligence in schools, in education, in learning, and especially in the business world and corporate world, will only enhance what is happening. It will not diminish what is happening. And I can give you many examples. Also, artificial intelligence, by definition, is what you did in past. So for real creation, you will still need the inspiration and the perspiration and the gurus to be able to do. Yes, a lot of that will happen through a touch on the screen, but really artificial intelligence is a friend, is a guide, is a mentor, is a tool. It's not going to replace. 3 years back, EduTech was at the peak of Corona, we all were questioning the value of campuses, of face-to-face classroom education, the value of teachers. I remember doing a session with Professor T.G. Sitaram and other leading academicians, and we talked about it, and the word was hybrid. I think we are fully back to classrooms because there is something about the classroom and having an interaction with the professor or talking to you like this face-to-face, which is not there. So without going into too much, I would only say that artificial intelligence can become tools for information and knowledge. And there is a school of thought which says that in schools, teachers will do a discussion and not an instruction. That is what will happen, because the knowledge would be there. But again, that is debatable, because classrooms are about focus. They are about being in the moment. But who knows the future? I certainly don't know the future. I would like to end by saying that really the future is going to be bright. India as a country is making strides. We today on Business World ran 2 articles. How India, I don't think it's left to anybody's imagination. In the next 6 to 10 years, we'll do better than we've ever done. We will, when the Prime Minister would talk about a 10 trillion economy, some of would laugh. I think it will happen sooner than sooner than later. And the other thing is about, yes, there is a dollar exchange and that reduces the size of our GDP in dollar terms, right? But I'm sure even on that front we'll catch. As India has shown leadership in many domains, while in education in past, we've learned from American schools, from European schools, the Danish schools that we used as example of learning. I think the future belongs to integrating technology, the learning of ancient Indian wisdom, and very importantly, the traditional methods of teaching are, in my view, at least in the next 5 to 10 years, are here to stay. Artificial intelligence must be taught in schools, must be used in schools, but artificial intelligence is a tool, it's not learning by itself. Thank you, God bless you, and I wish all the stakeholders that are in this room well. I want to end by saying that there are 3 H's and 3 C's that you must remember. I keep reinforcing them. If you really want to learn, you have to stay away from 3 C's. First is complaining. I think if after COVID we are healthy, alive, our families are healthy, our communities are healthy, our businesses are doing okay because they provide livelihood and impact, we shouldn't complain. Comparison, the biggest thing. Social media is about comparison. I have 10,000 likes, he has 20,000 likes. I think we shouldn't compare. Each one's journey is unique. And third is criticize. Sometimes we criticize and their people, leaders, without knowing the choices they had, without knowing their journey. So I think stay away from the 3 C's, and as I keep saying, the 3 H's that matter is hope. I genuinely wake up every day believing today will be better than yesterday, tomorrow is better than today, and give whatever I do my best. Second is hard work. Maybe I'm a little old. I genuinely believe whatever you focus on grows. Chinmay is focusing on fostering this bridge between academia and the business world and provide livelihood to students. I think the more you focus, the more it will grow. So hard work and focus and impact go hand in hand. And last, third is humility. As you grow, as your impact grows, you have to be more humble. Because if you want to be innovative, the first quality that you need is humility, an open mind. An open mind and humility go together. So have an humility to be able to accept ideas that you don't understand because we don't even know what we don't know. Thank you. God bless you.
Friends, today we are all here, assembled here for this very interesting workshop or the India Tech Talent. Okay. Thank you, first of all, for having me as a guest for this Tech Talent League 2023. We are already in 2024. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers for creating such a diverse platform. And I understand that this is the 4th in the series started from last year. And to showcase the best practices in the field of education, innovative AI solutions, automation, and cutting-edge technologies. Friends, the skilled technical talent is very essential for harnessing this potential, effectively ensuring its responsible development and maximizing its positive impact on the society. So all of us have heard about AI from Anurag Batraji, what it has really given an opportunity for us. But let me tell you my own impression of the artificial intelligence on our society. Friends, when I joined AICT, that's the time ChatGPT was sort of announced. That was last year, okay? ChatGPT 4 came out. Then, one evening, I was just sitting and thinking about, I just joined AICT to understand what it does. Because many of us, when Anchor told us I understood what AICT is, I'm one of the graduate. But let me tell you, from my last 1 year, many of them have not understood what AICT does. So when recently we announced that we will also, monitor the quality of our undergraduate management education, there's a big hue and cry. They were worried why AICT is taking over. We are running this very effectively. I just wanted to tell them AICT is not taking anything. Okay? AICT is not an institution for that. AICT is All India Council for Technical Education, is a standard setting body. It's only set the quality parameters for us to evaluate in an higher education, particularly in the area of technical education. So there, we are not only handheld, so we actually, as a body, started even as a 1945, as an advisory body to the Government of India, then British government. In 87, when large number of engineering institutions mushroomed in the country, particularly in the state of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu, okay, and Maharashtra. So 87, there was an act came in and made as a regulator. But I would like to assure you, in the last 6-7 years, formed itself, parents, they are going to select what kind of education what they want. So friends, AICTE is today, I call that as a facilitator. And coming back to the AI, when I was sitting, I wanted to understand what AICTE does. So let me see what these artificial intelligent models, chatbots, have understood about AICTE. Believe me, when I asked to write, it threw about 15-20 pages of all, because it's all what is there in the internet. It just collated and threw at me back within 10 seconds. So I was not very happy because I was not able to read that 10-15 pages. So I said, I don't know what it came to my mind. I said, write a poem about AICTE covering everything. Believe me, in 10 seconds, there was a beautiful poem about AICTE covering all its activities better than what I understood by that time. That's mind-boggling. Then immediately, I was not satisfied. As a human being, I said, write this poem in Hindi. In another 5 seconds, an Hindi poem covering the activities of AICTE was out there with 4 stanzas. So what do we think about in a poet's job? Even if I asked a poet to write this poem, he would have taken 1 year. Let me tell you why. Because he has to understand what AICTE does first. Okay? And read all the material, churn it in his mind, and then think about writing a poem. At least 6 months, if not 1 year. Okay? Because I remember at Indian Institute of Science, we asked Dr. Subbarayappa to write about Indian Institute of Science history when we completed 75 years in 84. Okay? And in pursuit of excellence. There's a book has been written by Dr. Subbarayappa, a professor of English. Okay? And he came on sabbatical for a year to Indian Institute of Science at that time when Dr. C.N. Rao was the director. And it took almost a year to write that book. Okay? So, this poem really, and also we always think that poet job comes by, either through your genes, okay? And that's what we always, quote. Either somebody should be the poet in your family. You cannot acquire the skills of a poet. But this AI tool has acquired it, ladies and gentlemen. So, are we worried? That's the question. But anyway, I did not satisfy there. I took a delegation on semiconductor to Taiwan. And then, when we visited, for Taiwanese, Taiwan itself is not a completely independent country yet. Okay. When we visited, they thought that the big delegation has come from India, 10 vice chancellors and then chairman of AICTE. So they had arranged all the students' project also on display. One of the student project caught my attention. This boy has developed a robot to play a guitar, okay, the music. So that's, I think, I have seen that in many of the Institute Innovation Councils, AICT, Institute Innovation exhibitions. Many of our students also does that, because nowadays the development of a robot is not a big thing. But what it attracted me, that particular student project, is he has used AI to even compose the music and play that through a robot. So this is much more worrisome than the poet job what AICT did. The AI did a poet's job by writing a poem. Now a musician job is also taken away by the AI. It's again, please think about this. The musician is again a skill which we thought that it could not be taken away by the machines. So are we worried? So I completely agree with Batraji on this aspect. I don't know whether he left. I think he has left. Okay? That, this is a tool which is created by human being for the betterment of the human. So I don't think we need to be worried about the artificial intelligence. But what is that we need to be prepared for? So ethical use of AI. I think there is a lot of debate should happen now. Because otherwise, the way we teach, or even a computer science professor is scared today. Why? If he gives an assignment to write a code, student will submit a code written by ChatGPT to the teacher. That code is much better than what a human being can write. Okay? At least as of now. Maybe not a very complex thing. So you could see now the threats of AI also coming in. So we need to now, friends, need to debate, discuss what are the positive effects of AI, what are the ill effects of AI, and how ethically we could use the AI. That's where AICTE has set up a committee to look at, to address, to understand how effectively we can use. Friends, all of you are here. I think majority of our engineering graduates, isn't it? I think majority. Because that's where India has done very well, because we generate about 1.4 million engineers every year. Okay? This does not include the diploma graduates. That's again another 1 million. So I come from an institute called Indian Institute of Technology as a director. When I came out, I was just looking at how many graduates from all IITs put together come out. Can you take a guess? 15,700 graduates graduate from all the 23 IITs. How many graduates come out from AICT institutions? 1.4 million. This is the number, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we need to be focusing on the quality, so that if all these are quality engineers, we can be the engineers of the world. Okay, we are already. If you look at all the companies, you name a company where Indian diaspora has not contributed. It's very hard to find a company without an Indian being part of the system. Not only just in the lower level, at the higher level, in the top level. So all the top CEOs of top-notch companies, very successful companies, are Indians today, ladies and gentlemen. And we have done exceedingly well in STEM areas: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And some of us have already added arts to it, STEAM, okay? And then some of the IITs have added YUM to it again, and medicine, so that we can take care of healthcare. Friends, look at, we have two verticals we need to really work today in India. One is the knowledge creation, the other one is the skill development. The knowledge creation, friends, IITs have done reasonably well in the last 20 years. Okay? If you look at the history of Indian Institute of Technologies, all of you know, how many are graduates of IIT here? See, only one professor. That too, he became a chief secretary of the Telangana government. So you can see, he never even practiced his engineering. He went into administration. And his contribution is among us. I have read about Dr. J. Chaudhary. But what I'm trying to say is, all our IIT graduates, IITs were, you will agree with me, 1951, we started the first IIT, Kharagpur. I think many of you would be surprised. By 1961, we had 5 IITs. And 1994, the 6th IIT born, that is the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, where I was the director. 7th one was Roorkee. 8th one was BHU. By 2002, there was a survey done how these IITs are contributing to the research ecosystem in India. Believe me, they were at the rock bottom. This survey was presented in Current Science. You can read that article. And it said all publications published at that time in 2003 or 2002, one Indian Institute of Science was much, much greater than, I put double greater than sign in front of Indian Institute of Science, all 8 IITs put together. That was the story of 2002. In 2023, IIT Madras has surpassed the number of publications of Indian Institute of Science. IIT Bombay is in the top 50 of the world. IIT Kanpur is top innovative institutes of the world. I mean, at least India. In NIRF Innovation Index, IIT Kanpur came at the top. So what I'm trying to tell you is, in 20 years, from 2002 to 2023, these IITs have become institutes of Indian technologies. Inventive is going to be held in IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad next week, on 19th. If some of you have not marked your calendar, go there and look at the innovations of the Indian Institute of Technologies. We did that last year when I was the director of IIT Guwahati at IIT Delhi, Inventive, the second, this is the third in the series. Friends, lot of positive things have happened. In the last 2 years, look at the companies, which have become the unicorns, 110 plus. And when, Honorable Prime Minister, I heard a speech or a small bite in the video, he is talking about when in 2014, when he took over, there were 100 startups in the entire country. Today, more than 1.2 lakh startups. So how the startups ecosystem has emerged, just like that, there is a lot of hard work done by the Ministry of Education, and many of you, every one of you have contributed to that. Friends, research and innovation is going to be the focus. That's going to be the future of India, and AI is going to pitch into that. AI is the future of innovation. And today, with huge digital public infrastructure we have created to the whole world. Look at, some of them are mind-boggling. Even countries like America are scared of. For example, vaccination. How many crores we have done. It's all data available digitally. Okay? And Aadhaar is again a mind-boggling exercise. And the next one is going to come, watch out, is the Skill India portal. Skill India portal, if you have not seen, please watch that. It's going to integrate the entire skill ecosystem of the country. Skilling is going to be the key, ladies and gentlemen, other than the knowledge creation, which I just talked about. Okay? So India, how it has done in knowledge creation, let me tell you. Today, we are top 5 country in the world in research publications. top 5 country in the patents filing, okay, and awarding, and top 3 in the startup creation in the world. So we are we are already there, ladies and gentlemen, as Honorable Prime Minister keeps on telling us and reminding us, Vikasit Bharat at 2047. I don't think we need to wait up to 2047. It will be much before that. The kind of infrastructure what we are building is the world class. I got myself associated with the highest elevated rail bridge construction, and completely done by Indians, okay, which is across the Chenab river, Chenab. Okay, this is it's almost ready, because the other part which connects the Srinagar to Jammu is the one I am talking about. Okay, right now the trains are running up to Katra, which is the Vaishno Devi temple. Many of you might have visited, but already the trains are running in the valley, in the Srinagar valley, but the connection was not there. So this is the bridge, Chenab Bridge, which is 355 meters above the riverbed level of Chenab. And the entire slope stability for 15 years it has taken, almost 15 years. So I got associated in 2004 with this project, and we were there up to 2019 till this foundations stability. I'm a geotechnical engineer, completed that. Another classical example of infrastructure we have built is, I can go on many. So, but I will tell you which is touching the hearts of every Indian, which is Ram Janmabhoomi, Ayodhya temple. Because you could see Jai Sri Ram, Sita Ram is here. Why I am saying you is, I was associated with the foundation design of that. The entire foundation was a unique foundation designed for 1,000 years life. Very unique example. Okay, it's not an ordinary temple. Why? Because it's the aspiration of 1.4 billion people of India. And the way it has been projected now, all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, whether it is rivers of water come from every river and every people, and it has become a movement. I think whether we like it or not like it, this is the time India has one unique identity for us. So friends, today with AI being the key in front of us, innovation learning, access to information, personalized learning with such large digital public infrastructure, but I explained to you 3-4 of them, digital literacy becomes a very important criteria, friends. All India Council for Technical Education has taken a big step. Many of you may not know what it is doing, because I would like you to take your time, little time, go through the websites, okay? This time what we have brought a completely very, very revolutionary approval process away from a regulator. We opened up, so quality will survive. Quality institutions will survive. And we have brought the entire undergraduate education in management and undergraduate education in computer applications into the fold of quality. They will be working, they will be giving degrees wherever they were giving before. Their administration will be same, but the quality initiatives, whether teachers training or maintaining this standard of teacher-student ratio, and then new curriculum with mandatory internship. Friends, I have to talk about two initiatives of AICTE. One is the AICTE internship portal. Today has more than 2 crore verified students registered on our portal. 75,000 plus companies on our own portal offering the internship. And this year approval process we made 1 semester compulsory internship to every engineering student of the country. Okay? And AICTE second initiative was the placement portal, which we have just started for the rural and tribal area engineering institutions only this year, because we want to start first them so that they survive the wrath of all these bigger institutions. so that they can show the placement, because finally education is about employability. Unless there's a good employment and which we can create, there is no end to. Whatever education we talk about is useless. Okay? They should be a good, finally, people who are going to implement and help us. So this is the second, and the another very important is hands-on experience for our kids. AICT Idea Labs we have created at 107 locations. Students are going to experiential learning. If some of you have not seen, please go and see the AICT Idea Labs. They're very unique. Students and teachers are also getting in. Our ATAL program, that is AICT's Teaching and Learning Academy, is another very big initiative. So we are trying to prepare for the future, ladies and gentlemen. With the constant evolution of technology, integrating technical talent into our young kids. So we made a minor degree can be obtained by any of my engineering graduate, whether he is a civil engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer. He can get a minor degree of 18 credits to 20 credits in area of data science, artificial intelligence, robotics. Okay, now you can see how the future skill has been integrated into the curriculum. Friends, AICTE has also planned to incorporate new areas like semiconductors. Actually, as chairman AICTE, I am the responsible person for implementation of semiconductor capacity building in the country. I can tell you, my institutions, more than 300, totally including, if you include the master's degree program, 600 institutions are offering programs in semiconductor. Why is this important? Friends, as you just talked about AI, semiconductors are also pervasive, friends. It is there with every one of you today. You are carrying them. It's going to be revolutionary if you don't really reinvent the wheel on the semiconductor area. It is only some countries like Taiwan and China, and they have really a market forces concentrated over today. Today, what you are seeing, all these tension, just like what happened in the, the Kuwait War. Kuwait War is about oil, and today the tensions are all because of semiconductors. Oil is still remaining because we have seen that is happening in Ukraine as well. Friends, it's a golden time. Amrut Kal is here, ladies and gentlemen. In this Amrut Kal, whatever you attempt to do will become very fruitful. It's going to be realistic and you're going to be successful. We have seen Chandrayaan, Aditya L1, we were able to place. A poor country which could not feed can send these things. How is that possible? Mangalyaan is the cheapest flight mission anywhere in the world it has happened. Who are these engineers are? You ask them, including the chairman ISRO. I was with him just last month. I was privileged to actually asked by him to release his book. Okay, I was with him in the ISRO headquarters. Friends, believe me, all those scientists are all from AICT institutions, not from IITs, not from NITs. So you can see we have created a talent in the area of STEM. And this is the force to reckon with. And this talent is going to be there, and we are going to be the engineers of the world by 2047. India would be developed country. Is the dream. It's no more a dream, ladies and gentlemen. It's the reality. We need to put hands together. All of us have to put hands together in these areas, and I think this is the time, and which is never there for India. 16th century belonged to whom? 16th century belonged to Netherlands. That's the time the sailing started. 17th century and 18th century belonged to British. Okay? 19th century, after the World War II, was America's time. After the COVID, it is India's time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. All the very best. Namaskar.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the previous 3 events, I've been acting as more of a disruption. But this time, I'll be acting as a spark for all the dignitaries to set the stage on fire. And previously what I have said, it's all scripted, I've written it down, I've memorized it. But this time it'll be more impromptu. I have a PPT written down and I created it all by myself, no chat GPT used. So please excuse the simple language. Right? So in this PPT, I'll be covering certain points, 4 of them to be exact. First, we have AI and its impacts. Then issues with AI, or basically ethics in AI. Then jobs created due to artificial intelligence. And jobs that cannot be replaced by AI. So next PPT. All right. I've only mentioned 2 of its impacts, which is education and finance. So nowadays in school, every child has a different pace of learning, correct? But the teacher only focuses on finishing the syllabus. And henceforth, most of the kids, they don't really understand what's going on. But artificial intelligence has really helped cater to these children and create courses specifically based on their levels of learning. So I'll just go into detail with that. First of all, as I stated, personalized learning. So personalized learning platforms such as Brilliant tend to understand the students' learning abilities and create tasks and exams specifically for the child. After that, we have virtual classrooms. Now, due to COVID-19, we have been more elaborate and, it's not really alien to us anymore. So in virtual classrooms, it really allows the student to access education from any part of the world with no limitations in facilities. After that, we have language learning apps. So I myself use Duolingo. I'm sure we've all heard of that. And language is a very complex thing. You travel 100 kilometers from somewhere and the language changes, the culture changes. And language also affects the way people speak, their accents. And henceforth, it's very hard to learn. But due to AI and speech-to-text recognition, it helps correct your pronunciation, and it really teaches you languages in a more gaming manner. And so here we have speech recognition technology, provides real-time feedback on pronunciation, and helps students gamify language learning. After that, we have educational content creation. So nowadays, no one really pays attention in school. You sleep in school, you rest in school, you come back home and you watch YouTube to learn, or you use AI platforms to learn. Similarly over here, AI tools assist in creating educational content, and automated content helps educators develop engaging materials. After that, we have AI and its impacts in finance. So because this PPT was made by me, I don't really know much about finance and artificial intelligence and that, because I'm just 13 years old. But I just mentioned what I know. So to begin with, we have efficiency. Now, efficiency can include reducing manual work, increasing productivity, and enhancing the results. So I personally use Notion. Has anyone over here heard of Notion? Yeah? So I use Notion, but it's as a student, correct? It has artificial intelligence to create your own to-do list. You have different templates, one which you can pay for, one that's free. And so over here, AI automates administrative tasks, reducing manual work and increasing efficiency. For example, ChatGPT. All right, then we have risk management. So AI enhances risk assessment and management in financial institutions. Predictive analysis helps in finding financial risks and opportunities. After that, we have fraud detections. So nowadays, frauds are very common, and henceforth, artificial intelligence is something that is crucially kind of contributed in this situation. AI analyzes financial transactions to detect and prevent fraud. Real-time monitoring improves security and reduces financial risks. Over here, we have artificial intelligence market size from 2022 to 2032. Now, this is just a mere prediction, right? And we can see that in 2022, the market size is simply $454 billion approximately. And over here, it's 2,575. But again, this is just a mere prediction, correct? It could either go a lot higher or a lot lower. We could have another dot-com bubble burst, but in AI. After that, we have ethics in AI. Now, this I'm a little educated about because I've learned this in school. And although AI seems to be quite beneficial to us, every innovation comes with certain issues. Suppose TNT was used in mines and also to cause destruction. Nuclear energy, to generate energy and also to create mass destruction. Well, AI is no different, and henceforth, there are certain rules that we need. for AI to really work properly. Now, over here, we have certain issues that I'm most aware of. First of all, to begin with, there's bias due to real-world data, breach of privacy and collection of personal information, and ability to become self-aware. Now, artificial intelligence has not gained the ability to become self-aware yet. Henceforth, I haven't gone into detail with that. But the first two, I would like to explain in further detail. First, we have bias. Now, AI has not been developed to a stage where it has reached self-awareness and gained the ability to be biased for a certain group rather than the others. But what does AI really work on? Data, correct? And the real-world data is very biased. The blacks are not preferred, women are not preferred. And henceforth, when this data is fed into the AI system, then it causes the AI system itself to be biased. It's called GIGO, right? Garbage in, garbage out. For example, the Amazon recruitment system in 2014. So Amazon actually hired a recruitment system which was AI-based in 2014. And after a few years, people realized that it simply preferred men over women. As in, the number of men hired were a lot higher than the number of women employed. And that is simply because in the past, women were not as preferred for jobs as men were. And when this data was fed into the system, it was simply biased. After that, we have ProPublica AI system, which predicts the chances of repeated offenses by criminals in 2016. And this was basically to make the judges' work a lot easier. But instead, it seemed to do the opposite. It stated that black men have higher chances of being criminals, and this was simply because of the past data, right? And henceforth, it is not really the artificial intelligence system itself that's biased. It's the implementation of data that causes the AI system to be biased. Next. Breach of privacy and collection of personal information. This itself is a major issue in AI. First of all, it knows your location. It knows where you go and where you go to work, how you go to school, what time you go, the directions you take, the simplest route. Then it knows the restaurants you like, the parks you like to visit often. And then email, the complete list of all the emails sent and received by you, personal, private, or official, deleted ones. Then we have Hangouts. It has all of your chat records. Photos, all images of you along with your friends, with their names, and it's linked to your contact list so they know the numbers, their locations, everything. And hence, the data is related to us, and it is stored in large databases. This data can be used for several purposes, good and bad. After that, we have certain AI careers. Now, people are mostly concerned that AI has the ability, for me to lose my job. But there was the similar concern back when internet was new to us, correct? Most people were worried, internet can take my job and I will not have anything to do. And their worries were right. Internet has made people lose their jobs. But it has opened up way more jobs than the amount it has lost, right? So AI not only takes jobs, it also opens up more. In fact, the McKinsey Corporation stated that AI has the ability for people, around 75 million people to lose their jobs, but it opens up 133 million more. So there are two different types of AI careers. First being the core development and deployment of AI systems. Now, this includes software analysis, data scientists, etc. After that, we have careers helping in the deployment of AI systems related to their fields. Basically, the fields that use AI in their own way and to basically make their work a lot easier. Now, that includes medical professionals, defense specialists, graphic designers, etc. Next slide. Professions that AI cannot replace. This is something that I was very enthusiastic about because in the previous event, I had to actually speak in the panel and it was impromptu again, correct? So I just came up with this and I decided to implement it in my PPT itself. Artificial intelligence has the ability to make people lose jobs and open up jobs, but there are certain jobs that AI simply cannot replace. And those are jobs which include certain skills, emotions, and like suppose singers, actors, sports players. AI cannot replace that. Every single sports person has their own skill. Ronaldo is good at shooting, Neymar is good at dribbling, Messi is good at dribbling, Neymar has good skills. Every single football player have their own skills, something that makes them special, right? And if AI replaces that, then the game is no fun. There's no issue. It's always accurate. And it really connects to emotions. And football has a huge fan base. So does cricket and hockey. Henceforth, AI simply cannot replace sports or coaches. After that, we have singers and actors, right? I mean, it would be a joke to see AI as an actor or as a singer. And so certain jobs which come under this field just simply cannot be replaced.
I think since morning we've been talking about AI a lot, and the areas shagun, very shagun. Yeah, the 13-year-old, somebody who's studying in 8th standard, she already said the things that these are the type of things which we know about AI. So I think we need to ask a lot deeper questions. And see, the 13-year-old knows already so much, so you might have to play a little bit harder and give a little bit more insight than the 13-year-old has already given, isn't it? We're going to do this in a 2-part. The first part, we're going to talk about the impact of AI. I think we'll start from where the whole knowledge originates. So we'll talk about the impact of AI in education field. So that's why we are starting education and skilling the way it should happen and how it should be doing and what all things AI can do. So that's the first part we'll talk. Second, we'll go to the organizations because that's where the impact is being felt. We'll hear from the industry experts and leaders and thought leaders that what is the having and how are they prepared? Are they prepared at all? AI, again, whenever we talk AI, something comes to our mind. And then if we go to the researches, 80% of research is focused only on 2 or 3 areas. I'll share about those things as we go on. But then what are the newer areas in AI where people should focus or the direction of the whole world should go? So that's the third part which we are going to do. Impact done. After that, we're going to talk about ethics. We're going to talk about the framework, regulations. So that's AI regulatory framework. We'll take a little bit deeper dive into that. That data privacy is something which concerns most of us. So we'll talk about that. And finally, we'll end this presentation and panel discussion with ethical and responsible AI. So we'll hear the views from gentlemen here. So that's the flow. Ganesh sir.
I'm ready. So what I'm going to do is I'll start with a set of questions that we got from the audience in advance. So we start with those questions. So I'll start with the first question. How can traditional education integrate AI effectively? So this is primarily for enhanced learning, looking at teaching methods, curriculum, etc. So this question I would like to request Mr. Sumit Kumar. Can you please take a mic and share your thoughts, please?
Sure. I think a lot was covered by the young generation when she was presenting, right? So the education system needs to be looked at in a new perspective. Again, it's my opinion. Chat GPT, etc., is something which will help the students in terms of knowledge. But there has to be a lot of focus on creativity as well as social emotional learning, right? And that's going to be very important, right? AI is definitely going to help, again, aid the students as well as teachers in terms of knowledge, content creation, assessment, and reduction when it comes to administrative efforts, right? So those are things which are given in terms of advantages. But what needs to be looked at is how do we help still maintain that empathy, the connections with the students, right? And there is where I think that should be the focus, and that would continue to be the focus when it comes to education. And again, a lot of things around creativity, right? How do you assess not the knowledge, but you're assessing the skill, right? There's going to be a lot of focus on skill, creativity, and experiential based learning, right? And there's going to be a shift from how good you are in terms of content knowledge, but there's going to be more focus on application, right? How are you applying the knowledge? Assessment, in my opinion, would soon change from theoretical knowledge assessments to practical knowledge, right? Again, I don't know whether we would continue to have this offline assessments, right? There will be more practical assessments which will come into play. Those are some of the things which comes in my mind.
So my next question is around how can AI bridge educational gap and ensure fairness, preventing widening of inequalities that exist in that we have, because India is a very vast country and we always have a divide between urban and rural, and the quality of education is something which AICTE chairman stressed upon. My question is about how is it that we can prevent the widening of inequalities, because there's an access that typically students from the urban areas have in terms of infrastructure. So typically the students from the urban areas have access to infrastructure, maybe better quality of education too as compared to some of the rural areas as well. So how is it that we're going to bridge this particular educational gap that exists with AI and other aspects? So my question, this question is to Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. You are coming from IIT Kanpur, and IIT Kanpur has been a pioneer. Yeah, so I would request you to please respond to this question. It's working.
I would like to give a different aspect to it. Like, I think we are giving too much positivity to AI. I would like to play a devil's advocate here. You know, AI I see as a, imagine that there is a new Miss World and Mr. World being announced. Very good looking man and woman has been called as Mr. World or Miss India or Mr. India. And then every Bollywood person is running after them to cast them into the movie. And then you realize that these people cannot act. So AI exactly the new Mr. India or Mr. Or Mrs. India or Miss India. This is the situation of AI today. Maybe 10 years down the line, they may decide to act. So I think bridging the gap of skill and bridging the education gap between rural and urban India, I think it is a long way to go. First of all, like, and I'm sure there are so many professionals sitting here, I receive close to around 200 emails a day. Many students, many people startups send an email to me. And within a seconds, after reading those emails, and ChatGPT just a year old, you can make out which is a ChatGPT email and which is a personalized email. Within seconds. There are new authors which have popped up after ChatGPT introduction on LinkedIn. There are millions of new authors. They are posting, they have never written a word in their own life. Now they are posting one article a day. Within seconds you can make out, is this their own content or is it AI based content? So AI has not become intelligent enough to fool human being till date. I think the replacement of AI, human will not happen. It will not be so easy. It will take maybe 10 years, 15 years or more development. It's going to happen, but not happen today. So so we require better models. We require more human-centric models. We require, there is a development happening. We may require more emotional intelligence into the build-up into the AI. Then only we can start teaching people at the much larger level. I don't think, and I'm really sorry to disappoint a lot of people here, I don't think AI can bridge the gap of education between urban and rural so easily as we speak about, as of now.
So thank you, Dr. Agarwal. I would say it is humane AI is what you're referring to in terms of try and look at building empathy and emotional intelligence or whatever it is into the technology as such. Now that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling a bit, I would request Haresh to take over and look at the employability in the jobs.
Different sentiments going on in here, isn't it, about the AI? I mean, how do you guys feel about AI? I mean, do you feel very upbeat about it? Any depressions coming in or feeling neutral? There's a code on this table. Everybody has this? Can you check this?
So there's a QR code on your tables.
There's a QR code. Do you want to scan this on your mobile and you'll come up with a screen?
You don't need to download any app.
No downloading. Let's talk something technology. So there's some technology happening. And just let me know, you're feeling upbeat about the AI, you're feeling depressed, you're feeling neutral about it. Let us know. We have somebody who has already voted. 2. Okay. And this is going at upbeat, neutral. Come on. Nobody is nervous here. Very good. Good signs. So you can look at the live results back there. So 9 people upbeat, 11, 8 neutral. Nobody is nervous yet. I think this is good sign. Okay. Some more people? Lovely. I think the mood is positive, Ganesh sir. We can go ahead with the next session. Otherwise, if it was depression, I think we would have gone to doctor. Though the doctor is orthopedic doctor, we could have still asked for some medicines. We have doctors who's going to talk about the AI. Charlene, I would want to come to you because you manage this job-related stuff. Everybody is worried. I mean, Shagun said jobs are going and people talk about jobs going. There'll be a lot of job losses which is happening. Job displacement is going to happen. What do you think organizations are doing about this? How can they handle this? And there could be economic and social impact of those people who are getting displaced. What do you think organizations are doing for this?
Sure. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Harish, for that question. If I may take a little step back and try to probably bring some context to the chat GPT. The GPT essentially is general purpose technology. And this is not the first time that we're experiencing a general purpose technology. We've had, a 3-mast ship. We've had steam engines. We've had cars. We've had aeroplanes. And every time a general purpose technology has stepped in, people always wonder, is it going to displace the existing jobs? So chariots, carriages were probably the ones which were likely to get displaced with the advent of cars. And that is not the case. So on similar grounds, even if you see the pioneers in this space, Sam Altman himself said that the first line of jobs which are likely to go would be the blue-collar jobs. Then the next would be probably the beginning of the white-collar jobs, the data entry jobs, and so on and so forth. And the creativity and the more sort of skilled jobs would be the last to go. And contrary to his expectations, it is the reverse flow that happened. The creative jobs were the ones which were first to get affected. And you see the marketing and the digital domain got affected significantly more. And the blue collar is actually least affected as of now. So what has happened is human ingenuity sort of surpasses people's expectations. There will be early adopters and there will be ignorers of any new technology that comes in. So if you are part of those adoption cycle, if you evolve, so there is prompt technology engineers that are required right now. There are multiple new domains that have opened up, which allows people to now sort of upskill themselves and go past what is not available, what is not doable by AI. So in terms of, and I agree with most people who have said this repeatedly, that we are still many, many years ahead in terms of AI actually making a significant impact. There's a report by McKinsey which says 30% of jobs, by 2030 will be taken over by AI. But at the same time, Shagun said it very clearly that twice the number of jobs will be created. So we really don't have to worry. It's important to not ignore and just be part of the upskilling and going forward with the journey that AI brings forth. Thank you.
I think जो मुसीबत की बात कर रहे आई नहीं है, this is what we are talking and this is what I'm hearing. I think 2030, but we haven't seen the signs. वरिंदर जी, आप मारुति से आते हैं, वहाँ इतने सारे लोग काम करते हैं, and the job losses, though I mean whenever it happens, we cannot wait, and you're in the strategy department, HR. Can you tell us what organizations generally as they're doing? If at all there is a job loss, or if there is a new technology coming in, there is new AI coming in, and everybody needs to be aware of it. What organizations are doing, what kind of strategies they are doing to reskill the existing employees? Reskilling is very important because somebody is with company for 20 years and you cannot ask him, boss, go, I mean, it's done. You might want to spend time on reskilling them, giving them equal opportunity. What kind of strategies organizations are doing, sir?
Thank you for asking a very, very apt and pertinent question to me, sir. We in Maruti, we are viewing, artificial intelligence auto AI and auto ML as a world of opportunities for us. And they are the enablers, and we have built it at three-pronged strategy in our organization in terms of, first is creating awareness across Maruti at different levels, persona-wise, starting from blue collar to top. It starts from the top first, so we are creating a digital fluency skills, making top leaders aware, and then going it down the lines, and we are training all of them, making them aware how it is going to help them in enriching their jobs. Once they are aware, so then simultaneously we are introducing technology for managing change within the organization. So all the stakeholders are involved first, then introducing change gradually, evaluating change, not losing the human touch. It's from human resource to humanizing resource we are working at. So we have, three aspects. One is skill, 3S, skill, scale, scalability. Second is 3E in terms of economy, efficiency, and effectiveness process. And next is 3C, communication, collaborative excellence, and compassion. So seeing all these views we are designing, and then simultaneously we are creating an environment for upskilling, reskilling, and also whatever emerging skills are coming. So we are also spreading, training people within the organization. We have done both. First, how to create an ability, 3 parts: knowledge, skill, and ability. How to build those competencies. We have tied up with IITs and IIMs of the country to have cohorts to bring in, research and all those aspects. Joint research and cohorts have been created with the faculty. Second is we have adopted ITIs and institutions across India to build, create an curriculum for us, co-design the curriculum, which is the need of the industry. Third is we are also creating a startup ecosystem in Maruti to bring in and present and showcase what is happening in the world and keep improving day by day. So we have a Japanese philosophy of PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. And we do a lucid test where we are, where we want to be, and what are those tacit skills and engineering skills which we need to adopt for futures and keep upgrading them, build versus buy, both aspects. Thank you.
Lot of work being done at Maruti at this point of time, sir. I think there's another industry. Debashish sir, I would like to ask your view as well, because you also come from this construction kind of business and those things. Can you give us your insight, what's happening in your industry to reskill the people and giving them the level of playing opportunities? Debashish sir. Do we have them? He's not there. I think it would have been really interesting to know that, because the IT industry, sir, everybody's preparing. But when there is a non-IT industry, the core manufacturing and where brick and mortar work is happening, I think we're missing some critical important points. Education, I think this is one more field where teachers might need to get upgraded. This is something where I think let's hear from Siddhant. Siddhant, can you tell us, in the educational institutes where teachers also might have to get upgraded, what kind of things can be done?
The teachers first need to understand that the curriculum also needs to be upgraded. Also, there needs to be certifications for the teachers to get upskilled. A lot of organizations these days are providing certifications. They have academia programs which they can collaborate with. The universities can collaborate with the organizations to be part of the academia programs. Get the teachers, the faculties upskilled, specifically on AI and Gen AI, get them certified so that they can further go back, train the students on the campus. That's one opportunity. The second is a lot of organizations again have this industry academia relationships, partnerships, where not just the certifications, but they also do a lot of TTT programs for the faculties, where they go on the campus, train the faculties, train the students on the campus. So that's another opportunity for them to be part of it. I think industry collaboration and partnership and exposure is something which goes hand in hand and can help the teachers be reskilled and upskilled to handle the questions that are coming in from the students directly.
I think hearing this question, the upskilling of teachers from the academician would be good. I think Venkatraman sir, can you share some insights about this? That what's happening with upskilling of the teachers with respect to AI?
Hello, thank you. I think you raised a very valid point that we need to upskill, reskill sometimes. Just give that sense of, first of all, it all starts with embracing the change. Whenever you want to say upskill or capacity building or leadership, we use it in different contexts. But basically, if you look at Telangana, what we are trying to do, we're not going to do one size fits it all kind of an approach. We're looking at the different categories of teachers. We have different levels. You have those from typical IITs, NITs, and from those from the universities. But you have to really categorize them. What is that basic? It's not that you start a program on AI and then float it and then give it to all. We are looking at core engineering, if you talk about technology. We're looking at specialized emerging areas, and then looking at the special needs. That's one. Two, we're also looking at a more inclusive approach towards capacity building. I was just making a comment in a lighter vein, if you don't mind. The whole panel is full of men. And if you look at the workplace today, if you look at my student base, 60% of my students are girl students. 50% are faculty from women segment. And I need to address those issues. So one, my upskilling has to be inclusive. Two, my upskilling has to be reaching the audience in the right manner. I can't have an advanced AI course where the core engineering is suffering because the basic knowledge is not there. So I will have to do a skill gap, knowledge gap, and a training and needs an assessment, and then do it. Second thing, you have to also recognize that somebody, our young girl told just some time back, I think she said, 100 kilometers, 200, be saying what happens in Delhi will happen in Hyderabad. So what happens in Odisha will not happen in Bengal. So we need to be region specific. And also the local, pace of learning. For example, those who are from rural backgrounds. My university has got 9,000 top minds of the state, if not country. They come from 10th class. Then I have to upskill them in technology. Then I have to upskill them in skills. Then I have to upskill them in placement. And so it's a big, I don't say it's a challenge, it's an opportunity. And especially people from the training and this thing. So my submission or my conclusion is that it's not a one-shot approach. It cannot be done with a single listing. It has to be studied in detail and rolled out in phases. So, thank you.
I was tempted to say that this is going to be big. Big challenge, and the word you used, I'm so happy. I mean, it's not a challenge. It's an opportunity. I think excellent. That's really wonderful. The way. Ganesha, would you like to take up on this future?
Yeah. So now
AI?
that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling, we also looked at employability and job. Advancement and research that is happening in the field of AI. So this question is to you, Mr. Vinay. How can AI models be made more transparent, more interpretable, and for user trust? In terms of specifically, if you can touch upon areas like healthcare and finance, in terms of how is it that we can build models which can actually bring in a kind of trust factor? Yeah.
Sure, Ganesh. Good afternoon. First, my all views are mine. My brand McDonald's and my company have nothing to do with this. Okay. It's a byproduct come with when you work with a brand like McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I will just, when you see the research development or the critical institutions like healthcare and all, I will give you a small example. It's a coincidence. Yesterday, my daughter was just tried to get some information on rickets, that is a disease, on ChatGPT. And it's because of the vitamin D and all. And she came and told me, Papa, how effortlessly it is coming. I said, no, beta, it's not came effortlessly. You are viewing it effortlessly. There are a lot of efforts gone inside that. So, and then whatever coming, the output of ChatGPT is the view, or that is the knowledge what she is going to get. But if we are not going to be very transparent, we are not going to make her understand how this entire information is coming, it is going to be very, very dangerous. It is really going to be very, very dangerous. So, first thing is why this information or the AI-based knowledge is important and how we can gain the trust of the user. So, first, I think there are 5 components. Transparency is one of it. It should be fairness. You have to make user understand whatever the output is coming is quite fair. Second, it should be explainable. You can explain why it is coming. Third, I will take it should be robust. So we have to ensure user, whatever the technology we are using at the back end is robust enough and making the proper information as a output. Fourth one is the transparency. So we can expose our employees or the industry, because we are still in a very, very initial stage of the adaptation of the AI. So we have to be very transparent. What kind of data model what kind of data set we are training. So those are the important things. And the fifth one is privacy. So how we will ensure the privacy is maintained out of all these things. So being a technocrat, I never see the front end of the ChatGPT, because as a CIO, I have to ensure the data security, compliances, and the right information at the right time. So this is what is the importance I feel.
Okay. So thank you, Sumit. Sumit, you work in the healthcare domain, right? Yeah. So you've been doing a lot of innovation in that area. So can you just talk a little bit about how you establish trust whenever someone is referring to a tool like ChatGPT or whatever it is? Can I trust that information 100%? Now there's front end and back end that we talked about. So can you just talk about implications in healthcare?
Sure. When it comes to healthcare, I think adoption of AI, it's going to be very, very slow, right? Again, primarily because of the impact, right? You're touching somebody's life, right? So I'm not saying that it will not get adopted at all. The adoption is going to be primarily to start with the administrative jobs, right? Which does not impact patient journey. But when it comes to patient journey, again, it would help aid in decision making. End of the day, the clinician is the one who needs to take accountability, right? And there is where the trust needs to come in from the clinician. Clinician needs to see there is enough trust in the decisions which is being supported by AI vis-a-vis AI driving clinical decisions. That's not going to help, right? And clinical pathways, etc., is something which will get enabled through AI. But end of the day, it will be dependent on patient outcomes, right? So are patients seeing the right outcomes? It is not about efficiency, it is not about cost, right? Yes, those are going to be important, but it is going to be all around patient safety, right? So again, I would say this industry is going to be slow in adopting it, especially on the clinical side, but there is going to be a lot of innovation out there.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is in the area of advancement and future advancements and research that is happening in the area of AI. So Saurav, you've been working in this area and you've been building a lot of applications and you're using the technology too. You have a research team as well. So can you just throw some light on what are the future advancements and how AI is going to impact us in the future with whatever peripheral and other technologies which are complementary to AI as well?
Sure. Hi all. So I'll take this question as the opportunity to share a vision for the future that I have, wherein most of the human labor, human effort is replaced by AI. So as of today, or if we go back in time when we did not have machines, why were humans working? Humans were working because of the compulsive needs of food, shelter, clothing, survival, and a curiosity to explore the universe or the world that we see around. Now, at that time when there were no machines, only energy that functioned was human energy. Human had to move their hands, human had to do things. Then machines came. Most of our work was taken over by those machines, but not all. And those machines were partially capable. They were not able to do, they were able to do some physical things, some non-physical things, but as time proceeded, we learned what we have to do and what machines should do for efficiency. Similarly, when this advancement in machine learning and AI is coming, I see a world where a small number of humans and a large number of machines and AI bots are running this world, and humans do not have to work for livelihood, for survival. Most of the activities that we do on a day-to-day basis or corporates do will be replaced by AI bots, video bots, machine learning algorithms, and human time will be saved for even more constructive things like research or understanding the outside world in a deeper sense, or looking at planets and stars and understanding what is out there. Or we can spend our time on creativity, which is imaginations, which machines cannot do, including AI ML. And similarly, humans will spend their time on understanding their inner consciousness or their inner world and enjoying life. Like they'll be more with people, there'll be more connections, they'll be more with nature. So we are moving to a time when most of our tasks will be offloaded. The concerns that we have about reskilling is when the technology will take over most of the human effort and we don't have to do anything. In terms of the research direction, to support this, we are moving into, in the immediate sense, autonomous driving is coming, human avatars are coming. We transitioned from chatbots to now voice interfaces are coming, and most of the human interactions is in voice. Those voice interactions or voice interfaces are just outside. They will be out in the market pretty soon. And then video interfaces are coming, video bots are coming, video avatars are coming, who humans like humans do. Today they're not able to emote well, they have limited understanding of the natural language and limited emotional intelligence, as everybody pointed out, but the research is paced in such a way that those milestones will be achieved in a few years, and we'll see a world where most humans do not need to work a lot. Yeah.
Thanks, Saurabh. My next question is Nikhil Agarwal. You are widely traveled and you have actually been a part of so many symposiums across the world. How can AI be regulated to ensure ethical use across applications?
So there is, ethical AI is certainly a big issue. There is already an effort, Rajiv Chandrasekhar made a statement. There is a task force which has been constituted to understand the responsibility of the AI. So more than the ethical AI, I would use the term responsible AI. Ethics is a little a thin line. We all are responsible people, and that's what differentiate between us and any other robot or a machine, that the humans are more responsible, humans are more emotional. So my first comment about the emotional connect of artificial intelligence or emotional aspect of the any kind of machine which is there, which is important. There is an institute, in fact, now been funded by most of the top tech institution. It's called Institute for Responsible AI. It is, I think, is based out of California. There is effort being done at the EU level about the responsible use of AI. So there is already quite an effort which is going on across the world, that how the AI, first of all, one of the challenge I'm sure a lot of you must have seen, the AI gives non-verified data. In fact, that problem has been partially resolved in the new version of Gemini, which is Google AI, which is also called the Bard. So in Bard, that is partially resolved, but their dependency is also on the search data. Now there is an effort going on with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has a new AI model called Merlin. Then Facebook has another model called Lalama. So there are various models which are trying to understand and verify the data whether, so if you upload the fake data online, let's say this particular event has happened on 26th of January 2024, and after a while you ask the AI that what happened in this event in 2024, what Shrikant Sinha or Nikhil Agarwal or anybody else have said, most likely AI will pick up that information and give you. So that is the responsibility of the AI to give a verified information. So still the dependency is on the online data. The verification is a challenge. So that's the reason I said when the AI has to be more emotional and responsible as we go forward. And there has to be a regulation. You cannot go without regulation. Humans are bound by the regulation. Why not AI?
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. So my next question is to Professor Venkatramana. How can countries collaborate to establish constituent international standards for AI regulation?
I'll just reply very shortly. First of all, we are in the age of co-optation. Co-optation would mean not just competition, collaboration too. So when you talk about co-optation, it means collaboration between countries, states, and entire thing. For example, the government of Telangana yesterday announced that we'll have the AI summit in Telangana. So it's a beginning. Similarly, if you have best practice around together and treat it like taking his word of responsible AI, how do we make it more societal, of inclusive? And how do we put some proper examination or evaluation? There are ifs and buts to that. So to begin with, I think, India being the tech leader and going future, the talent is here, we have the demographic dividend. I think we and people like us, all of us sitting in this hall, should really make a good amount of exercise on this. Without proper planning, it cannot be done. As they say, 98% should be pre-launch of all these initiatives and just 2% should be review. So I think we hold an educational system also to look into this. And I think the beginning is just to have an open mind on this and not come to any kind of prior decisions on this. I think let's keep in fact, whenever the date is announced, the AI summit will be there. I have with me colleagues from the government. So I think, we'll pass on that. I think that's the first thing I can tell about my state. Thank you.
Yeah, so India also took a lead with the GPAI that happened about a couple of weeks before here in Delhi, where about 29 countries participated together to collaborate and things like that. So that's something which is an excellent sign as well. Haresh, you want to take over before we move further?
Because when we had Vivekanand, so somebody from Adobe, hardcore technology guy, I always had this question, whenever you download this app, they would want to access everything on your mobile. All the data, I want to access your contact cards and your emails and everything, I think. They keep taking the data. Where these data are going, I think. I don't know. They might be collecting it for training. We don't know, So, Vivek, I would like to ask you this question, how are organizations, those who are working on these AI kind of apps, they're taking informed consent for, to the user, that informed consent for using the training data, and are they safeguarding that data in interest of the person who owns the data? If my data is going, are you telling me that, yes, this is all I'm taking and I'm going to use this and I'm going to protect it? What's organizations doing for this?
Thank you for setting up beautiful context. So this is related to, so whenever we are advancing to technology, there are potential risks associated to it. So we have to be very careful. How do we use it? And the important aspect is that we have to think about from 3W perspective. What, where, and how. So basically what means, what is purpose of collecting that data? Why that particular website or application is asking for that in clear communication. So whenever we are downloading any application, visiting any website, there should be a disclaimer. Many times it pops up, but we ignore. And then without reading everything. So that is the problem. So websites and applications, whatever, making those applications, they have to be careful to give some sort of control to the users, what they want to share and what they do not. So there should be some sort of setting. Yes, I want to share my name. Maybe I want to share my city. Not more than that. So there should be options provided to the end user. So that's what, when we develop any software, we provide terms and conditions. Okay, we often avoid that. We said, yes, go ahead and install it. So might be mobile application. It's sending your, it's reading your all your SMSs. It's reading entire your call logs, right? So you have to be careful what application is supposed to do that. Is that legitimate? Are you agree with that or not? Then only you proceed. If you don't agree with that terms, do not use that software. Look for an alternate which is better in terms of how that is going to use your data. So first thing I talked about, how. Okay, so sorry, what. So what it is going to store. Second thing we have to keep in mind is where. So where it will store, if it is secure or not. So what data center it is using, it is security encrypted or not. Because nowadays there is lots of hacking instances. Entire website, entire data, even you can say data centers are getting hacked. So we have to be careful if organization is giving me guarantee that it will be saved in safe store or not. And third thing, when it will be used. Okay, and it will not be shared by anyone. So these are the three things which we need to be careful while visiting any website, installing application. So let's be careful about these things. And let me add some more context. Okay, it's not about organizations. Even Google, right? Recently, 2.5 years ago in US like advanced country, there was a law case where a law firm, I mean on behalf of users, so they, put a, you can say, case against Google that they are not honoring the terms and conditions of the incognito mode, okay? So most people use it, okay? Very dangerous thing, okay? If you are entering some data, you are searching something, what sites you are visiting, all those information got exposed. So in that case, it was exposed, and Google also accepted that those data were somehow exported and sent and you can say sold to third-party advertisement companies. Okay, so that is major you can say violation in terms of data privacy. So we have to be careful. Even companies like Google may sometime fall. So as an organization, as a professional, you have to make regular audits. Even you are safe, but make some regular audit, make some ethical hacking to understood if there is a risk towards the data that you are storing from the end user perspective. Because you are liable and you are responsible to maintain that securely, and that data is not compromised. So that is organization's responsibility. And also as an individual, we have to be careful how we are accepting those terms and conditions. Without reading, we are proceeding. We have to be very, very careful.
So looks like it's coming on to us only that we have to be a little bit careful. Companies like Google also have to be careful if such big companies also can fall prey of this kind of hackers. I think let's measure some sentiments, guys. Do you have this open? The QR code stuff? QR code thing? I would like to hear from you. Last time it was close question, either yes, no, or you to just choose something. Now I want you to put a word. When you hear a word called AI, what comes to your mind? Till yesterday, chat GPT was coming in my mind, or somebody might talk about job loss. What first word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Can you please type in that?
Now you exit the app, you can just scan the QR code again and then give your response.
Make in India, wow, this is this is real live, sir, live session happening. Okay, we have intelligence, easy, transformation, generative AI. There's nice word cloud coming up, gentlemen, if you want to see it behind. Lovely, okay, what all coming up? What word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Job loss is coming in the center somewhere. Okay. Did I see that the word? Wow, wow, look at that. Threat, support, transformation. Wow. Excellent. I think there's a range of emotions are spreading here. They say in Gita also, Ati sarvatre varjate. So anything which is more or excess is poison. AI इतना ज़्यादा करते हैं हम लोग and ज़्यादा poison नहीं हो जाए. But I think we need to take care also of those kind of things. This is an open question, I would like to say, but Shrikant sir.
Mr. Patel,
yes, sir.
I would just like to mention one thing.
Yes,
couple of years ago, Sophie, the first humanoid, had come to Hyderabad, and I had the opportunity of meeting its creator, David. And I asked if Sophie and Sir Alan Turing were having a conversation, what would be about? And I thought that was the best definition that I heard of AI, which was endless possibilities.
Endless possibilities. Wow, look at that. I mean, so possibilities are getting created, and I think earlier the word with kind of challenge which I had in my mind, but when I walk out, I will walk out with opportunity. I think this is the kind of positivity is getting created. But we need to take care of lot of things, lot of new researches which have to happen, and breakthrough technologies or breakthrough innovations needs to happen, but this is the area which I want to focus. So what breakthroughs are required in areas specifically for privacy preserving technique? The things like federated learning which we have heard. What kind of learnings, what kind of new breakthroughs which is required specifically in this area? Anybody would like to answer? And Shrikant sir, if you can also answer the privacy preserving techniques.
Thank you, first of all, inviting me for such a galaxy of experts, being part of them. I think what we need to understand is a couple of things. First is, our students who are entering college today, by the time they graduate, 40% of the jobs will be non-existent, right? So we have to know that. Of course, our friend from Google, etc., from Adobe said that, there are times when you are told what is happening with your data. But I want a show of hands over here in the hall, right, to see how many of you have actually read the end user license agreement before clicking I agree. Only one person. Are you a lawyer by profession? Yes, you are. There you go. Well, so that's what I'm saying. And if I ask a question, right, how many of us have given our Gmail passwords to a friend or a family member? Can I see a show of hands, please?
We're not showing this.
Be true to yourself. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Privacy is something that we are not very, very careful about. Right? A couple of years ago, there was this startup. I was part of the NASSCOM. I was the CEO of NASSCOM Foundation earlier. And we used to talk about tech for good and also startups, etc. So there was the startup which used to actually, whenever you enter a mall, through NFC, it used to find out what is there in your notes and your list. For example, you're looking at a Nike shoe and you put it over there, automatically you would get a message from the Nike store over there. So what was happening in the background was this was being analyzed, right? And it was not a real auction, but an AI-based auction through the various stores over there, where actually you were a product and you were being sold to those stores. And whoever was giving the best return and scheme, you were guided to that store saying that, look, this is how you reach that, and automatically a Google map would open up, right? And this was about 4 or 5 years ago. Today, if you look at it, it's important for us to see what's happening. About 6 months ago, 1.5 million records, right? Using a thing which was PassGen, a password, AI password generator, more similar to ChatGPT. My God. That was a thunderous thing, but anyway. So what had happened, of course, you'd be surprised to hear that out of this 1.5 million records, in less than a minute, 51% passwords are hacked. Less than a minute. In 10 minutes, 61% were hacked. And so on and so forth. 80% were hacked in a day. And I'm not talking about the favorite password of all of us, password 1234, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about proper passwords. And that is where it is. So today you have to understand that a lot of people are using, for example, hacking that is happening right now has moved to the blockchain, right? You have to have, so we have to think for the future. Today we are talking about algorithms, we are talking about large language models, you are talking about small language models. With large language models, ChatGPT, the compute power that is required today is huge, right? How do you ensure, so such models have to be created which can easily be implemented, right? And we will need to come up with different models. Quantum security is one such thing, quantum cryptography as it's called, is one such model which can definitely be adopted. But, as a relief to all the people over here, I don't think, AI is going to take over, at least not till the compute power available today is 10 times of what it is. But if I apply the Moore's law, which used to be technology changes, in 18 months, it's much shorter cycle now. So probably, in less than a decade, we could reach there. But today, what is important is that as of now, we need different thought processes. We need responsible AI, as my co-panelist Nikhilji also said. And that is where the thing is. So we ourselves have to ensure that we are careful. We protect ourselves as much as possible. Cyber security. In fact, in IR 4.0, 5.0, it's a host of technologies which will have to work together. It will not be only AI and machine learning. By the way, I also have an objection to the word learning, because as per me, pets and machines get trained, right? It's human who learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a new type of places where the research must focus. Ganesh sir, would you like to take us towards the end?
Yeah. So I have a question for Mr. Neeraj Arora. So, sir, you represent ASSOCHAM, which is a Chamber of Commerce for the industry, and you work with government influencing policy and regulation and aspects like that. So what collaborative measures can establish worldwide ethical standards to ensure accountability and ethical breaches, right? So how is it that you are working with the government, and what is happening, if there is something that you could share, which is for the public domain, right? And I'm very sure a lot of these things are confidential, I understand, but if there is something that we can hear, which can be shared in the public domain, please.
Yes. Thank you so much. So first of all, I think we should start with the definition of AI. So, I mean, you were just asking, what is your understanding with AI? So AI is basically not the artificial intelligence, but the intelligence which is artificial. So I would say that, AI is basically the simulation of human intelligence by the machines. So, we cannot think of any technology, whether it is good or bad, without the human intervention. So human will also be there, human intervention will also be there, human intelligence will also be there. So the only point is that, the development, designing, deployment, use of this technology must be in a safer, transparent, accountable and responsible manner. We all know that, every potential opportunity comes with a potential risk. So the same is with AI also. And we have seen it many in the past also that whenever a new technology comes, it comes with the opportunities and the risks. So we have to take care that we have to utilize, maximize the opportunities and minimize the risks. So I think if we take care of 4 or 5 aspects, 4 or 5 factors, I think it will be beneficial for the Indian economy. The betterment of human life, for increasing the efficiency, the comfort. So I think the government, because we are industry association and we have specific councils, we have a specific, team committee on this subject also. And various leading IT companies, organizations working in AI are associated with us. And government is definitely making policies time to time and improving these policies with the inputs from, the industries. So many meetings have been done and, many regulations have been formed and government is now fine-tuning these regulations by the input of various, such companies. So I think government is now working on 4 or 5 aspects, which is data privacy, first of all, because, now the technologies are using lots of personal data. And this data is stored somewhere, we all know. So government is making policies so that this data can be prevented. This theft, can be stopped. And this data can be utilized for the betterment, for the, so government is making policies for that. Lots of inputs are already given, this brainstorming is going on. Second, I'm personally handling this education and skill vertical. And I've seen that government is doing lots of work on skilling, upskilling and reskilling, because that is very much required. We all should know that, the people, those who are working, the companies, those who are working in this field, they should design, develop, deploy and use, this entire system in a responsible manner. So for that purpose, I think skilling, upskilling and reskilling is definitely required. And many companies have already started working on this. So our Ministry of Skill, NSDC, they are also working on this. They have specifically designed courses on AI now. We have just listened to AICT chairman also. He has also mentioned that now this course has been introduced in our engineering curriculum also. My son is studying in 9th class, so he also has a subject specifically on AI. We have never seen this subject in 9th class. So they have a subject AI, So at that level, and NEP also has this subject AI, Third, I think, the government is working on improving the infrastructure because, definitely these technologies need lots of infrastructure, the high-speed internet, which is not there, even in the villages now. So third point is this, and then I think government is working on this, regulations also. So they are working on making, stringent rules, ethical concerns, about using this technology. So these 4 or 5 vectors where government is closely working with the industries. That's it. Thank you.
So I think we have actually exceeded the time allotted to us. So we may have to skip the live Q&A, but there is a cloud that we asked. There's a question that we asked to the audience. Are you fine to exchange or compromise your data privacy for better AI convenience? So we have a voting of about 23 people who say no, data privacy is more important than whatever. So what is the response? So they want data privacy over convenience. Okay, so that's good.
So I think we should talk to these 3 guys.
These are more important.
Ganesh sir, this is like, there is a very old quote from Mahabharata. Janami adharmam nachate nivruti. अधर्म क्या है मुझे पता है लेकिन मैं उससे बाहर नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ. ये 25 लोग जो है, ask them whether they are really not compromise their thing despite knowing that a lot of data is going in there. So हम लोग को पता है कि what we are doing wrong, but still we are getting into it more and more. We need to be more careful, as a lot of people have said us. Yes, sir, you want to add something?
Just a point that actually these are 2 questions, separate questions. I'm willing to exchange data, but I don't want to compromise my data. So it's a double-edged kind of a question.
Double-edged kind of stuff.
I'm willing to exchange data as far as it's for good, but I definitely don't want to compromise my data.
Very good.
Okay, so thank you very much, panelists, for contributing to this exhilarating discussion, I would say, about disruption to innovation, covering various aspects that we talked about, impact to education and skilling, impact on AI to employability and jobs, talking about future of AI. We're also talking about regulation a lot and in terms of data privacy and security. So thank you very much. And since the questions are something which are already put on the Mentimeter.
One thing I would like to say that, it's very, very important. May artificial intelligence is coming, so from a responsibility perspective, it's very, very important wherever it's compromising the human part or human, social part is concerned. No technology is good. So that's what, while we are evaluating technology for our, organization as well. So we are keeping in view all those aspects while evaluating that up to what extent it is going to impact and create, damage to the humans. So then we ignore that. We take it away. If it is impacting health, it is impacting humans. So I always use one word. उसपे हम बोलते हैं when human touch की हम बात करते हैं कि मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा मुरझा भी गया तो महक छोड़ जाऊँगा. So that's the beauty of it. So in terms of skilling also we always say that तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की जो खुद तय करते हैं मंजिल आसमानों की. So sky is the limit for us. So let's work and find the world of opportunities through this AI. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Jai Hind. आवाज नहीं आई. अच्छा, दूसरा सवाल. How is the Josh? How is the Josh? As an Indian Army officer, I tell you, sir बोले, ma'am बोले, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इज्जत रहनी चाहिए. Discussing armed forces and AI. So I really hope that next time we have a session, we deal with this point more because armed forces and the defense sector these days are quite inseparable. Though it is a paradox that as army personnels, we are not allowed to be on social media. We are not allowed to be on Instagram or, the other social media channels. But at the same time, army is hugely digitized. And every day, we are raising the notches and raising the bars even higher. So let me just give you one very basic idea. Well, it is a global village these days. Whatever happens in Ukraine or Russia or Israel or Palestine affects every single person, even in India. May it be business, may it be technology. Since I represent armed forces, I would like to tell you that whenever any new technology in defense is brought in any part of the world, automatically the technology of globe takes a rise. So nothing happens in isolation. I have a very interesting take on leadership. Since I'm representing my organization, I will not speak on AI in leadership today, but I will tell you that for the people of armed forces, leadership is still a contact sport. We meet, we talk, we engage, we know about each other. क्योंकि आज भी जोश, जुनून, जज्बा, खून, पसीना, यही हमारी जिंदगी है. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to be here and proud to be representing my organization, that is Armed Forces. So I'm very, very, very glad to be on this exalted platform here of Indian Tech Talent League. And my compliments to entire team of My Anatomy, ITTL, for putting up this amazing show. You see the topic that I have got to speak. From battlefield to boardroom, evolution of leadership in disruptive era. Let me tell you, my dear ladies and gentlemen, last 30 years of my life, I have actually lived, breathed this topic. And it would be my pleasure to share few life lessons. Let me begin by wishing all of you a very, very happy new year. And let me transport you to a very different New Year celebration. A dark, cold, moonless night. Date 31st December 1997. Place Leh Military Airfield. Altitude 11,000 feet. Rarefied atmosphere. For those who do not know what rarefied atmosphere means, ask a Fauji. Rarefied atmosphere means that the oxygen is less, very less. Your lungs scream for oxygen. This night, the mercury had dipped down to minus 15 degrees. And when the world was celebrating to usher in the new year, a lone lady officer was supervising her team that was tasked with clearing the snow from the military airstrip. The purpose was to clear the airstrip so that the aircrafts of Indian Air Force could land in the morning. The Indian Air Force is the only connect for every logistic supply and movement of men and material. Well, this was also the time when women officers were very few in this alpha male domain, all across men, and only one lady officer. That night, all eyes were on that lady officer. Whether she could lead her men, battle-hardened men, in this physically and mentally daunting scenario. Can she get the runway cleared? Can she make it possible for the Indian Air Force planes to land well on time? There was no margin of error. She knew that her personal conduct and professional acumen is the only key to survive. Rather, not only survive, my dears, but to thrive. After many hours of relentlessly being on tarmac, motivating her team to work harder, she finally was satisfied and gave a thumbs up to ATC. A big shabash to her team. They all said Happy New Year to each other with steaming hot mugs of tea brought from the langar. The men, they silently accepted her as the leader. This was the sight next day. 1st of January 1998, 0430 hours, AN-32 of Indian Air Force takes off from Chandigarh Military Air Base to land smoothly at Leh Military Airfield. Why am I sharing this with you? The lesson. Your actions get you acceptance and respect. So as the first lady officer in high altitude and extreme cold climate area, I was tested and judged on many fronts. 2 years later down the line, in 1999, the Battle of Kargil took place. Icy heights at an altitude of 16,000 to 18,000 feet got embroiled in a battle. By this time, I was well entrenched in my role as a supply chain management expert in high altitude. I became the first lady officer to be part of battle zone in Operation Vijay. I fought this battle as a mother of one child, pregnant with another child. I was in second trimester of pregnancy. My husband was fighting the battle in the most treacherous area of Dras. But above all, I fought this battle as a soldier of Indian Army. Gender does not matter. This is a story of a time when there were just a handful of women who had any visibility in the space. And the culture was very different. Well, it is important for me as a trailblazer of that time to share the story with all of you so you know what it takes to be first in any domain. Well, you are right. On the extreme, my left, that is me. And this is just before the Battle of Kargil started. Now the demographic has shifted radically. We have a statistically larger saturation of women in armed forces and also in corporate boardrooms. So to the women who are present in audience today, I will say, and please, I request you to take this message far and wide, that times are surely changing, with more and more women stepping into the careers that were traditionally male-oriented. The mental makeup of society is fast changing. But many challenges still remain just the same. One of them being work-life family balance. And of course, with the changing times, this balance is not restricted only to women. Men too face the same problems, the work-life family balance. But for women, you can be a mother, a young wife, you may have pressing family responsibilities, but just know that quitting is never an option. It is a very done thing that the first casualty in any kind of problem becomes a woman's career. The first thing you decide to leave is your career. Quitting is not an option. Even if the work is physically or intellectually challenging, you have to hang in there. You have to learn. You have to prove your worth. One thing is very important for every woman especially. You have to find your support system. That support system can be in form of your husband, can be in form of your family, it can be in form of your extended relations, friends, or simply a maid that you have employed. But learn to keep a support system that will help you navigate through difficult times. And remember, by choosing a path that is less traveled, you will open the doors to many others who perhaps lack the courage to do so. I can, in a nutshell, just share with you that if I stand here as a woman officer, from the very initial batches of girls coming into army, last 30 years have taken the sweat and blood. When we started women in Indian Armed Forces, it was called WSES, Women Special Entry Scheme. For all you know what a scheme means, chali chali, nahi chali, dabba ban. It started as a scheme. The sweat and blood of my generation made this commission into short service commission. Thereafter came the permanent commission. Recently, the girls have started coming into the post or the appointments of commanding officers. You take a time, 93, 94, when I joined army, people did not know that girls have joined army. My jawans looked at me कि जैसे कोई बच्चा fancy dress में फौजी वर्दी पहन कर आ गया. They could not comprehend that girls have come into army. From that time, now when the women have started commanding the installations, what a huge journey it's been. And these disruptive eras take us forward. And I have a dream, and I have a vision. And God, give me the opportunity to live to see the day when a whole squadron of Rafales is being flown by the women fighter pilots. Allow me to live to that day when a whole squadron of armored tanks is not only being taken forward by women, but being commanded by a women armored officer. I want to live to see the day when the BrahMos and the Pinakas of the artillery are being commanded by the women officers and damaging enemy targets by their sheer accuracy of the firepower. God, allow me to live to see that day when the nuclear submarine of Indian Navy is being commanded by a woman naval officer. हम लाए हैं तूफान से कश्ती निकाल के, इस देश को रखना मेरे बच्चों संभाल के. That is what I say to all this generation here. And to the organizations, and many of which are being represented by people in audience, I would like to say that organizations these days, big or small, are spotlighting on gender inclusivity. But more than just a concept, the focus should be on accepting it as the natural way forward. Leaders must make sure that the people feel important enough to be heard, rather than dismissing good ideas due to stereotyping. Give credit to work ethics, ideas, and skills, not gender identity. You know, this is a lesson from armed forces that getting to know people for what they are is a powerful antidote to bias. And as you build your efforts to be more gender inclusive, just know that a happy, cared for people who feel respected and valued do their best work. And these environments attract and retain the best talent. The HRs here would know how much it takes to bring a person on board and then to train and then to put that person to do the work on that desk. And just because the culture of the company is such that the people leave, meter dobara zero se shuru hota hai. So, there is a very interesting phrase, and that says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. आपका स्ट्रैटेजी कितनी भी अच्छी हो, लेकिन अगर आपकी टीम का, आपकी कंपनी का कल्चर ठीक नहीं है, तो none of this strategy is going to work. So focus on culture, you will sail through the disruptive times. But the question today is that what should be the leadership like in this age of disruption? What should be those skills and strategies for business leaders during unprecedented times or times of change, or as the topic of the day says, the disruptive era? So given the limited time at my disposal, I will only focus on 2 points right now. First is situational awareness, and the second is power of communication. Now, at any point of time, millions of situations are happening all around us. Sometimes a small oversight can snowball. You all must have heard that a small sound can trigger an avalanche. Murphy's Law, all of you must have heard that everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And let me be the doomsday mouthpiece and say, everything that can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time. So that is a setback. If the problems vary, then degree and magnitude of setback will also vary. So it actually depends on what is at stake. Your setback is directly equivalent to what is at stake. So in corporate world, it can be missed opportunity, damage to mental peace, physical fitness, less time with family. Sometimes financial stakes can be very high and damage the company's credibility, which is very serious and has to be avoided at all cost. But what does setback in failure means in a military operation? A, loss of national glory, impact on national security. And it is always, my dears, a matter of life and death. For people who are wearing uniform, the mistakes come back home in body bags. Children become orphan. Wives turn widows. It's a wheel that cannot be turned back, and therefore, there are no runners-up in war. There is no dress rehearsal to martyrdom. And so, being first time right is not a desired business outcome for us. It is a Bible sentence. It is a Brahma Vakya. So if you carefully give me your next 10 to 15 minutes, mold these life lessons that I am going to share with you into your individual respective job profiles, and you train your team to follow it religiously, I can assure you today that 99.99% times you will be right first time. 0.01% I'm leaving for the act of God. But after you have faced that setback, through act of God, you upgrade your SOPs. Train, retrain, re-retrain till your responses become a muscle memory. And a reflex action makes you 100% crisis ready next time. But these are not mere words. How many of you remember this? Operation Black Tornado. 26 November 2008, a devastating terror attack on Taj Hotel, Mumbai. It shook the nation. We all were glued to our television sets, witnessing the horrifying visuals non-stop for 3 days. अब आपने अगर एक फौजी बुलाया है, तो अगर मैं आपको वही सुनाऊंगी जो आपने पढ़ा है, तो क्या मजा है? So let me share with you a side story. On 27th November, a squadron of 220 NSG Black Cats, comprising of highly trained commandos, bomb disposal squads, sniffer dogs and weapons specialists, were flown in from Delhi to Mumbai. At that point of time, the mission was only one: Taj. Eliminate every single terrorist without causing any collateral damage to innocent civilians. But gradually, as the ground position became clear, it was told that the hostages are taken not at one, but at 3 locations: Taj, Shabad, and the Trident. Do you know that the information was radioed to the commander of these NSG commandos while the plane was in mid-air? The 523 commandos had already taken off for one mission. Now they were told that there is not one, but 3 missions. The training of Indian Armed Forces is such that automatically one mission was divided into 3. The leadership automatically emerged to take over these missions. Without any chaos, the equipment, the ammunition, the resources were divided. Strategy was made. There was no clamor for position of the leader. No feedback. No 360-degree feedback. No appraisal. The training and warrior mindset of the junior leadership was such that they were ready to lead, they were ready to deliver, execute it to the T as per the training and intent of commanding officer. Pay attention to these words. Intent of the commanding officer. This means people, though they were working independently, they were all converging to the intent of the commanding officer. So they were operating differently, they had different strategies, they had divided resources, they were united in the objective of the mission. So if you see the middle picture, and that is the Shabad house, the NSG commandos were slithering down through a thin rope from Indian Air Force Mi-17 helicopter. They were wearing their black dangris, bulletproof patkas, automatic guns, landing directly on the roof. They were the targets. When they were mid-air, a stray bullet from a terrorist down below could have damaged this chopper. And in that heavily populated area, the collateral damage would have been very high. But every factor was taken into account before this operation was carried out. And mind you, they only had time till they were flying. What is that? An hour or two? With foresight, deductions were carried out and a successful operation was executed. There is only one word. The team was crisis ready. That day, these Jabas, they came as a team, completed the mission, went back as a team. Till date, give me one name that you know of that NSG Commando team member. They are nameless, faceless bravehearts who focused on the mission. Well, there are so many leadership and teamwork lessons from that day that it is a session completely for another day. But what I want to share is that if you at any point of time get a chance to visit NSG Center at Manesar, you should see their simulation training for various situations. With every such situation, their SOPs are upgraded, their trainings are done, so that we are first time right every time. So what is that takeaway from all of us here? What do I want to tell you? I'm not going to just tell you a story and take your time. I want to give you a lesson. How you can be first time right. Of course, you don't have to wear a uniform to serve the nation. All of us are serving nations in our own ways. So, it is vital that intent of leader and objective of project is clear till the junior most member of the team. Even if the leader is not present to micromanage, still, different team works as a cohesive unit. In armed forces, we have a concept of war games, where war-like scenarios with multiple crisis situations are simulated. Far-fetched ideas, far-fetched problems. They are brainstormed. So commanders brainstorm the responses. The responses are made threadbare. These are rehearsed by the troops on ground. All practical problems are studied, time management is worked out, logistics are worked out, so that at the time of crisis, multiple functionaries like infantry, artillery, armored tank squadrons, Air Force, Navy, logistic installations, everyone comes cohesively together. And then we never say that we do not know, the right hand does not know what left hand is doing. This never happens in armed forces. Our responses are cohesively practiced so that there is no confusion. And on the same concept, I have established war rooms for various corporate giants and MNCs. This has helped them to be future ready and to stay ahead of the learning curve. So it's been a very interesting exercise when this war game room is established with corporates. It is said that mind is like a parachute. It works best when it is open. You all can imagine what a parachute will be of any use if it does not open mid-air. So keep asking yourself, right? These lines are very important. Keep asking yourself, what if this happens? How will I respond? What if this happens? How will I use my resources? What if this happens? What if this happens? What if? Constantly keep upping the game. Constantly keep asking the question. Brainstorm the responses. Brainstorm the solutions. Train your team how to perform during contingencies. Practice the procedures and SOPs till it becomes a muscle memory. In armed forces, we have a maxim. Those who sweat in peace, they bleed less in war. Nothing. You all are very mature people, heading huge organizations, and you know that nothing major happens overnight, not even pandemic. There are feelers, there are trends, there are market forces. What to say of this? Even battles do not happen overnight. Movement of enemies is there, built-up of logistics is there, which is evident to the trained eye, which we call battle indicators. So as a leader, develop the skill of situational awareness. What do I mean by situational awareness? ये कोई बहुत बड़ा word नहीं है. If you try to understand, it is have an ear to the ground, have an eye on the future, and a practical head firmly placed on your shoulders. That is the first step to risk management. Your decision-making abilities during difficult times depends on how well you can judge the environment before the crisis has actually struck. Your SOPs will take care of the day-to-day working. No one needs a leadership in peace situation. You need a leader only when the going gets tough. So rise to the occasion. To many of us, the pandemic came as an act of God. But to the people who strive to be first time right, the indicators of the start of pandemic were emerging very evidently. So, be situationally aware. Finally, the hallmark of leadership during disruptive times is the power of communication. When leaders communicate their expectations with open attitude, they provide clarity and logic to their team. You all must have seen that your team will have more trust in you when you are transparent and when you give clear instructions, because clarity limits miscommunication and confusion. So let me just share with you a very, very interesting story. This is the Battle of Dogra, Indo-Pak War 1965. Dogra is a small village on the outskirts of Lahore, and one of the bloodiest battles of the sector were fought here. Jawans of 3 Jat Regiment launched an offensive against invincible Dogra, Pakistani artillery ka stronghold, infantry ka stronghold. Their commanding officer was Lieutenant Colonel Desmond Hayde Mahavir Chakra. Now here we are talking about communication. So listen to this story with that angle. So soldiers were spread across Ichogil Canal. They were in platoon strengths and they were fanning out from the bridgehead towards enemy. बहुत भारी गोला बारूद चल रहा था. Colonel Desmond Hayde was going from trench to trench, platoon to platoon, speaking to the people, speaking to the soldiers amidst the heavy shelling. और अगर मैं आपको जाट ट्रुप्स के बारे में बताऊं तो उनका जो बोलने का अंदाज है वो बिल्कुल जुदा है. As a leader, you speak to your team in a language that they understand best. Colonel Desmond Hayde, an Anglo-Indian officer, asked his troops, "Mera kya hukum hai? What are my orders?" And the Jawan said, "Saab Dograi." Very clear instructions. Where will we go? Dograi. Where will we meet? Dograi. And then he said, "Kal raat ka khana kahan khayenge?" And the Jawan said, "Saab Dograi." Now he ups the ante and says, "Agar CO saab ne goli lag gayi, to kya karoge?" Yani, if your senior leadership buckles and is not physically present, do you need micromanagement or do you know how to work ahead and gain the objective? So when he said that, CO saab ne goli lag gayi to kya karoge? So one of the jawans said, CO saab ne kaandhe pe taak ke le jayenge, lekin rukenge Dograi jaake. Yani, CO saab ko kandhe pe utha ke le jayenge. We will carry the leader physically, but we are going to stop only at Dograi. And let me tell you, even if only one soldier was alive that day, the mission was so clear that even that single soldier would have flown the tricolor. So ladies and gentlemen, leadership is a contact sport. Don't leave it only on AI. More so during disruptive times when the team is looking at the leadership for guidance. A leader has to connect with the team in a language that they understand and create an emotional bond, not a transactional. I only have one suggestion, that CEOs or the chief executive officers, if they start thinking of themselves as chief ecosystem officers, especially after the pandemic when someone is working from home, someone is working from remote location, instead of being a chief executive officer, if you start working as a chief ecosystem officer, it's going to be quite interesting. Well, never let a good crisis go to waste. This is my last slide for the day, and I would just like to tell you that during disruptive times, only those organizations thrive where leaders take initiative. The team takes ownership of the task, and together they think of out-of-box solutions. There may be times when only thinking out of box is not enough. You have to erase the box. Think of a new solution. Absolute de novo. And if you can do that, you will be the leader of all times. So ladies and gentlemen, feeling of belonging evolves where respect is earned, honesty is appreciated, loyalty is returned, and trust is gained. And such a team can find solutions to every problem in disruptive times or otherwise. That is all from me. Thank you and Jai Hind.
So very good afternoon to all of you. The topic, as was mentioned, is very exciting and very pertinent to the conference, which is next generation startups, incubators and accelerators. So since Mr. J. Chaudhary has already been introduced, may I request him to deliver his keynote points, but little brief, So as he was mentioning, we are a little short of time. We have 45 minutes and we have 11 people on the panel. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Sudan. 45 minutes and so many panelists. So I'll try to give a nano keynote, just a few pointers. So next generation incubators, accelerators, and how we create the new entrepreneurs in this disruptive era. So that is the hallmark, what we need to do, how we can really catch up to that new wave which is happening all over the globe. How India can catch up or even beat those ecosystems in the world, particularly in Silicon Valley and Europe and all that. I think it's a great opportunity for India to catch up, like what we did in the telecom industry, when everybody was still trying to lay the copper wires and all that. We straight away went into the wireless mobiles and all that. Today, India has got the best telecom infrastructure. In fact, the kind of bandwidth that we provide in every nook and corner of this country, I don't think any country anywhere in the world can have that kind of infrastructure. The kind of digital payment mechanism, the infrastructure through Aadhaar and the India Stack and all that, that also India is #1 at this point of time in the world. So the new age entrepreneurs in India, they have to catch up and take advantage of the infrastructure already created by central government and also various state governments. And many innovative incubators like T-Hub in Hyderabad has already been functional very well. But only thing is, if you go in the conventional way in this disruptive era, they'll get disrupted. You have to think in a very innovative way. How do we really think out of the box? People keep talking about these buzzwords, but I just now met one gentleman. He's from Gujarat, and he met me on a lunch meeting. He is actually manufacturing all the coffee and tea vending machines, and with our own indigenous technology. Like whenever I come to Delhi, whenever I ask filter coffee, South Indian filter coffee, none of the hotels are able to match my taste. So I stopped taking filter coffee whenever I come to North India. Whereas this gentleman said, sir, perfect filter coffee vending machine. We are already have the machines, and these machines are getting deployed, not only coffee, tea vending machines and all that. And he's going to export these machines, and he's a very young gentleman coming from Gujarat, getting into the manufacturing. So that is the kind of talent now we are seeing in India. As somebody was telling in the morning that this is the India wave. I think in this wave, what is required is mentoring. Recently, for example, when my friend Randeep Sudan called me from Singapore, JA, when I have this product company and then I need your help. I asked him to come over to Hyderabad, and today he is very happy that we are able to get him funding, and we are also finding out the opportunities, how we can monetize whatever the products and IP that he has created. Because India itself is a very big market. So that's where one has to help each other, networking. Today, whatever Chinmay has done in this conference, all the who's and who's they have come here. So when you come here, you have to network, find out who are your potential customers, how using them you can connect to the world and all that. See, market access is the key thing. Technology, there are dozen technologies are there. So many products are coming with ChatGPT kind of generative AI tools. Creating new products is very easy. But how do you get monetized? How do you get the new customers? That's where you have to create the entry barriers. So fortunately, India is in a very big opportunity today. Consumer is on the rise, and India itself can give enough business for any, either it's a technology startup or manufacturing startups or pharmaceutical startup or food-related startup. There is so much opportunities India itself can provide. When I was studying in IIT Madras, and everybody, all my classmates left for United States, and when I asked them, why you are going, no, India is not the land of opportunities. US is the land of opportunities, so we want to pursue those opportunities. That's why all of them went. Today, many of them are coming back because India is the land of opportunities. All the Fortune 1000 companies, they're all coming here. All the startup companies across the globe, they're looking towards India because India is the biggest market. So with this nano keynote, I don't want to extend because time is very short. So probably I'll go with Randeep. Randeep, go ahead.
Thank you very much for those very interesting perspectives. I realize that two of the panelists here have to go. They have a hard stop. So what I'll do is that I'll bring them up first, and I'll request them to just give their perspectives on the broad topic that we have for this panel. So let me start with Ms. Shivarthi Bajaj. and then go to Mr. Amit Dubey. So over to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here on such a esteemed panel, and thank you for organizing such a great event, sir. I'll keep it short because I understand that we are running against time for this panel. What we're discussing here is incubators and accelerators, and I'll limit myself to commenting on the legal and business aspects of that in terms of funding and growth. Incubators and accelerators in India have come at a stage. I mean, we have from the likes of T-Hub and Mr. Chaudhary also sitting here. It is for the very first time in the history of the evolution of incubators and accelerators from India that we have now diversified from only a government ecosystem to also a very heavy private ecosystem. Earlier, most of the incubators and accelerators were backed by the government. Now we have private parties coming to play in terms of not only academic institutions, but also HNIs and other funds, the larger funds who are opening their early stage incubators, which is actually a very big, it's a very big move for the Indian startup ecosystem, because incubators and accelerators are something that have traditionally been backed only by the government or academic institutions. But however, with the private sector coming into being, sets up the whole chain for their growth in a very quicker fashion. And in terms of legalities, obviously it is the incorporation of the incubators and accelerators that need to be kept in mind, the kind of structuring that needs to be there, because they need legal advice of a very sharp level, and because we do handle a lot of incubators and accelerators, and we understand that sometimes they tend to ignore this very important aspect, but in the longer run it plays a very important role. So which are few pointers, whether it's mostly LLP structure or private limited structure, depending on how they want to grow going forward. And just to add to this and to conclude, I'd just like to bring forth this data that compared to the US, there are 23 incubators and accelerators in India per 1,000. And in the US, there are 14. So we are all in all number 2 globally in terms of the number of incubators, accelerators in India, which I think is a great feat, and it directly fuels to our ecosystem of growth and developing as a country and fueling our innovation as well. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of such a diligent audience, and what a panel they have curated. So friends, I am a cybercrime investigator, and whatever I have learned in my life, I have learned through criminals. And I truly believe criminals are innovators. They always teach us something new whenever we solve a case, and either they teach us a new modus operandi and new process vulnerability. They are innovating, and they are very fast innovating. So I'll just share some of these aspects that how do I see the next generation startups would look like. First of all, we all know before 2009, we never realized the value of our data. When WhatsApp was formed in 2009 and it was acquired in 2013, within 3.5 years, it was valued $19.3 billion. It was first of its kind acquisition. Nobody thought that two youngsters, they will just start a mobile app which is just enabling people to chat, offering it free, not charging anything, and they'll be valued $19.3 billion. It's such a huge amount. If you compare it with any other conglomerate in India, maybe Anand Mahindra and all, they may not be having that wealth even if they are running 75 plus odd companies. Try to understand the value of the data that we have missed out in last decade. Now this decade, it is very, very important. Second, AI. And not only me, if we all know that the next 5 years will be very crucial for any country around the world. If they'll miss out this opportunity, they'll miss out in every aspect. In India itself, we are predicting close to $1 trillion GDP through AI. And so quantum computing. Government of India has recently announced $1 billion for quantum research. And we hardly see experts or startups or people innovating here. And criminals have already started innovating. We are already facing some quantum attacks and disrupting RSA-204 built encryptions or threats to banking sector. Why not? So these are the three key pillars that I'll see how India is shaping us in future with startups, and I expect lots of startups. And earlier it used to take 30 years, 20 years to become a unicorn. Then we thought, we have seen a company becoming unicorn within a year. And I think during Pokemon Go, we have seen a company becoming a unicorn in a week. And now I'm predicting very soon we'll have examples where morning company will be founded, and by evening you will see it has become a unicorn because of the value that they'll give it to you. So thank you so much. I see startups to innovate in AI, quantum, and probably in metaverse to disrupt this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now this session, we'll try to organize it around 3 topics. So one topic is, how will the next generation of incubators and accelerators be different from today? So already, of course, some points have already been made, but may I request the CEO for T-Hub, Mr. Srinivas Rao Mahakali, to give his perspectives on how he sees this particular paradigm to change. Over to you, please.
So thank you, Mr. Sudan, and first of all, thank you to Chinmay and his team for having me here. So I think this may sound a little paradoxical, but what I'm going to start with is, and I want to make sure everyone is awake, right? So first, I think this whole model of physical incubation, right, I think will change, right? So I think you'll see a lot. I think we've all learned during the pandemic on how to cope with, doing things digitally, right? So I think you'll start to see more and more focus on virtual incubation, right? And obviously that has tremendous advantages because geography is no longer, a limitation. And today, for example, like Dr. Chaudhary was saying, for example, mentors could be anywhere in the globe, right? You could get funded from anywhere in the globe. You could find customers anywhere in the globe, right? So I think virtual incubation will start to become more and more critical, one. Second, I think, is new models, right? So I think one of the things in India today is we have 700 plus incubators. And like she said, many of them are government supported, academic supported. You will see more private sector incubators coming up. Also, I think the existing challenge for many of the incubators is if the source of funding, which for example, today is predominantly government funding, for example, dries up, because many of these entities are set up as Section 8 not-for-profit type of entities. I think they'll have to start figuring out different models for monetization, right? So meaning you may have, some of them may have to start thinking about creating for-profit models, because it's a question of sustainability, right? So where, for example, you take equity in the startups in return for services rendered and figure out how to monetize that. So literally you have some skin in the game, in a manner of speaking. So virtual incubation, different financing and funding models. Third, what we've seen today in India is, as I said, 700 plus incubators, but we haven't seen one model which is becoming more and more attractive from an outcome perspective, which is around venture studios, right? So we haven't seen too much of that happening in India. The difference is in an incubator, there's a startup already identified, and then you figure out how to scale. I'll give you some examples, right? So we have all our large academic institutes, the IITs and so on, have tons of patents which are created, right? So, for example, IIT Madras, each year 500 plus patents come out from research done by academicians, then PhD students, MTech students, and so on, and many of them just remain on the shelf, right? So you think about a model where you figure out how to monetize those patents because they solve some problems. So identify someone, for example, if it's something to do with life sciences, someone with 15 years experience who wants to become an entrepreneur, right? And there's something which has been built, a patent, which you can potentially commercialize, monetize, etc., right? So that's what venture studios broadly will do. So I think you'll start to see more, and world over it has been proven that the venture studio model tends to give better outcomes from a survival rate, from a funding rate, etc., avoiding mortality, blah, blah, than a typical incubation thing, right? So funding models, venture studios, virtual incubation, and last point before you cut me off, I think is you'll also start to see sectoral specialization, right? Today, while there are specific, incubators, for example, in life sciences and so on, particularly in some areas of deep tech, right? I think you'll start to see sectoral incubators. And one last point with your permission, I think collaboration between incubators within India, as well as international collaborations for example, for the purposes of market access, is going to become more and more important.
Thank you very much.
Randeep, I just want to add, whatever MSR said about the digital incubation, ISF actually is going to launch maybe in the month of August or September, along with Gamictronics, one of the #1 metaverse company in India. Initially, we are going to create a ISF Expo on the digital space. All the buying, selling, everything can happen in that metaverse environment. And also the pitching, startups can pitch on a daily basis. Not necessarily they have to come for every quarter pitching session and all that. Every day there'll be digital jury will be there, and they can come and pitch, and who are also selected, and they'll go for the funding. All those things are going to happen in the digital space. We are going to launch probably in the month of August. So ISF and Metaverse will be launched soon.
So that was an interesting perspective on the future of incubation acceleration. I personally think that a lot of countries, including India, are planning to go for central bank digital currencies. And it was mentioned about financing of these startups. I think the world will completely change once CBDCs are there, because you can trace what is the spend which a startup is doing or which a company is doing end to end. If you can do that, then the opportunities which are business opportunities become very evident, and the whole paradigm might shift in terms of financing, but that's a little time away, certainly. Now let's move to Mr. Seshadri Vangala to hear his perspectives on the topic, please.
Thank you. And first of all, it's great to be in the panel with my mentors. I think, I used to normally hear and now in the panel. I always go with my tagline slogan, networking is better than not working. So one thing I see is I've been in multiple countries, and I run a day-to-day, I run a global workforce solutions firm, but again, with JSR and me in the founding for the ISF, which was India Startup Festival. Now it is truly International Startup Festival. The intent, before I go there, the reason for when I want to go with a small anecdote, when I've been to a couple of universities in India, especially the rural part, we're talking all of startups, incubation, accelerations. After all that kind of people were talking and all that, most of them did ask me, "Bhai sahab, ye incubation acceleration mane kya hai? What does this mean?" I think in the rural, especially looking at the population, mostly in the rural segment, which still constitutes, I believe, 80%, sir. Only 20% know what it means, and I don't think it's this big. So I believe even across the globe, first I think we need to identify how do we do some outreach campaigns to say what really this means and how they can really be benefited. And obviously, the mentors are not always available. We need really mentors. So I think this what with ISF, as Jason mentioned, one is Metaverse. We're also trying to identify some of the initiatives where we can outreach. That's where we are working more on the rural segment. I think we had 125 term sheets. I think Jason didn't mention in one single day in ISF. I think you should applaud for the one single day. We have 125 term sheets, especially rural startups in our ISF second edition of our festive. We are touching that more. And that's really happening. We have a mentorship program. Everybody who is there, irrespective of what background, everything they carry in, they can come in. They can pitch in those sessions and kind of have all the global mentors as well as the investors in one line. I mean, that's the first of its kind program that we already there. So I always feel that it's more on the softer lines. How do we outreach? How do we bridge the gap? I'm being a talent guy, obviously, talking in the context of talent. I believe we still have India, while we talk about all the great stories, which is great. The world is looking to us, yes. But at the same time, there's a rural population, though it can't be a short-term gains for us. Everyone has to look into those rural population to train them, teach them. It can be long-standing to have certain programs. Maybe that's where we have good talent for startups and also doing our own products, sir. That's it from me.
No, thank you. Very interestingly, there is this MacArthur Foundation, and they hold a challenge every year, which is the $100 million challenge. So they are looking for ideas where they can finance and invest $100 million on a challenge. So there's a huge data set which is available on what people have proposed. And quite a few of them are to the point which Mr. Seshadri was mentioning, rural areas and development-oriented challenges, which is obviously a huge opportunity. So, point well taken. Now, let's turn to Mr. Vignesh Mohan and see what his perspective, especially coming from IIT Jodhpur.
Not just coming from IIT Jodhpur, I was previously associated with Government of Tamil Nadu in formulating their startup policy for the state, right? Formulating the startup nodal agency at Tamil Nadu. So I've been looking at the incubation centers from a very early stage around 2016 times, right? And possibly while making the policies, we were, traditional businesses basically man, money and infrastructure put together, right? And then the difference with a startup is it also comes with an idea which is highly scalable and venture fundable, right? So the basic idea of creating yesterday's incubation centers were that a startup will approach them with a good team and a great idea. So the incubation center will help them with money and infrastructure, right? So government schemes were most oriented towards funding the incubation centers and also helping them to fund their incubated startups, right? And also the components of funding included two things. One is a recurring and a non-recurring cost. Recurring basically is the operational expenses and the manpower, salaries and other stuff. Non-recurring will be to create the infrastructure which is required. Individual incubators play to their strengths. Someone creates a lab along with a co-working space. Someone just creates a co-working space and a design studio and so on and so forth. That's yesterday's incubation schemes were mostly oriented towards that. And the challenges which we faced were one was that we did not get the right people to join these incubation centers as CEOs, managers, etc., etc. Even though there were salaries provided by the government to the tune of certain lakhs, still there was no incentive alignment for the best of the key people who have made it big in the startup ecosystem to come and join an incubation center as a CEO and lead that, right? Basically, that was one of the problems which we faced. And the second problem was that we were only solving for infrastructure and money, and that was limited, right? You can't keep giving money from the government side to this place. The private money was not coming that much in. The private universities were not incentivized that much to start an incubation center and fund it by themselves, right? So coming to this date, after a few years, I think 4 years after, we are looking at a lot of money being sorted now, right now, right? Most of the private incubators or private universities are actually funding the incubators. A lot of private incubators have come up. And the manpower is also sorted to a great extent because a lot of successful founders, after their exits, they want to come and associate themselves with an accelerator or an incubator as a mentor or as a CEO, or they want to start their own fund or a acceleration program. So that is also sorted to a particular extent. And also we are now looking at, because of COVID especially, the infrastructure is kind of faded off, and more importance is given on initial funding part of the venture, and then shared infrastructure. So sir just spoke about the virtual incubation, but right now what is happening is that most of the startups are associated with at least 3 or 4 incubation centers through different schemes. They get Prayas from one of the centers, they get Startup India seed support from one of the centers. They are physically incubated at another center because they have the infrastructure expertise with them. We are seeing this sort of a good collaborative co-incubation happening within a lot of centers. That's today's date. Tomorrow's date is what another thing which beautifully mentioned by Mr. Srinivas sir about venture studios. We were only solving for money and infrastructure. Now, the venture studios also brings the idea with them, right? They say, we have the idea, we have the money, we have the infrastructure. Let's find and put together a team so that there is a venture which will be successful, right? They'll fund that, they'll give the idea, they'll fund it, and they'll also give the infrastructure to develop whatever necessary things. And that's a new thing which is coming up. And also I look at more private participation in tomorrow's world. Already there are CSR money which is being looked upon to be given to the incubation centers. Apart from that also, I'm looking at a lot of private companies to be incentivized, because as the money comes to incubation centers, it becomes a more viable and good market for private agencies to create products for incubation centers. And now we are seeing that the initial starting phase where products are being created for incubation centers to use, right? And tomorrow's will be more connected and much more mature incubation and acceleration system. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I'm a little mindful of the time, so let's move to the second topic, which is how can startups leverage a constant stream of new technologies? Every day something new is happening. So how do you really keep pace with what's changing, and how do you ensure growth and sustainability? So may I request Ronnie Banerjee to give his perspective.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Ronnie and I'm not a techie. But I'm privileged to be a part on several forums wherein every fortnight I come across at least 5 such startups or such innovators who pitch in front of us. We are a mini Shark Tank there. So while you were mentioning $100 billion and coming to the topic which you have said, you will see that today, in today's startup ecosystem, you talk to anybody who is already a startup or wants to be a startup, that why do you want to do it, boss? So it's just like 3 things comes up. एक unicorn बनना है, दूसरा वैल्यू क्रिएट करना है, और तीसरा बोलता है फंड रेज करना है. You ask yourself, exactly these 3 questions come, or these are the 3 things that they say. Now, when you talk about access to technology, why do we want to innovate something which has not been done earlier? If we have to talk about access to technology, it's already there. And especially when we are sitting under this forum, Tech Talent League. So it's all about thinking in a, I would not say right or wrong direction, but an appropriate direction wherein you already have access to that technology, that innovation, that kind of invention that is happening, but they are not reinventing the wheel. The wheel is there. Like, instead of sharing my opinion or deliberate upon from such a platform, because I have been made privileged to hold this mic, I would rather like to throw 3-4 questions as thought triggers, and let's think around that as we go away from this forum, because this would not conclude our kind of deliberations. Say for example, if you have to talk tech, why can't you talk of a tech that can happen around menstrual hygiene? Why can't you talk about a tech which can happen about basic financial literacy? Why can't you talk about a tech? And that tech has to be as easy as scanning an UPI, this thing, QR code. Can we not think around them? Why do we have to think of something which is above the sky? Like, I'm also one of the mentors at IIT Kanpur. So what my colleague Nikhil was also saying in the last panel, that we are all chasing AI, ChatGPT, and of late in the last 1 year, what we have learned from ChatGPT is just one word called delve, which is not there in conclusion, which was not a part of our vocabulary earlier. So why are we chasing for something new? Why can't we talk about that traditional thing which they have done in Tamil Nadu? Why can't we think about those smallest of the small innovations that are happening every day? And there are larger problems to solve beyond becoming an unicorn, beyond raising your value or creating your value or getting your venture capitalist invest because they want to exit when your value is created. So that's my take, sir, going forward.
Yeah. It's a very contra type
yeah,
of
it
perspective.
is. I beg your pardon, but
yeah,
it is.
Sure, sure.
Thank you so much.
So let me go to now Mr. Gaurav Mathur to give his views.
Hello. So, I represent a very different
probably personality in this room. I'm more closer to the corporate, and as a corporate, I know the talent requirements, the tech talent requirements corporates have today. And on the other side, I'm able to hear and see, the vast amount of talent getting created at the universities. And because there are lack of employment opportunities sometimes, we hear a lot of people and a lot of youngsters, without getting the experience under the belt, they want to start off a startup. And that's where the ideas goes for a toss. So as an organization, I belong to a company called Felix Consulting. What we did is, we have done a forward and backward integration on this. And for example, we went to a rural area in Bangalore called Neelamangala, and there students coming out of colleges, they don't want to leave their homes, but they want good packages, and the corporates are not willing to go to Neelamangala, they are willing to be at Bangalore, right? So I think one of the needs of the hour for access to these students is also the corporates going towards these people, rather than these students coming to the corporates. That's not going to happen all the time. Now, with respect to the availability of technology, how startups can utilize it, a lot of the times I've seen startups, they would be good at one thing. So they would have built a product, but they don't know how to market it. They would not have a good sales team to do that for them. But technology today is available to help you do your website very quickly. If you, for example, use the Wix as a platform, it already has AI which can help you build images dynamically, help you create presentations, help you do websites very fast. You've got a Canva. And if you look at the technology partner today, My Anatomy, I was just seeing their slides here. They already have a talent platform which is there. So you don't need to, as a startup, when you're choosing a technology, you have to decide between whether you make it or you buy it, right? So it is suggested that you should buy a technology which is available and then make things around it. You don't need to, you don't need to go and sit and make a financial management application or a manufacturing application. As an organization, Felix has been collaborating with a lot of startups and taking their solutions to the manufacturing sector. So build, you should look at, while adopting it for yourself, you should initially buy what is there. There is a Tally, there is a Canva, there's so many solutions, and then build solutions around it for your own company. And if you are a startup who wants to go to the, the corporates, then also these technologies are very helpful. So I think access to the technology is all there. You probably need to have some guru or some mentor who guides you on, how to control your operating costs. And we are happy to collaborate with a lot of universities here, so that we can bridge that gap between the corporate and the academia which is being available here.
I think that's a very valid perspective. But I personally feel that, say, if you're a startup and things are changing. So just look at the world which was before November of 2022, before ChatGPT hit the scene. There are a lot of companies which were having a business model which was around writing tools and creativity and all these advertisements and things like that. That world got suddenly upended because of ChatGPT. In fact, many of these startups went out of business because of this. So I feel that either the incubator or at least some agency should be doing something like strategic foresight continuously, looking at where technology is heading and being able to advise these startups and make them aware of how things are shifting, because you are so caught up in the day-to-day of the startup that sometimes you miss, those things which are changing very fast. So perhaps there is a role there which is missing at the moment, which needs to be introduced.
No, you're perfectly right. So that's why I said, do your research, get a guru, get a mentor, right? Maybe you've not seen the world, and there are a lot of products already out there, right? So use it and research on it before you really jump into it. And having a mentor is very important. A lot of the startups are very passionate entrepreneurs, but then they should realize that there is somebody out there who can also guide them towards the bigger world.
Thank you. So now let's move to the third topic, and this is the last topic for today, which is looking at business development, legal and globalization perspectives for startups. So let me start first with Abhilasha Malik. over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here as a part of this esteemed panel. To clarify, I'm not a lawyer, and no, we are not a law firm. I represent the Mayor of London here in India. We are his office, his economic and development agency, I look after entire Northern India. Now, over the course of the last year and more, I've had the fortune of working very closely with a lot of incubators, accelerators across the country to really understand that where is this very strong Indian startup story now headed. And we've just heard from everybody that truly today, the Indian startup ecosystem is phenomenal and is only exponentially growing. Now, all of this growth finds great alignment beyond borders. And I can specifically say this for the city that I speak of, and that is London. So London today has in the last 1 year, recorded 100 FDI projects, and 29% of them, which is the highest, have come as inward investment from India. So today we are the top investors into London. And what makes us really, what is it about London that finds favor with a lot of Indian startups? So besides the fundamentals, and when I say fundamentals, I mean regulation, I mean policy, I mean, from the right sort of talent to clients to funding to customers, besides the actual fundamentals, there are the intangibles. And with intangibles here, I refer to the sheer values, the warmth, and the welcome that any Indian company or any Indian startup, irrespective of size, today a startup today will be an MSME tomorrow and later a company. So despite all of that, it is what makes London extremely attractive and a hotbed for Indian companies today, which are actively looking at expanding beyond borders. And that's where we come in. So, like Gaurav said, that there's this mentoring that is needed, this little gap that you find. So you have your idea, you've had your startup, you have everything in place, you've been able to identify your niche, depending on the technology sector that you come from. And now comes the second part of it, where you don't know everything that lies beyond borders, or, there's a market, there's an ecosystem, there is a setup that you're not as aware of. And that's where we come in. So we play an extremely pivotal role in hand-holding and in taking you to, through the regulation, helping you navigate the entire ecosystem that awaits you there. And, sort of will make you feel as an extension of this wonderful idea and this, dream that you have. So taking on from there and knitting it all together. But if you speak of global perspectives, where the Indian startup story is going, I think it's going extremely strong. And Mr. Chaudhary and I were discussing earlier where he said, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world is one family. So I look at even technology, even the startups, the entire ecosystem as one close thing coming together globally. So the Indian story holding very strong and London coming very closely and, sort of growing together in that space.
So Abhilasha, just a question to you. After Brexit, now what has happened is that the European market is not accessible, say, if you locate in London. So how do you deal with that? What is your pitch on that for a startup?
The good thing is I don't need a pitch. Brexit happened a long time ago, and the London story has stood very, very strong. I mean, we've emerged very resilient, and a simple example is last year alone we had about 31 Indian companies set up in London. Speaking specifically of artificial intelligence, not just India, but nearly about, I think, more than 1,500 odd leading AI companies are headquartered in London. So despite, putting Brexit aside, even funding, London alone has twice the amount of funding, UK has twice the amount of funding as compared to any European city. So London opens doors to not just entire Europe, but also emerging markets. So it's one of those places, where you're headquartered to sort of then, it's not just about growing into London, but it's also growing in London and then growing from London. So, as a springboard to the rest of the world, which then lies open for you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Sudan,
yes.
Business doesn't have any borders. For politicians, political borders will be there. For business people, I don't think there is any border. Whether they are in London or India or wherever it is, I mean, they can do the business, particularly in the internet world. That is the reason why our India Startup Foundation, we transformed that into International Startup Foundation. As she was mentioning, the world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Wherever startups are there, we are there to help them. And they also need India market. India also need their market. So it is a collaborative effort.
True, true.
Yes, but just adding to that, sorry. Yeah. This, I have never looked at trade in all of this time. I've never looked at trade from just one perspective of, a lot of times I'm asked, is it inward or outward? And my response is a very simple one, that all good trade flourishes both ways. And it is set to flourish both ways. So not just that, it's one family and this thing, but you find warmth. The minute a startup, the minute a company, the minute a founder finds two things. First is understanding his thought and idea, and second is where is his journey headed? What is it that he's seeking? The minute you're able to understand that perspective, you're able to bring to him what it is that he's actually looking for. And I think that is something now, whether it is, in India or whether it is in London, and when it is in London and how it is where we come in. So that is the sort of thing I see.
So there is just one perspective to what Mr. Chaudhary said. What we are seeing internationally is that cross-border data flows are being restricted. More and more countries are expecting data to be locally resident, especially where it comes to personal data. Now, if you look at the European Union, so the data can flow across countries within that block, whereas outside of that block, then it becomes a problem. So what I feel is that as startups in the future will have to increasingly have to face this problem of restrictions on cross-border data flows, which is going to upset some of the business models which are available out there.
So lawyers like her can make more money out of it.
Right, exactly. So, okay, this was great. Now because this whole conference is about talent and about, how it sort of impacts on the startup system and incubators and accelerators, let me now go to Mr. Piyush Garg and see what is his perspective on all that has been discussed from an academic institution point of view.
Thank you. With that, I would like to add the legal perspective as well, if
okay.
you permit. Okay,
sure.
So everyone was talking that I'm not a lawyer,
Keep it closer.
I'm a lawyer as well.
Excellent.
And with utmost regards to the co-panel members, I would like to interact with their audience. Hello, Delhi. A warm greetings in this cold weather. Till the time we don't talk about AI, someone doesn't seem to be educated enough. And I'm not. So can someone actually help me understand what is the difference between AI and ethical AI? Since morning, we have been actually hearing this term very common. Ethical AI and AI. At times, things seem very complicated, but they are very simple. Okay? What is the legal age to marry in India? 18? 21. And what is the legal age to have a consensual sex? It's 18. Ethics and legal. So we can have a consensual intimacy at the age of 18, but we can marry at the age of 21. So this is the difference between ethical AI and AI.
Interesting. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, very frequently we talk about the frameworks and the legal safeguards which any government should work on. We all are pioneers in our domain. Can someone help me understand when we're talking about next gen, in the present generation, which are the legal safeguards which are available to us if any infringement happens or if anything wrong happens in AI? Most probably the answer would be that the government is working on it and the government should protect it, right? Nobody talks about the Information Technology Act 2000. Nobody talks about the DPDA 2023, Digital Privacy and Data Protection Act. Nobody talks about the constitutional safeguards. Can the next generation of incubators and accelerators move to the next level without having the strong founding blocks, without having the strong fundamentals? What it will take. Whenever we talk about startups, ek AI hua, next, if we don't talk about the unicorns, we don't actually have the vision. I strongly believe that the next generation of disruption will actually come only with 4 C's: collaboration, cross-culture, cross-domain, and cross-skilling. As one of our renowned speakers in her previous session said, culture eats breakfast for the strategy. Eats strategy for the breakfast. What works in the south does not work in the north. When I say collaboration, how can I actually replicate Mr. J. Chaudhary and Mr. Srinivas and other panel members across to India, to my startups who are in tier 3 cities? And I'm saying this when I'm actually the vice president of a university having 2,900 patents granted to me. And where is this university? In tier 3 city. Second largest in the world. 247 private registered startups with us. 247. Most of my co-panel members said, we need more infusion of funds. I would say most of these 247 startups who are incubated with me, part of my student community, they are making the marks without even having the 5 lakhs of basic investments with them. And 6 of them this week are going to represent in the grand finale at IIT Mumbai. And all of them are working on the social impact. Assistive technologies for the deaf and mute, rural empowerment, employment generation. So instead of actually seeking the ROI, that is the return on investment, the next generation of startups and incubators should focus on self-sustainability, should focus on self-empowerment, and ROI, which is defined as return on impact. The impact which I have done on the society as an entrepreneur, as a founding director. So that is where I see that this collaboration, cross-domain skilling, cross-domain technologies, and cross-cultural collaboration will be the founding pillars of the next generation startups and incubators.
Thank you very much.
I think what they say is when you come on stage, you should always pick up a cue from your previous speaker. I cannot do anything what he did. But just to introduce myself, my name is Nitin. I represent Google Cloud. I'm with my colleague Sanjay Kathuria there. We both are relatively new to Google Cloud. It's not a very old organization in terms of, well, Google has been there for quite some time. The cloud business is not that old. So, I mean, most of the people in India are like 3 or 4 years in the Indian market. But what has been happening is we've been working with education a lot. And along with education, when the word tech comes in, that's where I think the transformation happens. Now, whether it's an edtech working with the student at home or an edtech working with the student in his or her college or school, I think the solutions are always centered around the student. And in the process, there are multiple stakeholders to be worked with, which is the school administration, the teachers, the entire support staff, the parents. So how do you kind of get all of them? Because transformation will happen to the student when these stakeholders also understand how does tech influence them or how do they apply tech. They may not know. For example, when I did my engineering in like 96, believe me, I mean, the only access, or when I passed out in school in 92, I mean, the computer lab was only available for playing 1 or 2 games, that's it, nothing else. Even in engineering, while we were taught how to program, but we were asked to write the code in the paper, and the compilation happened just by checking. So I think the world has progressed a lot from there. Now what I'm about to talk to you is mostly on 2 parts. One, how is Google, when I say Google, not just Google Cloud, how is Google looking at education? Second, a little bit about AI, but then more importantly, how do we want to engage with colleges, universities? Largely, this is aimed at higher ed. And in the process, how do we engage with companies who want to work with these colleges or universities? So that will be the theme. Okay, so if you look at, when we look at education and we look at our products, what we offer, there are 4 key pillars which come to that. The first is access. And access is to devices, whether it is to Wi-Fi, and it is equitable access, so that every student or every teacher has access in his or her campus or at home. The second is working with educators to adopt whatever technologies used to be accessed, whether it is a Chromebook, a laptop, a smart board. So that's where the capability comes in. The third pillar is content. Now, we are not into content, but yes, we have platforms where content is being created, like YouTube is there, or there are companies which create content using our tools on our devices, and that content needs access as well as capability. And the last thing is, if technology is going to be used, you need to be able to measure it in some way or the other. Is it adding benefit to teachers? Is it adding benefit to students? What's in it for the institute or for the parents? And then not just measure, but also be able to take corrective action. Like all students' learning curve might be very different. Now, for a teacher in a standard class of 35 to 40 students, it is very difficult. But can technology come to the aid and provide that analytics? So that's where I think we are looking at technology as Google to play a role. And we are partnering with different organizations who are building solutions, and also some taking our solutions to the educators. So that is how we look at education here, not just here, but across the world. And we've been working, like I said, there is a Google for Education team, which is a different team, which works with both K-12 and higher ed, both private and public schools. So that is a different team, but we work very closely with them. Now, coming to AI. Now, AI has been there for quite some time. It's just that the buzzword came out when maybe some of the platforms came out where Gen AI and some of the platforms like GPT and BART came out where it became a very common buzzword. But AI has been around for some time now. Now, for example, if you in your respective school, college, or for example in your organizations have used any Chromebook or any Chrome product or any Gmail suite, you've been looking at predictive text. So that is some form of AI where it is predicting what do you want to write. Where the crux of it is, does it help to boost your productivity, and does it give you, as an educator and as a student, to express yourself? You might not be good at speaking. Now, you might not be good at typing also. So can technology, when you speak, can it type it out for you? So can it be expressive? That is what we are looking at AI to play a role. Now, there are different, I won't take all examples, but there are different institutes and different edtech companies who are working on different productivity suites. Now, why I'm sharing with all this of you is because there is things happening in India. If you want to know about them, work about them, do reach out to Chinmay and us. We'll be willing to work with you in that area, where you can help boost creativity and productivity amongst your students and teachers. Now, as a different example, there is a company, there is an institute which came to us. They said we have to reduce the assessments. Now, this institute is not a accredited institute, it's a training institute. They train for IAS students. But they say that there is so much of assessment, written assessment, which we have to assess. It becomes difficult. How can AI help solve that? So we are working with another organization, a partner of ours, to convert that written document into digital and using the learnings of the educators, how do they assess? Building a logic for that and letting AI do the first round of assessment. Okay, so that has significantly improved the or reduced the time for teachers on pure assessment. So now 90% of the assessment happens there. The last 10% comes to the actual teachers. So that again is an example of where productivity is increased, and that also helps not only the teacher but even the students, because some of these institutes, they take weekly tests and they have to, or they take tests on an alternate basis. So they have to give that results also quickly back to the students. So this is another form where AI is being used. It's not that it will be used in the future, but it is being used today. Similarly, if you look at innovation at, now there are universities, I remember my university, mine was a state university in Goa, but there are private universities today who have, and I saw the gentleman from Chitkar, I'm not sure if he's here, but I had visited their institute, I think in 2017 or 18, and he talked about that entrepreneurship lab, and I've seen that lab. In fact, they are one of the private universities who started using technology earlier on. Now, even for them, the issue was students kept on demanding more and more. Like someone asked that, what do you do with technology? It keeps changing. Now that required huge amount of processing power. Ultimately, what that means for an institute owner is, if you ask Mohit Chitkara, what does he feel? He'll say, okay, I'll have to put up another lab, I'll have to put up another physical infrastructure. Today, there are companies available with us, like Unicloud, where you can take digital labs. Why do you want to put up that infrastructure at your premise? Now, those are high computing labs. Give that access to the student, give him some tokens, so you're saved from all that cost of maybe savings on your infrastructure, but more importantly, it is on demand, and demand is, again, it can be either during, after college hours, or it could be during one specific time of the year. So you can then accordingly use that power, rather than investing everything in yourself. So that's what, and that will help drive innovation also. Because if you see some of these incubators, you walk up to the students, I mean, they are open till 8, 9, 10 in the night. That's when they're actually doing that stuff. So using technology also helps in innovation. So from that perspective, I think a lot of universities are looking at how do they adopt cloud? How do they adopt the power of cloud to drive innovation? And AI is a part of it. This is a very important one. Not only institutes, every edtech we talk to, who is an edtech who is into skilling of students, especially school students and college students, where there is a set curriculum and you have to teach that curriculum in that specific period of time. But you know that the students need more of you. So how do you replace yourself? So almost every edtech out there, or every institute who has their own content, they are figuring out, can we create a teacher assistant for the teacher? Can that workload? Now, assistant comes in two forms. One, can the admin load be reduced? Second, can the admin load, I mean, is setting up the question paper, doing the assessments. The second thing is, if the teacher is not available, how do I then replicate access to student that he or she is still talking to that teacher? So that is where I think this large language models are coming into play. You must have heard of GPT or BARD, but those are consumer models. Now, someone talked about data privacy. Someone talked about ethical AI. That's where I think you'll need to figure out, if you have your own content, you can use that content to train your own model and give access to that model to students, your own students. What that will ensure is, one, your data is protected. Second, you're giving access to students only for that data. So if the student asks to that data, who is Salman Khan, the model will not answer. So it is very relevant to your data set. And you can do that. Now the issue is, you can come to Google and say, why don't you take that? Now, there's data available in NCERT, there's data available in AICTE, but that's a gray area. We don't have rights to use that data to train our models. But if you have right to your own data, your own notes, your own IP, your own videos, teachers' videos or content, that data can be used. If you have those rights, we can help you train your models and deploy it in a very efficient way. That becomes as a secondary teacher. Now that could be a text-based or that could be a voice-based. There is an edtech who's wanting to replicate himself or herself, star teachers, to do that. That is where AI is going to help. That, again, the advantage is access available to student beyond classrooms or school hours from the teacher in a very safe environment. That student may not ever raise his or her hand in classroom, but on his or her device, they'll be open to ask questions and get a reply because they know that they're in the safe zone. No one will question them, oh, you don't know this. So I think AI can be used in multiple ways. This is another interesting area where we are working with a lot of, again, edtech and education institutes to build their data models for a virtual teacher or an assistant teacher. Now, what could an ideal institution be like? It is the same thing which you have been doing, that students should get personalized access. That is where they will perform their best. Teachers should spend more time, maybe less time on admin stuff or checking papers, more time on assessing students, okay, where does a student need help, what are the really tough topics. But for that, what support you need is, that's where tech helps you, is giving you that analysis. Okay, now there is a company, again, I won't name the company because they are working with the NDA with us, but what they're trying to do is, if they want to see how many students have enrolled, how many are likely to clear a complete course. And this is not a free course. This is a very expensive 2-year to 4-year paid courses. But it is a hybrid course. But what they want to do is, because the students are learning in a hybrid environment, that means there are some 4 days or 5 days, 3 days a week they might be at home, 1 day they might come for a lecture. But they want technology to assist because they're recording everything. When I say recording, all the things, whether what questions are going, what is the answer sheets coming in, they want analysis to be done, which student is likely to drop out or which student might not understand this concept, and that intervention has to go automatically to the respective teacher. So this they're doing not just for that, but they're doing it for the business side also. How many students are hitting our website? Which pin codes are hitting our website? How many are going up to the payment stage and coming back? So they also want to know, if they release some offers, what is the ROI on that? Someone talked about ROI. So this can help you in both ways, as an institute or even as an edtech. So I think that is what I think we are working with a lot of companies on, a lot of edtech companies in India. And believe me, there are a lot of smart chaps here, and you'll agree to that. Some of the colleges have their own students also helping create some of these models for them, working with edtechs. Now, I wanted to show a quick video about Workspace. It is a very powerful video. There's a new product we've launched, Duet AI. It's a 2-minute video, but it's I think it'll talk about, I won't talk about Workspace. It's a good video to just see how AI is being used in a very, which can be used in everyone's device.
So this is about workspace and how AI can help, whether it is, and you saw, I mean, if you're an educator or even a business person, whether it is summarizing all your emails, you're doing a VC, summarizing the notes, making presentations, thank you notes. So some of these things can help you increase productivity. And believe me, this works really well. It's available. You can work, you can order, you can reach out to us. A lot of companies who are using Workspace are moving on to trying this out. How can we use this in our work environment? Now, that is about AI. I won't talk about Workspace. You've seen the video. Now I want to switch gears and see that how do we want to reach out to institutes and along with our partner edtech companies. So, like I said, we have an education team who reaches out to institutes, both public and private. We have a DevRel team which goes out specifically to technical institutes where they want to teach programming, and they've been going out for many years. You must have seen some of you, if you're from the academia, some of you might have Google ambassadors on your campus who are Android champions, so that is one team. There is another team which specifically goes out for cloud, and there's another team which goes out for hackathons. So as Google, we said, let's maybe create a program. It is an engagement program. Again, it has started with universities, but we might come out with a version for schools also next year. How do we get universities to work with us, or both ways? Where it is not just about one specific thing of buying our product and using it, but having a longer relationship. So for that, what we did is we tied up with one of our distributors in India, Reddington, and they tied up with about 30, 40 partners who work with universities. They might be your suppliers for computer equipment, they might be your suppliers for maybe content or some way or the other, basically where you have a financial transaction with them, because you also needed them to do that day-to-day hand-holding. Through them, we launched this program called Digital Campus on Google Cloud. Now, what was the need for it? Because, and I know the theme was more incubators, startups. This is where actually the startups start actually. I mean, most of the ideas come in college, right? So, what is happening in India also is cloud computing is going up. Now, you saw the recently concluded G20 summit also. I don't know if how many of you saw where the Prime Minister did a session with the security agency, the Delhi police. And one of the, I'm not sure if she was a lady constable or inspector, but she said that she was interacting with the Turkish Prime Minister's wife and she didn't know anything, they didn't understand each other's language. But they were using that app where she was speaking in Hindi and the Prime Minister's wife on the other side was getting her messages in her Turkish language and vice versa. So if you see, government also is going in a big way to use cloud computing. Private, it is there. What that is creating is a whole demand for roles. Now those roles are multiple roles, not just technical, there are architecture roles, there are sales roles. So cloud computing is here to stay, it is only going to grow. So what we are working is, okay, can we work with these universities and do a certification also for them? So one is where we are bringing in a learning team, offering content, curriculum, which you can tailor according to your needs. And we look at an assessment and a certification so that students also have an alternate when they want to apply for. So these are the 3 or 4 things we thought about. And we said, how do we package this well? Sorry. So no need to take the details. I'll give you the website link. So what we said is, okay, let's look at 3 sets of universities. Universities which have, let's say, standalone, which have up to 1,000 students, then 1,000 to 3,000, and maybe 3,000 and above up to 10,000 plus, because large campuses will need a different kind of engagement. So we brought in everything, something for everyone. Now, obviously, yes, and those are the workspace licenses. But then, apart from workspace licenses, which universities will use, we will also give for the students credits to, like I said, to test out these labs, credits for testing out whatever they're learning on cloud, that labs, certification courses, and also there will be, so that's for the students. The other thing is the DevRel team will also conduct hackathons for these universities as this program expands. We are also looking at, since there are a lot of companies adopting Google Cloud in India, and the government also. We want to bring those companies in a room. We did this in September in Bangalore, and we got students who are learning cloud courses on GCP onto one room. We call that a job fair. These are fourth-year students. So there were some 100 plus small companies we brought who are adopting cloud, who needed freshers, and then we brought students. So we want to do these job fairs also. So there's something in it for everyone. There's something for teachers, there's certification courses, there's something in it for students, obviously, where there's certified courses, access to hackathons, job fairs. For the institute also, this is a co-branded program. So yes, there will be PR around this. Now we are wanting the universities to apply to this, and because there's a lot of commitment from our side also to make this happen in the university, but there's lot of commitment from the university also to ensure are they willing to do this. Now you may be a tech university, you may not be a tech university. And we launched this in September with Economic Times. Some of the universities which have come up are into liberal arts, but they want to teach cloud. So we've seen those kind of requests also coming in. So this is the program we are launching. Now the other thing which we are also doing is, as these universities are coming and will come on board on this, there will be solutions which they will need. Now some universities might need a solution on maybe how do we get more students? So we need a better outreach program on marketing, or we need a better assessment solution, or we need a digital library solution. That's where the edtechs come in. So we're also working with technology companies to come and work with us along with these universities. If you have a solution running on Google Cloud, which can be used by a university on campus or their students, come talk to us. So that we take that whole package to the university. So there are a few companies, MyAnatomy is one of them, whom we work closely with. There are a few others listed here. I won't go into details, but that is the idea. So to get you access not just to our technology and our courses, but to get you access to problems which have been solved for the education ecosystem by other tech companies. And if you're willing to transact with them, do that independently. We have nothing to do in that. It's just that we're bringing all of that onto one platform. So that is the engagement model, what we've kind of started this with. We are seeing good traction. So we thought it will be a good opportunity to come and talk to all of you about this. There is a website, this QR code you can scan, but I'll send Chinmay all the details. You can reach out, and there is a dedicated website to this. As we build this community, we feel that we should have more and more of these universities. We will start doing some local city events, local city catch-ups across. But we just started this 2 months ago. So we are hopeful that maybe by the next admission cycle, by June, July, there will be a lot of universities which will tie up on this. So that's all I had to share. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day. I'm around here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Delhi. I know long day and heavy lunch, heavy sessions, and lot of information about Google. We can do two things. One is I will leave it to your imagination to Google and find the right answers. We all can go home in 5 minutes. Or we'll get engaged, understand few things about what's going well, what's not going well, what is our responsibility, and what can we do together. So are we all game? Hello? Good evening. Now half of them are asleep. I need a lot of energy because I come all the way from Bangalore. Delhi temperature is very cold. Good evening. Thank you. When Chinmay told me about covering multiple aspects in one presentation, we are constrained by time. I will run the slides literally like Usain Bolt speed. And I would want you to just keep your eyes wide open and absorb as much as possible. This is the agenda. India, the world, the trends, and the future of industry-academia collaboration. Quick statistics about India. I'm very, very proud of. I can spend an hour on this and helping you understand why India is the best place happening on the earth right now and why everybody needs to be in India. People are going all over the world. But trust me, if there's one place which is thriving in this ever-changing world, that's Mother India. And we're very glad to be in Delhi. Imagine 570 million people on social media. Never heard of. Morning, my dear friend Dr. Sitaram talked about India producing 1.4 million engineers. Collectively, America and China together, if you put all the engineers they produce, we are far better than them. They still don't match to our numbers. So India is all about scale. It's about managing the complexity. Look at the digital payments that India is making. 350 million transactions happening on digital payments. Right, now more information for you. The last line is very important. Asia, if you look at the number of people, English-speaking population in Asia is 460 million plus. Out of that, if I talk to you about India, more than 50% is in India. When I talk about Asia, India is the largest Asia. I may allow to say so, right? So, why I'm showing this to you? The country is full of land of opportunities. What I'm saying is, we have no doubt, not the third, I think we will be the largest and the biggest economy in the next 5-7 years. We are talking about 2050. I think India will be the third largest economy very soon. It won't take time till 2047 or 2050, but I think India will be the hub for every possible thing on the earth. Be it human capital, be it students, be it talent, be it opportunities, everything. India is the epicenter. India produces 24,000 PhDs in a year. Tell me which country produces so many? Morning you're talking about India is the 5th country in the world in terms of publishing research and filing patents. People thought India is only a country of huge population. Today we have become the intellectual capital of the world. And we are not stopping here. I think the sky is not the limit for us as a country, but we have challenges ahead. We are leading the techno-innovation, and on the left side, pay attention to that India stack. I don't know how many of you are aware. We have 1.4 billion people on Aadhaar platform. Every day, close to 200 million transactions happen on Aadhaar platform. Seamless, without a hitch. One example that I'm showing, there are several of them. And this country is going at a rocket speed. We're talking about Vande Bharat train. I think this is faster than most of them actually. When the G20 came to India, the India hosted as a president country, many of the world leaders were taken to some markets in Delhi. And they witnessed the digital payments by a local vegetable vendor. The so-called evolved economies in Europe fell off. When in America, even today, you go for a vaccination shot, they give you a written paper. India, digitally, it comes on your phone. That's the power of India Stack. I want all of you to remember this and talk about this to everybody in your home, in your college, in your neighborhoods. People should be aware of what India has produced for all of us. Now, I think I talked about it already. There is India's first solar-powered airport. Fully 100% solar-powered airport in India. It comes from south of India, in Kerala, right? So we already talked about Chandrayaan, MOM mission, and then we also have Aditya now. So no stopping this country. I already showed you this number, 500 million plus youth, 200 million plus English speaking, just fine. Now, the future of work, I think I was talking to some of my colleagues in the afternoon. Some companies are saying permanently forever work from home. Some companies are saying, if possible, please work. Yeah? Some companies are saying few days at least work karo yaar. Yeah? Kuch to do, salary to milega. But I think the issue is, thanks to pandemic, we have unearthed a whole new world of work. And that brings enormous opportunities and challenges. Remote, work from home, work from anywhere, work from office, work from Timbuktu, work from beaches. Yeah, it's infinite possibilities today, right? I think I'm making a bold statement. In this country, in future, we will have no concept of retirement. We will also not have concept of permanent employment. I'm saying there will be concept of power of volunteerism. I want to volunteer to work with Mr. Negi's organization for the next 3 months. After that, I will see what I will do. For next 3 months, I will work with Chinmay's company. It's not going to be a permanent contract. It's going to be volunteerism is going to come in because gig economy is big. Imagine if now people talked about moonlight. Let's forget moonlight for a moment. Let's talk about gig. This is a huge unorganized sector which is there. If we bring them together, the intellect capital of the country will just go multifold. So I'm saying non-traditional models will emerge from an employment standpoint. And when we did a survey, again, we did not do this survey, one of the leading institution in the country, a consulting company did a survey with people, 75% of them wants to work from home forever. We are struggling, we are trying to call people to Bangalore. We are getting all kinds of reasons, like Nani mar gayi, Nana marne wala hai, bachcha hone wala hai, kuch aur hone wala hai, 6 months chahiye, 8 months chahiye, agle saal aunga, and so on and so forth. That's the reality, right? So, one suggestion is, let's not be scared about this AI. I think many people are getting scared. I want to give you reassurance. AI is not a threat. For me, AI is an enabler, is a collaborator, is a partner. If we use them, the technology very effectively and wisely. We have to be ready for digital, phygital and global. Yeah, these are new words, phygital and global. So we must be prepared for all of these things. We also talked about if you are forcing people to come to office, there is a huge attrition threat. 39% of them are said, we will leave the company if you force us to come to office. So this is about future of work. There's a huge architecture which is already built in. I don't want to dwell on it because I'm standing between me and my flight at 8 o'clock. Now, the future of skills, this is a big challenge for all of us. We are saying many organizations are grappling with this so-called midlife crisis of the talent. There are people who are 40 plus, there are who are less than 50. And they have done some kind of work, they joined the industry 20 years ago, they have done certain things, now they don't know where to go. There's a huge crisis coming up. About 40% of them in the Indian IT industry today, of the 5 million plus workforce we're talking about, 40% needs upskilling, reskilling, otherwise vanish from the door. There are big challenges happening, right? So we have to learn to learn. This is the biggest skill that we need to teach people today. How to learn, we don't know. Forget what to learn. Learning to learn is the biggest skill. So how do we do it? What do we do about it? Where do we teach them? Where do we start? So there are a lot of these questions that are there in my mind. Academia is actually playing a massive role in building country's intellectual capital because academia is preparing the future of this country. Academia is not only preparing the future of this country, but they're also creating the future for the world because world's working capital is in India. Because we are a young country in an aging world, there are many working population around the world because India's average is about 33, 34 years. Whereas other countries are 45, 55 and 60 and so on and so forth. So truly academia is doing a great honor by building intellectual capital for the world. You have a big role to play. What it means is you must also be ready to reinvent yourself. If you don't reinvent, you will not be relevant in this world because world is coming to India. The global academic institutions are knocking at our door because the government liberal policies, everybody wants to come to India. Today we are not worried about FDI. FDIs are waiting, so when can we come? Because markets are so high today, they are not able to enter. Similarly, if academia, Indian academia cannot reinvent itself, we will be giving a biggest opportunity and we will be losing the opportunity from our hands. Now, these are the countries who are facing the greatest skill shortages. Okay, this is, look at India is on the top. So we have a challenge. I'm talking about skill deficiency in every sector. Talk about organized, unorganized, automotive, any sector you name, there are issues. And we have, as an academicians, as industry people, to think about how do we help to bridge this gap rapidly in a war footing basis. Because if we can't do it, we will lose the race, we will lose the game. Right, so now I am giving you some more availability of data state-wise. Skill availability state-wise. Again, when I was looking at preparing this presentation, I thought this is very relevant for you. It will help you where you stand. Some of them may not be in the sheet here. But for us to figure out where do we look at the talent landscape across the country. This is from the India Skills Report 2023. The world of AI has already arrived. Next time when you go to office, if at all you go to office, you will find your neighbor, not a human being, a bot will be sitting there and doing the job 200 times faster than what you do on a given day. So I call it as a Hubo world. It's a combination of humans and bots. I call it as a Hubo world. So get ready for a Hubo world actually as we enter the future of AI and the world of AI. One more interesting data which will scare the hell out of all of us. If you're hiring for the talent for the 2030, you don't know what job descriptions exist. If you hire somebody today for the job that doesn't exist, you don't even know the definition of the job in 2030. So how will you do your talent planning? What will you look for in the talent? Is it AI, machine learning, Python? Yeah, it will vanish in the next real time, I'm telling you. When I entered the industry, technology was changing once in 3 years. Today it is changing once in 3 days. The number of mobile phones that are coming into the world, somebody was telling me Apple 15 Pro Max, 5 billion phones were dispatched from India to the exported. 5 billion phones. So look at the technology which is coming in. So you have to look for what do you prepare for the future. How do you create the talent for the future, not knowing what jobs will be there. That's the challenge for industry and academia. Right. Now, this is the AI stack. I'm sure all of you know because I shouldn't be showing this, but I wanted to get the connection for all of you. But the more important is in the top right corner of the slide. The need of the hour is not the only AI. If you forget HI, probably will be missing the biggest enabler of AI. Human intelligence with artificial intelligence. End of the day, you are creating the artificial intelligence, right? So don't ignore the human intelligence. The potential of human mind is actually infinite. So the idea is how do you create a blend of HI and AI to build the skills for the future? Right. Again, this is more about AI. A lot of people have spoken about. I want you to just absorb this slide for about 30 seconds, and then I'll go to the next one. But the important here is you can fulfill the 50% of the talent needs by your existing talent by using something called an URL method. Upskill, reskill, and enable people to learn. It's very, very important, right? So we talked about VR, MR. Today, the medical field is using some of this technology, virtual technology, virtual realities to educate in the field of medicine because people are not finding enough resources, so they're using AR, VR and MR for the advancement in the medical field. Now, what are the realities of academia? Sorry, please, I hope nobody has a tomato and potato and all of that stuff, right? So, I'm trying to talk to you about the realities of our current landscape that we have in academia. We are continue to deliver 19th century content, 20th century methodology, pedagogy, people who learned from their forefathers, teachers who learned from their teachers, continue to do the same thing even today. But you are engaging with the 21st century's talent who has attention span of not more than 7 minutes. Every 7 minutes you have to reconnect with the student. You don't even look at the student, you keep writing at the blackboard, and then nobody will be there in the classroom and so on and so forth. So how do you do that? I call it as ADS syndrome. Our youth has got this ADS syndrome today, attention deficiency syndrome. Easygoing, confused, not committed to the future of themselves or the future of the country or future of the academia. So what will you do? Fully unprepared for the future. Now, academia is not aware of the reality. Maybe you are aware, you are not willing to do anything. Okay? And not prepared for a rapid transformation. How ready are we to embrace change? To understand why change is required and so on and so forth. We are not ready to transition and transform ourselves. A lack of mental ability and agility for change, we already talked about it. Highly theory-centric, not application-oriented, not aligned with the change in technology. We are busy in creating a filled mind. Okay? Semester, examination, 9.5 CGPA, consistency, prepare for interview, push out. It is not the filled mind. You want the formed mind. Well-formed mind is required. Now, future is happening. What do we do? What is our game plan? What can we do? The question that I am asking you is, I think the time has come, if we are ready and we are serious about our profession and our role in shaping the future of the world, I am saying we must be willing to recognize and acknowledge the problem statement. Second one, accept responsibility and accountability for the current situation. We can't blame anybody. You can't blame UGC, AICTE, and Technical University. No, my Vice Chancellor is not allowing, my principal is not allowing, sorry. All those questions are out of the window. We must understand and acknowledge and accept the responsibility of the current situation. Unless we realize the responsibility that we have to shoulder, we will not be able to move forward. Introspect the reasons for the current situation. There is no problem in this world which cannot be solved. Are you with me? Every problem has a solution. And if you want to make, every solution can be a problem also. Right? So that is very important. Evaluate how prepared are you for the change. Many institutions do not have the concept of a HR department or a strategy department or a talent transformation department. We have something called a training and placement officer. Age-old again concept. How are you preparing the entire institution for transformation? Whose job is it? Is it principal's job, placement officer job, HOD's job, or the student's job? Please evaluate preparedness. How ready are we? Commit to working together and start the journey of transformation. It has to come from all of us, industry as well as academia. Understand and learn AI and learn with and from AI. There is a lot of things. This last line is a request actually. You know, it could be university, it could be industry. We all are human beings. We eat salt every day. We have our share of ego. For a larger cause, for a larger responsibility and accountability of building a better society, better world together, we must let go of our ego and let's move forward. So this is the context that I have set here in this room. We have my colleagues from the industry sitting here. We have my friends from academia here. Deborah, can we have some questions? Mentimeter, are you ready? Can we have the questions, please? Okay, what we did is we asked some basic questions to the industry and academia people. Do you think academia is well equipped enough to cater to the requirements of the current times? We asked this question. The question is relevant for all of you as well. We have not cooked up these answers, by the way, please. Okay, next question. We have next question. Still people are responding? Yeah. Come on. Not bad. Okay. There can be many answers. More people can respond. Sure. All right, quickly. I'm hoping one will come here on the left side. Koi to bolo yaar. Koi to bolo. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So the writing is on the wall, my dear friends. As you are saying that we need a real, what I call in my management language, we have an elephant in the room. The idea is that elephant should dance to, what is this latest song, Negi Saab? We have to make the elephant dance. How do we get the elephant to sing and dance to your tunes? Okay, next question we'll try. Okay, next one. Bhayaji. Okay, please look at this question. Is enough support to academia being extended from the industry to create a collaborative ecosystem? Both of you can respond. Industry people also need to respond here. Looks like fixing is happening, huh? Huh? Some fixing is happening. देखेंगे किसके बाजू में ज्यादा है दम, हाँ? हाँ, अब तो आ रहा है. Reality is coming out. No, is it fair question I am asking? Yeah? Are we understanding the problems on hand? Right? So I think time has come. Why are we asking these questions? Why are we creating this ITTL event? Because enough has been said for many, many years. I'm in the industry for the last 27 years. From 2000 onwards, we are talking about industry-academia collaboration. We are like railway track. Strong bond, but we will never converge. We want to go together, never come together. Okay. We have one more question. Okay, do we believe we in this room have a collective mindset and conviction to succeed together? ए भाई जो नो बोल रहे हैं उसको बाहर लेके आओ यार. I'm just saying, my dear friends, the writing is on the wall. If nobody from this room are willing or not willing, will be a decider of our future. If we are anywhere genuinely interested in a great future, for both of us, industry as well as academia, I think now is the time, now or never. I think as we enter into the 12th January, where we celebrate the National Youth Day to commemorate the Swami Vivekananda's birth anniversary. So, are we committing ourselves? Let's see. Now, I think on this, now my friends are there, spread across. I want questions to come, and my colleagues from the industry are here. It will be an open forum. I am not looking at each individual, but please let's have a collective responses from each other and then support each other. Who goes first? Any questions? First we'll take questions from industry. Any questions from industry to academia?
So basically this session is about the industry people, because we have corporate here, we have academia here, and they don't get a chance to meet each other and भड़ास निकालने का है. तो ये सेशन भड़ास निकालने के लिए है. जब कॉलेज के पास कॉर्पोरेट जाते हैं, उनका कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशन होता है, and that expectations are not met. You ask here, let the college people answer, let the college people ask questions. So ये बेसिकली आप समझ लीजिए, आपका अंदर अगर कॉलेज के लिए कोई भड़ास है, कॉलेज वाले इधर हैं, अगर कॉलेज वालों का अंदर कोई भड़ास है निकालिए, या तो एमिकेबली एक सोल्यूशन निकालिए. आई प्ले रोल फॉर बोथ ऑफ देम. So that's what this session is all about. Please. Yes.
Who goes first? Okay. Yes, please, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I have a question for TPOs, if they are also sitting in the speaker area here. Why does everyone have to be a developer or coder or, QA? Why can they not join any other profession? As in, maybe why can't they be part of sales team? Or why do we have this mindset? Why can't we just counsel our, students, or maybe we can tell their parents also to be, to have this mindset that not everybody need to be be a developer. So what, efforts are you guys taking in terms of telling or making your students or, making your students understand? I'm not sure if yeah.
Okay, understood the question. We have two of our experts from the southern part of India, Shastri sir and Vijaya ma'am. Please, give a short answer, okay?
Yeah, counseling can be done, but that doesn't suffice there. There are many assumptions and presumptions for the roles you have and the roles you float for and the roles students apply. We have, student doesn't depend only on training and placement officers' opinion about a company or a role. They have their own opinions. They have their own ecosystem to go to, and many opinions are expressed. And in India, we handhold our children after 19 years also. We handhold till their existence in this world and our existence in this world. Because of that, they'll ask their parents. Parents always feel that they go to some other person, they say which is better. And it all depends on, there's a lot of dependence in this. If you come to a campus like, I represent SRM University, when people come to us, they say, we find most of the students are for marketing, they're really suitable for. Many times I found that many of my students go for marketing, then do their MBA, then go to the leadership roles. There are people who are interested in sales roles also. It is not that they are not interested. I don't feel that. Being see the large pool of students, around 8,000, 10,000 students I address every year after year. I don't see such things because I have a fairly good mix of all others.
Sure.
But they are not dependent on placement officer's opinion here. There's no counseling, no amount of counseling with placement officer or any of these interactions will help them.
Yeah. I think, ma'am, to answer you fairly, I'll give you a 30-second answer. I think it's a question of awareness. Because today we are like blindfolded to IT. And we don't look at anything outside this. There are some universities who have created for competitive examination, further education program, different career paths for people and so on and so forth. I think it's about opening up the windows of opportunity, making students aware of the opportunities available and show them the different career paths. Today they don't know the various career paths and hence, yes.
So what what I'm experiencing right now is we as a team are able to convince these students, you should come and join our BDA, because when it comes to business development is the backbone of any organization, right? If there is no sales, there is no development, there is no growth, there is no revenue. We have to accept the fact whether we want to or not. So we are able to convince these students, this can give you vision, you can be part of our mission and this will give you growth and so on. But when they reach out to TPOs are convinced, okay, this person has done BTech and he wants to be part of your technical team only. So I think both of them, when it comes to students or TPO, they should be on the same page. And I would request, I'm a parent of 2 children, we should also try and make our children or student, make them understand that let's not just wait for a dream job to come, right? Get the opportunity, whatever the opportunity that you're getting, just go and join.
Sure.
And stick to the organization for 6 months. Maybe you'll get if you're really dedicated and doing well, the IGPs are there in the organizations and they'll give you a better opportunity. So just the mindset that I'm a little, unhappy with, the experience that I had with most of the TPOs. Otherwise, we at RNF, want to hire so many freshers, and I think a lot of organizations have freezed their hiring. We're still hiring. So,
sure.
Yeah.
I have one request, I have one suggestion. How many of you are from the industry in this room? Please, can you raise hands, including myself? Can I ask you for one favor? No, one favor. Can I ask one favor for all of you? in the next 90 days, choose a college of your choice, go to each institutions, demonstrate and give a presentation to all the student communities what career options available in your industry. So by that, placement officers will be delighted, students will be informed, and they will make a better choices. Are you with me? Will you commit to me then that you will all go to each one of the colleges of your choice? Say yes.
Yes, absolutely. I mean,
Thank
that's
you.
a very good
Thank you.
idea to
Yes, yes.
incubate here in this session.
Audible? No. Chinmay, take the mic. It's okay.
So every day they see the placement officers day in and day out. I work as a placement officer, I work also industry, having my own company. But what is originally required, what ma'am has said, is two things. One is the reality or the real aspect of it. When you do an assessment for each candidate, make him understand where he stands today, what he can be, what he wants to be, what are the milestones he has to cross to achieve this particular aspirations what he has. That's something is an introspection which is required. But again, as I said, ghar ki murgi dal barabar, when the placement officer, academician, they go and talk, maybe they don't accept it the way it will be accepted when sir has recommended that institutions should come industries should come forward, do such kind of hackathons or some kind of challenges, programs, make them understand. And then, that would make some sense. This is one, input from my side.
They all have
Chinmay
given a
sir.
commitment. Please.
Can I add to the point?
Please make it happen.
Hi everyone, I am Vijaya Mayer, representing CVR College from Hyderabad. What I understand is the kind of hype we have created for development roles. The day one slot, coming in early, June, July, internships, all that is by the industry. If the sales roles can come in as early as the IT company comes in, the ops guys accept, and if that career growth for 2 years, 3 years, because sales role is all about numbers. And are we talking about the same kind of numbers and CTCs to the students who are aspiring for sales role? Matters a lot. At the end of the day, student, whether it is IT or sales, is looking for a good remuneration.
Like equally, I asked the industry people, I have one request to all the academic people. Can you all raise your hands
Yes,
for academic
sir.
people?
Yes.
Forget your placement numbers for a moment.
Not numbers.
No, hold on. Reach out to your industry connects without having any agenda of placements. Call the industry people to your place once a month, 3 hours, industry interaction platform. Let students and industry interact for 2 hours without any agenda, without hidden agenda of you come to day 0, day -1, day -3. Leave that for a moment. Create the opportunity. It's a great question that you asked actually. Please, can you all make an effort?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Committed from our side.
Next question. Any question, please?
Look, sir, hi.
Where? Raise your hand.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can
you
you
got
see
the
my
mic.
hand?
Yeah, lovely.
So this is Anshu. I represent IBM, but I'm actually asking this question to academia to start relooking, because the question that she asked about career pathing, I think even before career pathing, I think industry people are actually looking at how we can start the conversation on skills being a currency, right? We need to move away from the mindset of the educational qualification and the passion and the ability to learn on the job, because now more and more as we are kind of advancing towards technical literacy, we are looking at people who can learn, unlearn, and again learn about what's happening in the industry. So how is it that colleges or universities preparing that mindset, which we call the growth mindset, in the students to be able to take on any challenge and not just focus on gaining a specific role, whether it was development or the specific career path? So how can we initiate those conversations around skills? And I think a lot of companies like us are actually opening the avenues for the newer students by providing a lot of certifications in each of those skills that I've talked about.
Sure. Anybody from academia would like to take this question?
Sir, I would like to add a point to...
No, hold on, sir, hold on.
Sir,
Anybody from this part of the
Dr.
country?
Raj Hota, Dean, SOA, Deemed University, Bhubaneswar.
Mr. Nagana,
I have few questions which remain unanswered.
Can you be a little loud, please? We can't hear you.
I have few questions which still
No. There is a question asked. You have to answer the question. No question to a question. We'll come back to you. First, give the answer to the question. Did we get the question right?
Which question?
Sir, answer.
Yeah.
Is it, yeah, you want to answer?
Anybody?
I was thinking that she was asking.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
the industry.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. I am Dr. Surendra, representing NRI Institute of Technology and General Secretary for APTPO Consortium.
No, respond to the question, please.
Yes, sir. And the question what ma'am has asked, because the people entering into the academia with a mindset, and there are lot many technologies, the students are confused and landing up with some technology, and then end of the day, the dynamic changing in the technology make the student not applicable to once he graduate from this thing. As ma'am has said, the new education policy now insisting us to go with certifications, internship, closely working with the industry, that problem will be solved within a short period of time, ma'am. Because the intention is keep on changing very frequently, so the student is confused with the technology. X company will take one technology, Y company will take one technology. End of the student who has to choose which technology and landing up with nowhere. He has become a master of all the skills, a jack of all skills, a master of none. That's what my opinion.
Okay, Negi sir, you have any expert comments? Advice, suggestion?
I have a point.
Hold on. Just, yeah, go ahead, Negi sir.
No, I have a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
And basically, this is connected with one of the conversation I was having yesterday with our global director of data science. So we as an organization, and by the way, I come from IT organization just to give you a clarification, and my question is more towards software developers and how this industry is changing. And one thing I wanted to talk to university representative here about that. And I was talking to him, and we were speaking about artificial intelligence and machine learning practices that we wanted to build in an organization. And I asked him that I heard a lot that the ChatGPT or tools like that can possibly remove the requirement of a junior or a fresher software engineers. Is it true? He said yes. And I was on the video call because we work from anywhere permanently.
Yeah.
So I asked him, can you show me? He literally shared his screen, went to the ChatGPT and said, ChatGPT, I would like to build a program on this. Something was built, he asked another question, another thing was built. And I asked him, when you go in future to hire apprentices, because we go outside in university to hire apprentices, what is the change that you're looking for? Because they are the one who's making decisions while hiring technical experts. He said, Govind, one thing is very clear that any university or college who doesn't have this capability in their students that they can go to ChatGPT rather than writing codes by themselves, they can go to ChatGPT and ask the right questions and get this code done.
Sure.
We will not be hiring them for sure because I need that capability to be there.
Sure.
The second thing I asked him was that, do you think that ChatGPT can write the whole software itself? He said, not today.
Sure.
But the way ChatGPT is getting intelligent, one day maybe the whole software can be written by ChatGPT. So my question to the university and college, because that is just yesterday's conversation, is that any university and college that is focusing specifically for software developers, I'm asking the IT graduates, are they focusing on giving them education on such tools which is artificial intelligence so that their students know about those tools where they can build softwares faster? So that's my question to the university and college. If there is anybody,
Okay, anybody
happy to
can
know.
take the question from Mr. Negi. Anybody can respond from the university? How many are from the university actually, deemed university? I think, I know actually, yes, okay. Anybody or the institution for that matter, anybody can take this question?
Can I respond?
Yeah, hold on, sir. We will come back to you for the expert comments. Yeah. Anybody from the university?
I'll try to tell you a few things, few general things on this. Recently, we had a summit on industrial relations. HR has already finished IR, but
Okay.
IR we had a summit
Okay.
in which one CITU leader has come. He was speaking, he said, to increase the productivity of the workforce, we invented tools. Tools increase the productivity. and for the goods and services produced thus were consumed by these consumers again back. The person consumed it.
Okay.
Now you are replacing entirely the human being with the tool. Then who will be your consumer at that point? One question. Second question, I would love to remember the departed soul, Dr. Ganapati. You all must be knowing, SRM is known for Ganapati, sir.
Yeah.
He said in one of these forums only, you can as a university make a good clay. Making a doll out of the shape and the size that fits for the requirement is the business of the industry bodies and professional societies. A lot of huge amount of money, huge amount of people available in that particular space, they are not working properly. That is the reason why we have this skill gap as such. You call it.
Sir, please, your expert comments, please. Keep it short, and we are running out of time. Yeah, please. Yeah. Get ready for the next question. Anybody has the next question? Please be ready.
Just a thought over here. I think what is happening is today, if you look at it, our students don't have any idea about computational thinking, right? You ask them, for example, I keep on asking a question to all the colleges that I go to, how soon, how quickly can you empty the Indian Ocean using a bucket, right? Anyone would like to take a guess over here in this room? People say, no, it cannot be done. None of the students apart from one IIT graduate, right, an IIT Hyderabad graduate told me it'll depend on the size of the bucket. And that is where the difference is coming today. We are not talking about computational thinking. It doesn't matter. Today it might be Python, tomorrow it will be something else. It doesn't really matter. Till your fundamentals are strong, learnability is an easy thing, right? Today, are we producing people? You were talking about, ma'am, developers. We don't have people, colleges, who produce developers. Let's not fool ourselves. We are creating people only for operations and services industry today. If we have to change, we will have to move in a different direction. Today, ChatGPT and everything else is just tools, right? Help our students understand concepts. There's only one building, Hawa Mahal, a building without a foundation. Let's not make our students' buildings without foundations. Give them the foundation so that they can do it. Growth mindsets, higher order thinking skills are some things that we should teach in our colleges and universities. Adaptability, agility, learnability are the skills that industry is requiring. And that's what is important. So I think I'm playing the devil's advocate because I work with 500 plus organizations who advertise their entry-level positions on our portal, as well as I work with 700 plus colleges across Telangana. So that's where I thought, let me bridge the thing that's happening over here.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, sir. Paji, you have a question?
Yep. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, please.
So my name is Dr. Swanpreet Singh. I've done a PhD as well, so know very well the academics as well as the corporate. We're hiring 1,800 MBA grads this year. I represent Niva Bupa Health Insurance. And the question to the academia is, why they only do the transactional thing a year? Why they call the recruiter once or twice a year? Why not it would be a perpetual thing? Secondly, what value addition they are doing to their alumni. Campus or an institution have a power to eliminate consultant. They have that manpower, they have that alums, being connected to them in thousands. For example, I passed out of a university have the alums. If they can, circulate the openings, it would help the recruiters. And we can, institutions have a power to eliminate consultants. So what are they doing, what value addition they're doing to connect with the alums? That's my question.
Sir, I will answer on behalf of the academia. Sir, we have lots of alumni. We have alumni portal. Only 1,000 is registered, 2,000 registered. Every year we do events, sir. But only 200, 300 turn up, and then that's how it is, sir. We will do everything, sir.
Mr. Nagana, I will ask this question.
Please, sir.
Gentleman asked actually.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Somebody is talking.
Yeah. Gentleman asked how many times the academia connecting industry.
Hota, sir.
Yeah, I will ask one question. Academia industry mutual beneficial relationship. All of us agree.
Yeah.
Academic people, all of should agree with me. They connect with the industry. They try to connect with the HR from time to time throughout the year.
Yeah.
But are the industry serious to connect with the academia? Because as far as I know,
Pucho na sir,
when the requirement comes,
they have committed actually that they'll go to colleges. They are very serious.
when the requirement comes, as per the needs, because we always say the technical knowledge has to be aligned with the needs of the industry. We have a professor from IIT, NITs, they follow the academic curriculum. Also, industry people join the academia. Why they have joined the academia? The reasons known to them. Okay, because of their hectic schedule or because of interest in academia, they have joined. But after joining the academia, are they serious to motivate the students, the current trends in industry? Okay, this is very genuinely asked question.
Sure.
But main thing is that the way academia connect with the industry, my feeling is that industry also should connect with academia from time to time. Because once the connection will be there from their end, I don't think any academia will hesitate to.
Hota sahab, with due respect, tali dono haath se bajti hai.
I would like to add to what he has mentioned.
Just hold on, our gentleman here actually. Sir, you can stand up after madam. Please go ahead, ma'am. Sir, hold on. Madam will speak and after that you speak. Yeah.
Yeah, so to answer what he just referred, right, it is important to engage the corporate leaders, HRs and recruiters effectively.
Sure.
Right, and do a meaningful engagement. This is very, very critical, while having interaction with industry leaders. Otherwise, there's no interest a corporate would have or a company would have, in having a conversation with the campuses. So meaningful engagement is very, very critical for academia or colleges and campuses to ensure that, we are working together to achieve, our goals.
Yeah, I agree. Rise above your immediate requirements, look at a big picture and then connect better. Sir, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm Dr. P. Nanda from VSSUT, Odisha. This is the first technical institute established in 1956. Actually, I want to share my experience regarding the requirement of the company, which is very flexible. Now, basically, we have to understand the structure of the university system and how it works. Of course, it is a lot of inertia, but we are slowly changing. But suppose, from my experience, for this year, only we have facing an issue that some companies are coming, okay, we need this technology. Until the last year, actually, when we ask, sir, what specifically you need, they don't know, don't worry, what they know. They don't know, we'll just test their analytical ability. I think this is a suggestion and a similar question to the recruiters particularly. Suppose you need a particular technology, you test it on the analysis and give us 3 months time. We need these certifications. If out of 50, some students can do it at the first come first. Let's say you need 30, first come first 30, who finishes, we'll take it. We give you guarantee all these certifications will definitely happen. But since the number of certifications is very large and students have their one choice, we have choices of around 8 to 10 technologies, starting from automations to AWS, lot of things. But once there is a guarantee that, okay, this recruiter comes, if you do this, there's a possibility of recruiter. Don't say that you'll recruiters. Then obviously it will happen. It has to, this dialogue has to open for both these sides. That's my suggestion. Cannot we do it? You just give us 6 months. You have a 6-month internship.
Anybody from industry would like to answer? Anybody from the industry? Yes, ma'am, please. I think you raised your hand. Please go ahead. Quickly, keep your answer short because we're running out of time. We have many more events lined up. Probably we'll take one last question. We'll take one last question. No, we can't hear you. You're from the industry or academia?
I'm from industry. I'm Rashmi Sinha. I'm
Sure,
the
ma'am.
HR director with Farai.
Sure.
Just to answer the question, we're talking of two things right now. One is skill enhancement, groomings, our new fresh blood to be industry fit. And second is placement. We should uncouple them when we look at it. When we talk about corporate connect with the academia, we should not couple it with a certainty that you will come, we'll give you an opportunity to speak, but you should give us a placement number also. The moment we uncouple both, it will be advantageous for both the parties. Second, to answer a question, any company, if it is a startup or a well-established service-based organization, they will hire the best resource. They will not take a risk of, hiring an upcoming or a grooming person. So there is going to be a competition.
Sure.
But to compete that competition, to make them prepared to be hired, is where you need an industry come.
Okay.
So we need to just decouple both of them and then look at it that when we are having a corporate connect, are we looking at grooming the students or are we looking at a future intent of getting more people placed in that organization.
Okay. Ma'am, you have any other points to what she said?
Sir,
Just hold on, sir. She has been raising her hands. Just 1 second, I'll come back to you last. Hold on.
I
Yes.
wanted to add one point. I think from academia standpoint, they need to change their pitch when we are actually, connecting with the corporates or, this, industry. Reason being, because all the curriculums is the same from all the colleges, but how are you differentiating your talent for the corporates? That is something which you should act on, because, the corporates right now, they need people who are ready to work from day one. So how we are actually differentiating? Are you, because there are students who do a lot of certification, but are you combining it and then presenting with the corporate? Because that's how it will act as a differentiator for you.
So, lovely. Last gentleman there. Yes, please. Quickly. Yes, sir. Keep it short. Keep your answer short. Yeah.
Okay, just one last point, that someone asked about the flexibility. So never hesitate if demand is flexible, because flexibility comes with the ability of multitasking, and you need to prepare your kids to be a multitasker, because market is very competitive, and if a person is constrained himself or herself with one particular skill, survival in the industry is going to be very, very difficult. So you always need to be aggressive in terms of providing multiple trainings. Even corporates are very much ready in providing what they require. Companies like us, IBM, Accenture. So reach out to right people at right time with the right approach, and things will definitely work out for you. Thank you.
Lovely. Are you all geared up, interested to continue more? Another 10 minutes? Yeah?
One last question, please.
No, hold on. No, we're not stopping. Actually, we'll continue more. I invite my colleagues to please come and continue the facilitation. The CEO of GoCloud, Manav, please can you come on stage and help me? But one word I want to leave with before I leave the stage, because I have a flight to catch. It is about survival of the fittest, the fastest, and the best. Fittest, fastest, and the best. That's the need of the hour today. And what industry will look for is, we will not look for any great skills. We hire for attitude, we train for skill, and we develop for leadership. The question is, do we have the learnability in the minds of the people? On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you Delhi for hosting us. Great having all of you. Continue the discussion. God bless. Good luck. Thank you.
So thank you. So we'll take it from here. Hope you have a safe flight back home, Nagana. Right. So who has the next question? Yes, sir.
Hi.
Sir,
My name is...
Hi.
Sir, before we take this question, I have a point, and maybe actually that will trigger more points around this. So we spoke about, the lady spoke about, expectations of corporates, and then the expectations of academia. So while the engagements happen, campus corporate engagement happen, and we all are witness that it has been there. I mean, I've been doing campus recruitments for almost like 20 years now. And we have been talking about the same thing, that, we need to connect. When we connect, we actually end up saying that, okay, fine, you know what, these all things we expect. And Shubham rightly pointed out, if you have, the choices, the world is really competitive and people have to have a lot of skills that they have. Unfortunately, from a corporate point of view, when I go for campus interviews, apart from every other thing the candidate has, the students have, if I am looking out somebody good in Java development, I actually end up assessing the student only on Java development experience, as in expertise. And the rest of the skills I keep aside. So my request to the corporates is more around that, okay, fine, you know what, while the whole year I have been preaching to the students or the academia that, you need to look at overall development of the students, but end of it, when I go for hiring, I actually look at only one skill, which is not so right on my part from a corporate angle.
Yeah. And again, to add to it, right, Manav, skill is something which can be taught. See, there are both sides to it, right? When do we go to a college? We go to a college when the product is almost finished to take it up. Why is there no early intervention while some companies have started doing it? why don't you say probably go and talk during their freshman induction, or probably one stage below? And same to universities, right? When you get in students, in our context, in our culture, right? Probably this is an answer to the first question as well. Why do most of the students today also become engineers? Yes, by choice. Students have more information than what we corporates have about where they would want to land and what they would want to do. They are very choosy, right? But talking to them about the avenues, what they can take up, even before they hit their undergraduation is very important. Probably take one step below, right? Go to higher primary, higher secondary, talk to students as to where they can shape up their careers. And in our country, our culture is more influential. My uncle's son is a software engineer in the US, so I want my son to be a software engineer, go to the US. We don't talk about anything else. And if you go and talk to freshmen in engineering colleges today, probably about 60-70% of them would be engineers because of peer pressure. Right? Either their fellow classmates would be engineers, their parents would have pushed them to be engineers, or something on those lines. So, one, setting some entry criteria for engineers for aspirant engineers to becoming engineers, and two, from the industry intervention there, if they have got in, how do they make it? Is also required. Right? So with that, say probably the next question.
Hi. I represent Tata Group of companies. I am also part of Corporate and Campus Connect since last 10 years. I just want to throw one light on a question, if it is relevant for all. We have internships for students, right? What I feel, it is much more important to have internships for professors so that they can visit the campus corporates, they can visit the corporates and understand the skill set required, because what skill set I require in my team today, it is not necessary it is required tomorrow, and it is changing. Secondly, my ask would be, when you are designing the curriculum, is it reviewed every year? I don't think so. It's hardly once in 5 years, once in a decade, and still we are doing the same things. So are the subject matter experts are onboarded when the review is happening? So these two things which I feel are the areas to address, and where Sir said the foundation to ensure that we have a right skill set available for the market.
Anybody from the academia?
Yes.
From industry, and the common link between industry and academia is learning and development team. I don't see any dotted connection between learning and development and academia. I have not seen many of the academia team joining learning and development team, and vice versa. If these two dots are connected properly, and in a long term, the skill gap, the competency gap, all those things will be automatically corrected. So this is where I think we both have to collaborate, work together to achieve desired output.
Yeah. And I think, again, from the academia, I would want to answer it a bit. The expectation from industry most of the time is you come and ask, why can't we go and give? Correct. Valid point, right? So I also work for a corporate. I work for Thrive Digital, but when this comes up there, I talk as to why should the colleges come and talk to you? Why should you not go and tell them, boss, this is what we need to do? See, every company hires people from 1 or 2 colleges, or there is some fresh intake. As a part of your talent strategy, probably to a minimum 15% comes fresh. So at least induct in there. You take one step, say probably the academia may take 2, right? And again, the skill coffee toffee talk will continue to happen probably as long as I am in the industry and beyond. But yeah, anybody from the academia to answer that? Yes, sir.
Sir, I have a point to add here. I am from Microsoft India. Okay. I work for the R&D team of Microsoft, and I am one of the developers from OpenAI as well, the ChatGPT, as you all know. So just wanted to update all of you here from the academia as well as from the industry, at least from the product industry side, as far as I know, because we have been taught to become an interviewer. I also need to give interviews, a lot of interviews at the back end, to become an interviewer. And the entire goal of me to hire any graduate or any lateral hire in my organization, at least in the Microsoft Google. So we have a goal to make them success. So we suppose, as you mentioned, like Java, it's not Java, sir. It's all computational analysis, analytical skill of an individual. These days, something called prompt engineering. I don't know how many of you are aware that prompt engineering is very important, and that comes from if somebody has a computational and that analytical mind. Right. So those are the things which are very important from the industry per se. And of course, we do a lot of calculations to generate more resource to reach out to the academia and hire more people. So that's how we look at it. But yeah, over to academia.
Yeah, can we answer regarding the internships and things like that, all right? Internships, board of studies, when we are revamping the curriculum and all. In India, as we speak today, there are 100, in each state, there are many autonomous colleges, universities, state universities and deemed universities. All of us have board of studies, and there are industry partners who are participating there and who are changing the curriculum. Though they say that once in 5 years only you can change, but the curriculum has its flexibility. The 6th, 7th, 8th semester, there are professional electives, open electives, and electives per se. There are 3 types of buckets that are available, which industry subjects are industry related subjects, industry recommended subjects are added as electives. So it is there across all the universities now. It is not a question that that we are not able to do those things. There are many companies who come forward, give us their curriculum. They come, we train on them. Then they come and recruit as a first right of refusal. There are hundreds of universities and autonomous colleges who are doing that. And there are major, minor, to avoid this, every year changes requirement, as he said, just in time floating the courses. We have this major, minor and electives that is possible, and it is happening in this country. Thanks to the professional bodies like AICT and all who allowed this to happen. One more problem which we critically face now is, the problem I am facing today, I'll tell you. I have a course on blockchain, BTech in CSE with a specialization blockchain. We went for asking for FDP with companies like TCS, Wipro, Infosys, Cognizant, all the big 5. They thought about it for a month. They couldn't find people who can come and teach that. But we are rolling it out as a subject to the student. That is the fate of it. In many cases, we have courses like AI and ML. We don't have professors there, and we don't have even the industry geared up to give an FDP or intervene at a level where it should be given as a curriculum to the student. So there are challenges there. Regarding the faculty immersion programs which you are talking about, this country, if I am the placement officer from 2000 year, we have seen ups and downs, and we have seen whenever industry is in upcurve, everybody will come to us, talk about industry interventions and things like that. When there is a downtrend, the phone silence. There is no reply to whatever we ask for. I have not carried out any initiative that is consistently available from last 20 years. Sir, Srivacha sir, you should support me on this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
I have been reaching out.
Yes, you have been reaching out from different companies with different skill sets, not one skill set, right? So it is the consistency problem is always there, and I think my colleague Hota has raised this point. When HR wants us, they find us in the midnight also somewhere. But when we want them for some question, they are not available. And Hota is smiling at the backdrop, I think.
It's all need-based, right?
It's all need-based. It's been happening, and still we are able to do quite a good number of recruitments and placements. Faculty immersions, the biggest problem is non-disclosures, the site requirements, the biggest thing is IT. Many of you are working on projects of clients, specifications of clients. Many times the area is so much sanitized that the faculties are not allowed there. Again, they go and work with dummy specific, but there are many companies which have come up. Like Mission 10X is a big example where the industry has come up to the institutions, build up the capability of teaching and learning. There are many use cases that are being shared to us nowadays. Thanks to the industry, it has matured a bit and they have been doing it. And 3 days ago, I was in Srivacha sir's support. I was talking to his CEO for a joint project which we are trying to float on a Government of India proposal it is. We are for our industry consortium, it was required as a part of the proposal. I was talking to a COE. So all these things are possible, CEO. All these things are possible, and faculty immersion programs are possible. We have been doing it, and if we should note down his contact details, and we should also ask him for the faculty immersion. We're really thankful to you for raising that point. If you can accommodate our faculties for a month, 2 months, 3 months, we are more than happy to send them. If the volume of teachers in this country, please calculate, it's very high. And the volume of people who can just come and impress you in a 2 months and come back to us is also is a big question mark. Because we have recruited left, right, center based on the faculty-student ratio. It may not conform to the requirements of a teacher. This is an open statement, and this is also happening in this country. Thank you so much.
Just one comment over here, talking about faculty internship. I think today technology gives you the leverage that you don't have to be immersed into the industry for 2-3 months, right? What you need to understand is what are real industry problems, how do you solve them, right? Which is most important today, because you're only teaching theory in the classes. So what we have got is, and people can Google it, there's this project Drona that we are running in Telangana along with HICIA, which is the equivalent of NASSCOM, which is the software trade body, and Infosys Springboard. So on 3 topics, we are giving them internship, real life problems, they solve, and of course then they go into the industry. Earlier there was a mirroring that was happening, or you're shadowing it, but now you're actually solving those problems in large companies and mid-sized companies. Coming to your question about blockchain, please don't go after the big companies. Go to companies who want to hire people from you, who have got fire in their belly. And for example, when we wanted to train our people on blockchain, we went to a company called Nagaro, right, which is headquartered here in Gurgaon and has got offices all across. And they did a FDP for us, for our faculty members. So look at people, don't go after the name. In fact, that's what I'm telling the academia always, that please don't go after name. When the first interaction that happens with corporates is, can you come and do a campus for us, right? That's where the conversations start. And that's also where the conversations end, right? So ask them what can they provide you more than just placements, and that's where FDP is a very good idea. Internship is a brilliant thing that we have to do, because our faculty members have come straight after doing the BTech, MTech, started teaching, right? Be it mechanical, civil, whatever. And that's where it's important.
Right.
Excellent point, sir.
Thank you. So that was some good time spent, some good learning. So probably some commitments from the industry and some commitments from the academia needed there. See, there is always a need for finished raw material, right? And we need to give something to it to come out in a proper shape and size. No 2 organizations are the same. The foundations have to be very similar. And for that, the industry has to contribute and the academia has to stand up and receive it and lay it up for the industry. With that, we have taken notes of all the points. Thanks for joining in. Abhishek, around?
I would like to ask a last question, please.
Oh yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is Dr. Piyush Naik. I represent Analect India and Omnicom Media Group. So we have a target to recruit 300 freshers for the coming year in 2024. In 2025, we have the same target to go with. I have been exploring the universities to recruit in a different initiative in terms of the partnerships. But honestly speaking, I don't see any that craze coming up from the university. I've been to 2 to 3 universities in the month of December, but that fire is missed out. Like, I do not know. They just want to keep it in a mode. You come, you recruit, and then you go. I'm looking for a long-term partnerships where in the coming 2025, we can have a just-in-time kind of hiring. So I wanted to know your point of view in case if you guys will be able to help us out into this sort.
Oh yeah, I think, Shastri sir, I'll take that. I think there are pretty very big institutions. Probably you may have reached out to one set of it, but there are some interested sharks in here who are sitting who will definitely catch you immediately after this to take it up from there.
I am looking for a kind of ecosystem.
Sir, you based in a proper platform. We are there, sir. Your answer is done.
So you would definitely get it out of this crowd. And there are quite a number of enablers also. So we would make that happen. Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our leadership awards. And for this, I would like to call upon Thalis Rizvi sir. He's just got his coffee. He's the Director for Special Projects and Communities at BW Business World and BW CFO World. And along with that, I would like to call upon the Chief Executive Officer at Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. They are our skilling partner. Can I have a big and thunderous round of applause as Mr. Shrikant Sinha joins us on stage.
So this leadership award is basically on to all the industry stalwarts based on the profile submissions, where our knowledge partner T-Hub, skilling partner Task, we have BW People and My Anatomy and other partners. So based on your commitment, your contributions towards employment, enabling employment and employability, supporting the employability parameters, and based on your experience and other various parameters which has been decided. So I would like Abhishek to take it from here, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have my two dignitaries on stage, and let's quickly begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we had instituted a special jury awards this year for startups. And I would like to call the gentleman who was behind organizing and was also the one interacting with the jury. These were jury instituted awards. So I would like to call upon the founder and CEO at Lifecycle and Ontropy. Can I have a round of applause for Deenanath Harapanahalli sir on stage, please? Let's give him a round of applause as he joins us.
Good evening, everybody. So this started about 2-3 months ago. Chinmay wanted to take this particular series of India Tech Talent League all over the country, and everywhere he wanted, our help to get the startups, identified, put in front of the, right investors as such. So the conversation started, I believe, during the Hyderabad round. Chinmay, I think that was in November. So we said we will get this to the concluding event of his India Tech Talent League, which is happening in Delhi, and we started the process. So the idea is this. I think India actually is at a turning point. And I think no matter where we look, there is a huge need for a talent of a different kind. And a lot of things need to fall in place for the businesses to find the right talent, for people to find, their dream careers, for the entire process to happen efficiently, effectively, and in a manner that actually, brings that, manpower, the horsepower into, running various sectors. I think for the last 2-3 decades, we have been overly focused on, IT, especially the software services, and I think that kind of a transformational effort in the talent space needs to happen across the board. So we actually went out and sought applications from hundreds of startups, the startups who are trying to hire into various sectors, bringing different technologies into the process, training, skilling and development, applying new, all this AI technologies into the, human capital aspects. So net, we're very pleased with the process. So we had, as I said, hundreds of applicants, and we went through a very systematic process of getting to a short list of about, a dozen, and then getting to ultimately, the top 5 awards. So what we're going to do now is to have the top 5 emerging out of that process announced in this. And before I do that, I would like to, bring all my, partners in crime onto the stage, the guys who actually helped us get to this. So starting with you, Pawan Rajkumar from Venture Garage, please come on to the stage. And together we are going to give away these awards to the startups. And then, let me see, I think Shashank of Fard Network should be here. If anybody say, please come on to the right. Saurabh Agarwal from Angel Bay, please come over. Siddharth Shukla from GMR Group, and Vishal Gandhi from BioRx. Okay. So these gentlemen actually finally got us that independent judgment of who are those startups. We are actually doing some groundbreaking work. In fact, I do encourage all of you to take a very close look at the startup that is receiving the award, and we'll also be publishing, various other startups who actually, pretty much came to the final round, and they're equally good. So we are not just leaving this at the award, we're actually taking them through the investment process. So I'm sure many of these startups will actually go ahead and get the funding they need to break through into that next stage and actually bring that change that we want in the Indian human capital space, right? One quick request from my side, anything that you have as a message, a couple of lines for these guys, because as you, all of you, I think, see, all these guys are doing fantastic work, because at the end of the day, I like the guys who put their money where the, where their mouth is, right? So it's a tremendous change maker. So I want to give them that opportunity, and before that, I want to thank them for doing all of this. But if you can just quickly tell what your message is.
Hey, hi. So this is Shashank this side. I'm representing Fard Network. We are an early stage Cat 1 VC fund. So first of all, thank you so much, sir, for giving us this opportunity, right? And it's always exciting to be a part of such events, because the kind of enthusiasm that you get to see in India, I don't think that that's possible across anywhere else. The kind of startups that have been pitched today, it's super exciting to see all the challenges that they have taken upon to solve the different kind of problems. And they've able to successfully cracked it. But with the enthusiasm that they've been building, with or without funding also, I think they are already on the right path, but we would also like to act as a right set of participants for them to maybe expedite this growth and be the partners for them to reach to the right set of scales. So that's, I think, our 2 cents on this. I'll be probably going to pass the mic.
Pawan here. I'm actually leading the angel network at Venture Garage. I have been an angel investor for almost 10 years, and I became an angel investor because I like to work with founders, spend time with them, see the new things they're doing, new problems they're solving with new solutions, etc., etc. And I think I had a great time today listening to all of you guys, seeing what new stuff you're doing with new thought processes. Yeah, of course, some of you are ahead in your stage, and we would like to invest in you as well. But thanks, I had a great experience and look forward to working with you guys. Thanks.
Hi, this is Saurabh Agrawal. I run an angel network called Angel Bay. And this has been a good experience in terms of meeting the startups today. I think the selection was done pretty well. Most of the startups, we really like the way you presented the solutions professionally. Plus, I think you guys are really solving a real problem versus just a deemed problem, which is good. So really loved being a part of the room today. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Siddharth from the GMR Group. And so having seen GMR Group grow from scratch to the position where it is today, I think two fundamental things that go into making any business a good progressive business is to persevere and make improvement and learning a continuous ongoing process. So I wish all the best to all the startups which participated today for their onwards journey. And I hope all of you do very well going forward. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Vishal, represent BioRx Venture Advisors and also an Indian healthcare angel. So for me, I think it was a great exposure to learn about the nuances of HR tech. And I think I want to thank Deena for giving this opportunity to me, because this is perhaps the first time I'm actually getting to see 10 startups in HR tech. And I think all of you are trying to solve a very real problem. Don't worry if you get selected or you don't get selected here, but I think the impact that you're trying to create, what I could visualize, is really great, and we'll definitely like to contribute to the success of your startup from now onwards. So please be in touch with us, and we'll certainly like to see how we could create a better impact together. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And thanks ISF for having us. Thank you.
So I will announce the top 5 in order. Please come.
So I would now request the CEO of GoCloud to receive the award, that is Tech Pioneer Excellence Award for Innovation in IT Services.
Ladies and gentlemen, for being our event management partners for 4 cities, for giving us a very smooth experience, everything delivered on time, sharing insights, and at the same time, their whole team has been dedicated enough to be with us for all the 4. And with this, for all the people here with us, thank you so much. We are coming to an end to today's program. Thank you so much to all the sponsors. Thank you so much. And with this, we'll take your leave. Thank you so much. Bye-bye and have a good day ahead.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Is the Senior Director of Engineering in the Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow, primarily in the areas of databases and workflows, and for the past 10 years on different aspects of AI and ML.
Today's agenda is, first is general introduction of Gen AI, and we'll spend around 30 minutes with some prompts, right? So we'll go into maybe Azure OpenAI. There is inherent intelligence in GPT or not, or is it just a play of words? Now, you could also play around with it to say, I want a better deterministic solution. Then you can actually go and change the temperature to 0, and it will pretty much generate exactly the same text every time. So if you want this, you see this, most of it is greenish in color. There was no red because it was trying to pick up the highest probability word at every point.
So the area we will focus on today is incident management. So let's say Alex is an IT agent. Now he starts by looking at what are the incidents that are assigned to him. Alex looks at the different incidents that are assigned to him today, and he realizes that there are a lot of issues that are related to Mac froze, and he finds it fit to create a knowledge article so that it helps other agents figure out how to solve this particular issue. So what can Alex do now? He can simply open knowledge articles and option to generate a KB article.
And what I would like to do is draw your attention to
the influence of how you instruct the language models and the behavioral language models based on how you instruct them. And that's very important because we saw already that these are stochastic in nature and they're going to produce non-deterministic result.
The problem again, as I said, it is inefficient and ineffective enterprise knowledge spread over multiple sources of information. It could be Jira, it could be documents, it could be Confluence, SharePoint, videos, training videos, etc. So, and typically the degrees of difficulty, the turnaround time, the delays, wasting time, just the wait time between multiple teams asking for information. Feeding all your data, internal knowledge base into the LLMs and making your search, whatever demos you have seen from ServiceNow, right, on the LLM. So we enable all of that for your own knowledge base, for your own enterprise, internal use, hosted on-prem.
So if a person have to upload their product on the e-commerce website, they have to have a knowledge of SEO, they have to have a separate background to be removed, as well as they have to do multiple, almost have a content writer for the content description and all. So it took a very long period of time, sometimes 7 to 8 days to complete a total catalog to upload on a website. Each have their own standard. Amazon have their own standard, Myntra have their own.
I come from 35 years of sales, marketing, global business development background. So I know the value of partnerships. I align partnerships, permanent marriages, and CIA Center of Excellence because they receive a lot of members and we are also a member. And we are their most recognized deep tech partner. We get a lot of inquiries, opportunities, pitching opportunity, and we compete with lots of other competitors and we won the contracts.
We mainly work with schools, K-12 to start with. At least the first few rows you will have kids. Recently we opened a 30-seater office in Siddipet, the Siddipet IT Tower. We didn't come to T-Hub. Siddipet was a little cheaper. I think by then we had collected about 50,000 papers, 50,000, about 10 MOUs that were signed, and we just had a presentation.
But tries to enhance the lives by using a workforce development, by upskilling, mentoring and reskilling, so that they provide an opportunities. They lack a lot of lack of engagement because they don't have a digital ecosystem in place. That's where we came into picture. We created a digital ecosystem for them, usually for the organizations who are into mentoring, upskilling and reskilling in the unit tests.
So to tackle this problem, government has introduced a system called outcome-based education. To implement this outcome-based education system, campuses are struggling currently using their Excel sheet.
So at Subtlot AI, what we want to do is basically build or be where the application has to be very secure and has to work offline.
Ramesh Loganathan is a professor, a renowned personality in the world of technology and innovation. Today, he is here to share his invaluable insights on building products for the future. Please join me in welcoming Ramesh Loganathan.
Innovation is radical, right? Innovation is disruptive. It doesn't always happen. Right? If you look at most successful companies, like look at ADP, most successful companies doesn't come and suddenly ADP will not come and say like, okay, we'll stop doing what we're doing and do something else, right? It is like, it is very subtle. So innovation is everywhere. It's like, yes, a startup can come with a new product because they are starting from scratch and they can. And larger organizations also need to innovate and do innovate to stay in business. We know what happened to Blockbuster. So they didn't, the writing was on the wall. It's a classic case study, Blockbuster video. They were everywhere. Like a McDonald's, if you drive through US countryside, if you can see a McDonald's, you'll see a Blockbuster.
Abhilash is a seasoned product management professional with over 18 plus years of experience to MNCs over these years, solving people's problems and creating great product and product communities for people. Abhilash, we welcome you.
I'm also the co-chair of this event. I will brief about come together and become the melting pot of ideas. So we bring up something out of it, get together and grow as a group and as a community. So we become global leaders for global companies.
Chandrasekhar is a distinguished senior director of product management at ADP with over 17 years of expertise in product management. He is a seasoned leader known for successfully launching new products, achieving product market fit, and driving imperative growth for Fortune 500 companies. I invite Chandrasekhar onto the stage, please.
We have been following a principle of easy, smart, and human. Groomed internally in the recent past, in the last 5 to 10 years. So what does this really mean for all of us?
So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, Human Capital Management, with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million.
Thinking about as I was driving into this event, what's happening with AI, I don't know how many of you had a chance to read a memo which Sundar Pichai put out, I think, in a couple of days ago. If you look at how Google is thinking about what they're planning to do with AI, and I think it has profound implications. He also talks about responsible AI.
Abhilash is a seasoned, worked in startups to MNCs over these years. He is a patent holder and passionate about solving people's problems and creating great product and product communities for the people. We welcome you, Abhilash.
Stage where we have the opportunity, but now how do we build on these opportunities? Or we call them challenges, but I will call them as opportunities.
I don't think there's anything new. What has Gen AI or even the predictive AI before that bring in, right? The first thing that it brings in is lots of data. The ability for us to collect lot of data, the ability for us to process lots of data is the opportunity that the technology has brought in.
If you look at the privacy part of it, you all are familiar with the security statements, right? It's mandatory, irrespective whether the government is asking you to have a policy in place or not. A security statement is a mandatory compliance document as a person responsible for delivering a product in your organization is responsible for. That is, comes from your business teams, from R&D. It all come together to have the documentation ready.
I belong to a division in Microsoft. Immediate tendency say that we have enough data. It is about the preparedness of do you understand your data and what was the intention or intent behind those data, how it has been collected over a period of time. One of the examples, a customer has claimed that they have 100 years of data with them. So data is not an issue. Just bring the best algorithm and solution and we'll make it happen.
In today's world, you also have some predefined models for startups to use those data set. I bring that analogy of a student who is getting graduate in college, who gets trained on a particular domain. Going to an academics, he learns some topic and he gets some domain experience. Consider fine-tuning at the next level where he is getting postgraduate.
I request the panelists. Krishna Chaitanya Puttugunta is a prominent figure in the world of AI in your industry that has brought significant change or value.
Firstly, coming from the HR space, representing the HR fraternity, along with Lata over here, thank you for having me, first of all, amongst all the product management community. Oftentimes got tempted to move on to the product side as well. Amit knows this, some of my other fraternity people, Ranjan knows this, as an expert as all of you sitting here, but definitely on the thought process and approaches on how we can enable and facilitate some of these things as a culture across in amongst all the employees in the organization is where my expertise lies in. So coming to the question on what we have done in the space, it's the buzzword right now. This is something that in one of the products, a lot of our client service reps receive calls, they have to take case notes. It's a manual, tedious process.
And have the solutions, the smarts delivered on the edge. But here you have to make a millisecond, microsecond based decision. So putting it all on the embedded, space is where the challenges lie from a hardware and, point of view. From a software and the compute point of view, the amount of data is humongous. And with 5G, as you know, is a higher, a millimeter wave, so a higher frequency kind of a communication carrier. So what happens is with higher frequency, the kind of range that gets reduced. You all know the AM radios used to have like countrywide ranges, while FMs have citywide. And 5G has a few hundred meters, whereas 4G goes in the 2-kilometer range. So because it gets absorbed so fast, there are far more towers and far more these devices which need to now talk to each other and far more data than ever.
The first and foremost step is data management. You don't get in cleaned data like what you get a textbook data kind of thing. So the first and foremost thing is the data which has to be managed, okay? And the managed data, we need to generate an insights. So there's a data management, then we need to use it for insight generation, then the whole process has to be automated. So this process of automation is basically most of the processes are messy and most of the processes are kind of where we do a lot of human intervention and then we tend to see a lot of mistakes. Then the third and important point is in automation side of it. Then the fourth point here is once you have that, you should also have a predictability of the data. The data what you have should able to predict something in the future, or it can predict if it is a time series kind of thing, we can predict a future, or if it is a cross-sectional kind of thing, we can use the next happening event across the similarity kind of stuff.
We've seen that design is a critical component in this industry, and we thought that building a SaaS product that can sort of mechanize this process, there is some merit to doing it. I mean, end of the day, I'm sort of walking you through the journey of an entrepreneur because that was the use case we pursued, right? What we've realized is while there is benefit, while there is merit to building such a product, monetizing that is very, very difficult. And we started digging deeper into the industry that we were operating in. A lot of people were happy to have AI produce interesting designs. I mean, what you would call prints. I mean, some of you are wearing fabrics which have printed artworks on top of them. It could be a women's dress or a top, etc., right? Produce designs that have an increased likelihood of success in the market. Right now, we are sort of bringing a scientific approach to sort of committing fabric and garments.
Here is the perspectives that I will bring in. There are 3 points of view that I will bring in, right? What is changing in the landscape that you think we should bring about to help people get better at? This is a continuous question that I ask. That's the first perspective. The second one is the hiring manager's perspective. Because, almost about 8 to 9 companies every month come to hire at IPL, and all of them are looking at different skills. And are they changing? So how important is generative AI? Are they looking for any of those skills right now while hiring? I want to frame what product management is. As I said, there is lots and lots of definitions, lots of misunderstanding in the industry. I spent 25 years working as an engineer, 14 years as a product manager and product leader, and I work with hundreds of companies which are trying to hire.
For a hiring manager, when he gets to screen hundreds of resumes, be it 500, 600, because of the volume of resumes or the candidates inflow of the candidates that they are getting, they typically go with algorithmic sorting kind of thing where they add some blind rules key 4+ years of experience. And in fact, Gen AI can in fact even hide the details like demographics of a candidate or gender of a candidate, where you can configure in the products, which will reduce the biasing factor to a great extent.
Problem of fairness and bias has existed since 1980s, right? Gen AI, just because the buzzword came in, nothing has changed. As academics, we are always afraid of change, right? So when things come along, technology comes in, we tend to fight it rather than embrace it.
I see. See, one of the biggest aspect is, today we churn out a lot of students, IITs, IIMs, or various universities. But how well are they kind of having an industry exposure? Because gone are the days of bookish knowledge, right? And we have ChatGPT and various tools. So I think the best way to bridge the gap is to give them real-time projects, and also have a lot of academicians to work in the industry so that they are able to go and translate and add value to the students, so that the students understand the concepts and also how to apply this concept on a day-to-day basis. So once these two are kind of mixed, that will really help the students.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today's CV's event opens up an eye, that we are in the process of building a mega fund, and all credit goes to Jay Chaudhary and team. It's a fantastic concept. India will be a kind of a source for a lot of global startups to come, look at for funding, mentoring, starting their initiatives in India and create employment for the local. There's a huge opportunity. I thank Jay Chaudhary for initiating this. It's going to go a long way, and India will be positioned as a global startup hub with our strengths that we are going to offer in future.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see all the investors to come to this event. In fact, many of them, like Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary and N.T. Chaudhary, they all agreed to put more money, 100 crores, 50 crores kind of money they're investing. That means they're seeing that Succeed Innovation Fund, we are doing very well as a fund. In addition to that, as you asked India Startup Foundation, what we have done so far, it's only 1 year story. In 1 year, thousands of startups came to our ISF platform, and all of them are becoming successful. Then afterwards, I was talking to Balaji Reddy, why can't we create the Y Combinator plus in India? Because India is a big market today. Where is the market in America? Where is the market in China? Where is the market in other European countries? India is a big market. And all the startups across the pan-India, now they're growing exponentially. So we want to catch this wave when it is rising, and that's where me and Vamsiram Builders, we are planning to set up ultra-modern Y Combinator plus with the funding, with the mentoring, with the market access, all that is going to come. And initially it will be in Hyderabad. Afterwards we will extend this facility to other cities like Bangalore, Pune, Delhi and all that. Our aim is whoever comes to our whatever the ecosystem, they have to be successful. Once they come into our fold, automatically the valuation should go up and their more customers should call on them, and that is the kind of thing we are planning to do. And all the elements like venture studio will be there, maybe a Shark Tank kind of a facility also we are planning to have. More importantly, most of the startups, they die without having the business. So for business, how do they get the business? We are going to have the experts who are good in European market, good in the American market, good in the Australian market, good in the Indian market. They will guide them which are those companies, how they can navigate and get new customers. I think customer access is going to be the key thing which we are going to establish here, and we are going to create many successful startups. Many of them are going to become billion-dollar companies. More than the money, they are going to create a lot of jobs for this great nation. That is the project that is going to be ISF+++, which we will be launching in the new year 2024. Thank you so much. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm Dr. Ravindranath, Chairman of Global University Foundation. This is a university for health, life sciences, technology, and innovation. One of the very specialized university focused on innovation to democratize the healthcare for India. This university will be starting soon. As part of this university, innovation is the central pillar. As part of that, we announced today Innovation Fund along with the Succeed. The like-minded people, including me, are going to fund this. This Innovation Fund will definitely help technology innovations in healthcare, life sciences. You all know India is a large country with a 1.4 billion population. The current way of increasing healthcare costs, we can't afford. No matter how many trillions we become, it is a distant possibility of 100% affordability of healthcare in this country. The only way is to democratize healthcare. The only way we can democratize healthcare is bringing healthcare costs down by innovations in our own country for our own people. So there are many, both health and life sciences put together, innovations using technology can bring down the cost. The many areas like preventive healthcare is the very, very important area. Then proactive diagnosis, and before the disease onsets, we should diagnose and reduce the cost of healthcare and improve the outcomes. And also curative healthcare also can be reduced, cost can be reduced, because today we are importing huge amounts of devices, implants, materials and medicines. All that can be done in this country. I have to say hats off to our pharma industry, which has reduced the cost of medicines in this country. That's why we are able to afford even today what we are doing. Same way we should do in devices, in implants and in disposables. So if we can do all these things, the cost can be reduced by at least 30-40%. Same way, using technology, we can have an early diagnosis, so we can bring down the cost of healthcare significantly. So we don't need to spend huge money on curative healthcare. So all these things are actually, if you look at it today, one of the major costs, a major reason for indebtedness of our middle class and becoming bankrupt is healthcare. One of the family member becoming ill due to serious illness, the whole family becomes bankrupt. This, even government is aware of that. I think it's very important. Government, private sector, innovation, whoever is involved in innovation, healthcare, everybody should get along with the support funding. It's possible in the next decade or so we can achieve significant progress in affordable healthcare in this country. That's what we need in this country. Democratizing healthcare is the mantra for future, because healthcare and education are the two eyes of this nation. And that's why we have to focus on these two areas. Government has to support in these areas. Government has to liberalize all the rules and regulations and help the nation to build very good ecosystem for innovations in the country so that we can democratize healthcare. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hello, I am Dr. Tapasvi Krishna Katragadda, consultant pulmonologist at Gleneagles Hospitals, Lakdikapul. I am here with Angels Investors. Thanks to Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu for getting me here. So we got interested in AI in healthcare with some devices which make our lives much more easier. And if technology could help our sisters and doctors to specialists who are more specialized in caring for the patients when they are unable to be there, it would deliver better care to our patients who are in the ICU or who are in the wards. So that's how AI could connect junior doctors and senior doctors better. If I'm not even in my OPD, AI could connect my patients' breath sounds to me. This is the possibility I saw with AI and startups. So that's the reason I'm here with Angel Investors. That's how we got into this. Would like to contribute better with ideas and with mentoring other startups, especially healthcare startups. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So I've been part of ISF for the last 9 months. We conducted the largest investor event in Bangalore, Madanhalli, and before that we did a series of Investor Connect events, one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad, one in Pune, and we have a host of events coming up in the future. So, if you're a startup and you're looking for funding, you're looking for mentoring, you're looking for Industry Connect, this is the place you want to go to. Come register and, make the best use of ISF as a platform to grow your business, to scale your business.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hari Subramanian, represent Colruyt Group, and we also do investments through our Chorus investment vehicle. So we are a Belgian headquartered company. So we already have made quite a bit of investments here in India in few sectors in conscious consumer, energy mobility, and also in healthy living. I'm happy to be part of the ISF. So I truly see there's an opportunity where we can take our startup founders and give them market access in Belgium, preferably because that's where we have a lot of connect in that. So looking forward to find a way how I can play a role to help the society here in India, at the same time connect both Belgium and India in the startup ecosystem. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
The India Startup Foundation, we are helping many startups who are coming, particularly early stage startups. They struggle a lot, not only for the funding, but more importantly for the market access. In fact, we want to help a lot of youngsters like Nikhil. Nikhil has got a gaming company. He's based out of Mumbai. But though he has got the funding, but he wants to get more business. That's when he'll make a revenue positive. Till today, he's still not able to get into the revenue positive. I assured him, using our India Startup Foundation, we are taking companies like Nikhil to not only within India, even outside the country also expose them to those markets. So we definitely, Nikhil, whatever you are doing in it's called Mumbai Mumbai Gullies. Very innovative startup Nikhil has started. It's called Mumbai Gullies. In fact, all the real estate people can actually advertise in his game. It's a gamified model. So, particularly for Hyderabad, so all the real estate companies, commercial or residential, they are looking for this kind of opportunity. When the people or youngsters are playing the game, they see, okay, Vamshiram Builders is building a nice infrastructure and all that this thing. So it's good for them and also good for him also, because he gets a lot of ad revenues and all that. So that's where now I told Nikhil that not only within India, every city after Mumbai Gullies, Hyderabad Gullies also you can have, and Chennai Gullies also you can have, Bangalore Gullies also you can have. So lot of opportunities within India itself. Then we'll take him to global. He can have a Paris Gully, Sydney Gullies, or California Gullies, or New York Gullies. All that we will, wherever ISF is going, we are going to promote Nikhil. So Nikhil, how do you want to take this opportunity?
First of all, thank you very much, sir. When I came to this event, you were the first person I met, and you were very warm and cordial towards us. Thank you very much for the kind words. And that is exactly, you got the vision exactly right, you know. Because that's what we are trying to do with Mumbai Gullies, is get all the brands. Mumbai is a global city. Of course, India has a lot of interesting cities and cultures that we can showcase out in the international world. So that's the market that we want to capture first. We want to tell stories from India, and that also poses a great opportunity for advertisers, as you mentioned. So it's great that, you know, we got to meet each other, and I'm looking forward to this association as a long-term association. So thank you very much for all the help and support that you promised today.
Nikhil, while you are helping the real estate players and other players, I want you also to help our startup companies.
Yeah.
Each Mumbai itself, a lot of startups are there. Right. In Mumbai Gullies, you identify who are the startup companies, you give them the visibility through your game. Similarly, when you come to Hyderabad Gullies, here also umpty number of startups are there. I think while helping the startups, you also help yourself, and that's a great service to the society, and also you make your money. It's a great concept. We are with you. We'll make sure that you become successful in the international arena. So I wish Nikhil and his company all the best, and make sure that one of our ISF companies to become global, and he'll become a multi-billion-dollar company with the help of India Startup Foundation. All the best, Nikhil.
Thank you very much, Dr. J.A. Chaudhary, sir. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, this is Prerna Heda. I run a firm named Prerna Legal LLP, and we are in the helping the startup ecosystem from end to end. Then how the founders, how the people who are having ideas can start a firm, get their compliances in place, get the transaction work done, get their due diligences sorted, draft all kind of, connect them to the industry people and draft all their agreements. A founder needs to have a lot of knowledge on what is the investment coming in, what are the shareholders' rights he's supposed to give, what are the founders' responsibilities, with whom they are starting the company. So the firm gives a lot of end-to-end support to anybody who wants to, who's already started and goes to a second and third level stage of building it up.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Yeah, my name is M. Venkat. I am from Sunsoft Solutions Incorporation, Alpharetta, Georgia, and we do a product related to an offenders management system in for US jails. So when the offender was released by a justice or a court to the outside on a parole or a bail, so we continuously track his location. So for that, now we replaced the ankle bracelet with smartwatch, which is an IoT-based smartwatch, so which gives the continuous location of an offender and his activities continuously. So that is what our product and both the services also we do for the US jail management system. Any person who wears ankle monitor, probably he may be within a social stigma. Maybe he feels that some others will observe that he has done some sin or something like that. So whereas if this smartwatch is in a regular kind of watch, so where the people will come forward and wear the watch and then they try to re-enter into the stream of the society. So as of now we have not yet used any AI related technology in that, but we have a lot of scope for this, and we are trying to implement some AI related algorithms to enhance the product features or qualities. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
My name is Purnang Prakash. I am from Samaro. I am the CEO and co-founder. Samaro is an all-in-one event tech platform that empowers event organizers to streamline operations, boost attendee engagement, and maximize their ROI, and all of that in a single platform. We have right now customer presence in 35 different countries, and we have hosted more than 10 lakh attendees on our platform. We take pride in saying that we take effort from the event organizers front and make them focus on what really matters, making the attendees happy, generating more ROI from the events. And also, on top of that, I would like to say that we were the fourth startup in the ISF in the first edition, and we're looking forward to being a part of it again in the next year. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
This is Raviteja Gupta, founder of Gupta J Invest, an angel network. Investors only from Gupta community. Startups can be from any community. Anyone who can multiply our money, we will invest. Business is business. We do focus on strategic investments where it will be win-win-win for all the parties. So apart from just money, we do a lot of value addition where we give market access, mentoring, manpower, motivation, methodology, mindset, like that, many things. So if you want only money, go to any investment company. If you want money with value addition, you can come to us. After we investing, we connect you with other angel investment companies, other VC companies, family offices, private equity companies and all, where it will be like a wildcard entry for you. So because we endorsed you, and we already invested, we took the risk like that. So we do connect you with scale up. How to scale up is also we do. So we focus on early stage startups, early revenue generation stage startups where product market fit stage is crossed. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, my name is Seshadri Wangala. I basically group CEO I run a portfolio of firms. I'm the founder for iFin Global Group. And also, more importantly, I'm also the founding member of our Indian Startup Foundation, which is now, I think, truly international startup foundation, led by my mentor, Sri Jay Chowdhury, and also, of course, a group of teams. And this is like, we're also social impact startup, 12 months old, like your mystartuptv. Thanks, for the support first. But I think we are evolving because this is not the first thing. We always, as I always say, with the three taglines, connect, collaborate and celebrate. With that vision, we have started this firm. We have got a pro bono volunteers in the 12 months. The story has been, we started the second edition of our festives. We call it festives. So as ISF, I always say that very loud and clear that we are not for profit, obviously, but at the same time, we are not an event management company. We have a real noble cause. All of those people who are there came for this noble cause, led again by my mentor, for basically helping promoting startups, scale-ups by mentoring, and also have been privileged to have a lot of the global CEOs, investors coming all together. And of course, I believe in London and truly been part of organizing for the global stuff for this, and truly honored. I always say this in my early childhood days, I used to say JSR, now I'm truly working for him. And why him? Because already we have witnessed how the energy and spirits I think we are trying to carry forward. And coming back the experiences, yes, succeed. Honestly, some of them has been also clubbed to ISF, trying to bring in some data funds through ISF Angels, trying to do our bit to bring in this kind of cause for getting all in a room to kind of more important to solve problems. Not only funding. I think majority still needs in India. How do we create jobs? How the company should come here? And more importantly, what is that we need to enable them? It's not by funding you there. How do you enable them in the right direction with the real thought leaders? So today we have the authentic, the unsung heroes all in a room. This is what I said. That is the uniqueness of this particular movement. I don't say this as a platform, it's a movement that's happening. And I wish and request everyone to join our organization, which is happening at the Holy Abode at Satyasai University, Satyasai Grama, where you all know a lot of activities are happening under His Holiness Madhusudan Saiji. So we are trying to do all that, and I think more, I always say we just had a teaser. We still have a lot of even trailers and pictures coming up, global thing, and that's where we are working on it. Thank you very much for all your support also, MyStartuptv and
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Welcome to all of you to our annual celebrations.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So we started this journey. Why we started the journey? Basically, we wanted to help the entrepreneurial ecosystem. See, funding, there are a lot of VCs are there, a lot of PEs are there, a lot of angel forums are there. Funding, a lot of people are doing. But if companies have to succeed, unless there is a proper mentorship. So that's where, we bring that very high quality of mentorship and hand-holding those companies. See that they are all successful. That's the reason why we named this fund as a Succeed Innovation Fund. All the companies where we are investing, whom we are mentoring, they have to be successful. The Silicon Valley model of VC investments, only 1 out of 10, they are successful. We are already reversing that. Here, 9 out of 10 are going to be successful. Already, many of them are successful in the journey. So I want to thank all our limited partners, all our investors who have a lot of faith in us that we are going to not only give their money back, but many multiples. That's what we are all trying to work 24/7 to see that whatever they invested with us, that money we want to return with good multiples. The path is on the way. In addition to that, I want to particularly thank some of our daughter funds. I don't know how many people are aware. Many companies, they wanted to start their own fund. Instead of that, we requested them, why don't you join with us as a daughter fund? And we have already 3 daughter funds, right? And 2 more are going to join. And I want to make an announcement. These 2 daughter funds who are going to make a big investment into Succeed Innovation. The first one, I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary. So Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary, after selling global hospitals, 80% of the wealth is donated to a fund, a trust, and he is going to set up ultra-modern the university, research medical university, and also is incubating a lot of health tech and med tech companies in the incubation facility. So he has agreed to have a 100 crore daughter fund, health tech, life sciences, and healthcare and med tech. These are the areas. The focus fund is going to be 100 crore fund with Succeed Innovation as a daughter fund. I also request N.T. Chaudhary. N.T. Chaudhary comes from my native place, Anantapur. He also agreed to put 50 crores as a daughter fund. So why, so many people want to invest with Succeed, because as I mentioned to you, we want to make sure that all the startups where we are investing, we want to make sure that they're going to be successful. So I request Sachan Garu, who is the RERA chairman for the Telangana state, to come and felicitate our 2 daughter funds.
Just a general idea on how the early investment funds are doing. Capital inflow in Indian startups is expected to touch $300 billion by 2030. The number of investors who are funding Indian startups from year by year, they are continuously growing with a CAGR of 26%. Expected number of Indian unicorns are supposed to touch 280. Right now it's around 120. You can see the numbers, how many investors are supporting the Indian startups and the innovation in the tech side. We have sector focus of 6 sectors, and we have added another sector this year on the digital economy and emerging technology. Our focus is early stage funds, deep tech companies solving Indian problems. This is the fund's key highlight. We started with a 100 crore fund. This year we have increased the corpus to 300 crores. We are doing 2.03x as on this November data. If you see the companies where we have invested and they have raised funds in the subsequent round, we are doing 3.5x kind of a multiple. So all your wishes, all your money, all your support based on the continuous support from the money, from the mentors, from the curators who help us in evaluate the deal and mentoring. We have done well, and we are still we are only 3rd year in our operations. These are the portfolio highlights, how we have done till now, December 15. These are the numbers. We have funded 59 portfolio companies. We have done 16 follow-on rounds in them. We have invested around 60 crores so far and continue to invest in this year. 300 crore kind of fund has been raised by our portfolio company, where we have participated 60 crores. Combined valuation of our portfolio companies comes to around 3,500 crores and growing. If you'll see the data, the early stage funds continue to outperform other funds or private equity funds or the growth stage funds. These are the data which has been done all across AIFs in India, starting from 2015 to March 2023. So the number would have grown. Just to give an idea that this is the investment manager team headed by all 6 GPs, Jay sir, Lax, Raju sir, Ramesh, myself and Vikrant. This is the team who works with us every day, 24/7. And all of them are here. Please support them.
We started with an angel network in past. Then we invested through a IIIT seed fund, some of you might be aware. With the Innovation Fund, we also created the sub fund. And the journey is then gradually moving towards creating a dollar denomination fund, which is the growth fund. So when all the structure is set, the base is set, this is where we want to go for a bigger leap and support the Series A and Series B company. Many of our companies are doing good. We have about 70 companies in our portfolio. Many of them are also flipping structures and getting bigger. And this is where we were passing on those companies to others. Instead of that, we would have our own sub-fund. That's the approach. Very similar sectors we are carrying, almost all the sectors. But our focus has been that for growth stage fund, the next fund would support them. And if companies are flipping structures and becoming a US-centric or a Singapore-centric, those would be invested through the growth fund. Obviously, it would be a very focused fund, and we won't be picking up, large number of companies as we have picked up in the early fund, because Innovation India Fund was largely about supporting early stage companies and supporting the ecosystem. Once that base continues, and we are obviously expanding the base, we are also trying to see if we can pick up the Series A, Series B company, and that's the broad structure that we are putting in. Similar approach, we would have companies at pre-Series A, Series A and Series B level, and we would be investing at an early stage companies in the innovation fund and carrying the journey forward. The ones which are doing well will continue to put in larger capital from this fund. We'll continue to also identify a few good companies from the market. So this will give us a flexibility to pick up companies not just from India, but even neighboring countries. If there are good companies in Bangladesh, Vietnam, Israel, we will also not shy away in investing in them, as long as we have a good access to the market so that we can pick up right companies and gradually also can help them. So if you have friends who are in those markets who would like to support, we'll welcome all of those introductions. Obviously, a lot of these would also have an investor base in the US and UK. I'm sure most of you have access to the US families. Introduce those friends to us. A large part of this would also be through an institutional play, large family offices. So family offices of Dubai, family offices of Singapore, large institutional players of the US. We look forward to working with them. There are a few conversations already going for anchor investors to join. But till the time we lock it in, all conversations are welcome. So if you have, friends that you would like to recommend, we'll work with all of them. This would also have a play with corporates. So some companies which would like to have their venture arrangements in India, we would be open to work with them. So if you are working with large corporate venture firms, CVCs, and if they are working to partner with us, we would have a formal approach to share with you also. In terms of activity, if I take an example of, let's say, an EdTech strategic fund looking to partner with us in India, what would they do? They would have a global access to us. They will find a much, growth-oriented companies from an Indian market, very large deal flow. When they work at an early stage, very limited opportunity exists. They would also have a track record of companies. When we have invested in them for 12 to 36 months, we are also monitoring their performance. They will be able to see those companies, and due diligence is much easier. When they are partnering with us and putting money, putting $1 or $2 million for them from that fund is very easy. And those companies which are doing good, 10 to 15 million, 30 million kind of investment would make sense, right? So at early stage, obviously the ROI is better. And at a late stage, the success ratios are generally fine if you work through this model. Most of the funds, when they invest for the first time and have no correlation with the first fund, they would generally be, shooting in the dark. Here, we would all be investing into companies that we have seen growing and are performing well. So out of 100 odd companies in our innovation fund, we'll pick and choose those 20, 25 companies which need a large capital. So that is the vision. And we look forward to working with you guys on that fund.
This is one of the important segments. We just invited few of our portfolio startups. So we'll just have a few minutes chat with them, not too long, 6-8 minutes.
This is Yugen. I'm the co-founder of Hirex.ai. We are a HR tech startup based out of IIIT Hyderabad. We develop a voice-based AI to conduct level 1 interviews, specifically for mass hiring requirements in the industry.
My name is Gaurav. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Edmingle. So Edmingle has built this 360-degree platform used by edtech businesses to launch their own platforms like Upgrad and Unacademy. So we are Shopify for edtech businesses. We are currently working with around 550 businesses who are training almost 20 lakh students across 130 plus countries.
My name is Nikhil Hegde, the co-founder of 6 Degree. We're one of the most leading e-commerce enablement platforms, especially in the fashion and lifestyle segment. We worked with more than about 50 to 70 SMB customers, and now into the big leagues, working with some of the largest corporates in the fashion retail space.
This is Purnang from Samaro. Samaro is an event tech SaaS platform. It empowers event organizers to streamline their operations, boost attendee engagement, and maximize their ROI, and all of that in a single platform. Samaro currently has customer presence in 35 different countries and has hosted more than 10 lakh attendees on its platform.
My name is Shrikar Kottamachu, founder and CEO of Nessa Medtech. Unlike all of these guys, we are a medical device company. So what we do is we do scarless image-guided surgeries. Generally, whenever you think about surgery, there'll be a cut open or they make some holes and do a keyhole surgery. But we realize the same thing and much better outcomes without any scar in the body. And we are starting off to work in women's health, but it's a platform, it can be extended to other platforms as well, other clinical conditions. We recently received a part of our device, a US FDA approval as well. And I must be one of the latest portfolio companies. So we were funded in September this year.
My name is Nikhil Malkar. Our company's name is Game Studios. We are based in the city of Mumbai. And currently we are developing this game called Mumbai Gullies. It's an open world game based on the city of Mumbai. So you can explore the entire city of Mumbai. You can hop onto a rickshaw, taxi, eat a pani puri, vada pav or pav bhaji. And our hope is to eventually create high quality games from India so that we can explore not just Mumbai, but also showcase what we have special going on in various different parts of India. So we can explore like a Hyderabad, Kolkata or Gujarat or whatever. So the sky's the limit, and that's what we are.
We are the founders of Biva. So, I mean, many of you would have like bought products on Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, etc. While it is very convenient to buy products from all of these channels, it is very tough for brands to basically manage like where the sales is even coming from, where are they spending on ads, what are the logistic platforms they are using. We are a no-code analytics platform which takes all of that journey within a few minutes, producing like pre-built reports and dashboards straight off the bat. So we are biva.ai.
I am founder of PairTech. So at PairTech, we have been building augmented reality solutions for some of the largest food tech companies in India. So we currently work with Zomato as well. So you would have probably seen the AR feature on Zomato. So that is something that is built by us. Apart from that, we built a complete end-to-end ERP solution for restaurants. So today we work with about 1,000 plus restaurants, pan-India, and then they are expanding internationally as well. So essentially what we are trying to build is a complete end-to-end ecosystem for a single restaurant owner to run his restaurant more efficiently and increase their profits.
In the last dinner hosted in March, we had given out Class C shares certificates to our curator. However, some of them weren't here. So we would like to give it on to them today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, I'm Vikrant Varshne, Managing Partner of Succeed Innovation Fund. We are great to have all the hosts coming and joining us. We were trying to get the ecosystem of people, our investors, startups, ecosystem, ISF community, and everybody who's supporting the innovation ecosystem was invited. We are supporting the early stage innovation ecosystem. We have had about 70 portfolio companies and many of them were here. And we are glad to see many of them doing very well, scaled up. Our fund is unique. We start from an early stage category and we support them in the growth journey by doing successive rounds. There is a big amount of mentoring which goes along to make them successful. And we are seeing the result of all of that. Our companies are doing well. Over a period of last 3 years, we have about 4x multiple on the capital invested. and that's a testimony that our investment thesis is working well. We invite more companies to join, as well as more investors to back us. Look forward to have more. ISF sub-fund is also a community that we have been supporting, and we look forward to working additionally with everybody who's supporting ISF ecosystem too. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
My name is Vinay Kohli. I'm the center head for an AI company called DCubeIO. It's located in Jubilee Hills, Hyderabad. We are a startup company. So this is the first time I've been to this place, and I find the kind of effort to be very enterprising. Definitely this kind of thing is very necessary for the startups, especially the mentorship and the direction. It's quite amazing. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, I'm Vinuta, the Chief Community Officer of Draper Startup House. It's been a privilege to be part of this event. Succeed has been doing an amazing work. They have invested over 60 companies, and we have seen how this fund from Hyderabad has grown. There are very few funds in Hyderabad, and Succeed has been an example for us as to how a fund of early stage can really flourish in this market. I'm so proud to be here and actually connect with all my colleagues who have built this ecosystem together. And cheers to Succeed. It's been a wonderful ride.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So I'm a mentor with ISF. Chaudhary Garu has been very kind in inviting me to be a part of ISF. So my investment philosophy is fairly sector agnostic. So I've got about 30 companies that I've invested in startups. They range from deep tech to clean tech to battery tech, different kind of industries. They're pretty wide ranging. So what I look at really is very carefully about what problem are they really solving. I have to be very, very clear about what that startup is trying to solve as a problem. Their problem statement has to be super clear, and then their solutions have to be equally clear. It's a question of looking at the team, see what their background is, and I'm not really too worried whether they come from IITs or IIMs or whatever. I just look at how much of a commitment do they have in terms of the business that they are trying to solve, the business that they are trying to build, as well as in terms of what their plans are. Normally when I hear a pitch that talks about my exit plan is going to be an IPO 5 years later, or I'm trying to be a unicorn, or one such thing, I'll just say that's it, thank you very much, no more. There's nothing to discuss after this. I want to hear from you, what is it that you are really trying to build? How much of hunger do you have in the belly? What are you trying to actually build? How passionate are you about whatever business that you're building? If you give me even 2x, I'm happy. Don't talk about 100x and 50x and whatever, because that tells me what is the commitment of the founder is. And that's more than enough for me. And that's been my philosophy. And I'm pretty happy to say whether I chose it one way or the other, I seem to be somehow in sunrise industries. So I have charging equipment, I have EV cars, I have space tech, people like this, clean tech, so solar farms, cold storage chains, logistics chains. So end of the day, they are all technology, but technology as an overlay over real business. There's a bricks and mortar business, and there's an overlay of software. It's not pure software or SaaS or whatever else, because to me, I'm a trader. I come from a commodities trading background. So when I look at things, I strip them naked first, and then build back whatever needs to be built up, and see where is the economics, where is the cost, where is the economics in this whole game, and then look at whether that is sounding logical or not. So when we are in commodities business, we always look at how to price it correctly. So which means then you need to get your cost right. Right? So that's how, and I look at funding and say, if someone is coming up with crazy funding ideas and trying to be high-fly kind of funding ideas, I say, no, that's it. Because you want them to build it step by step by step. So lucky that so far at least I've got at 4 or 5 of the companies who have done 3, 4, 5 rounds of additional funding, and they've been building. So every round has become like at least another 5 to 10x. So that's, I would say in a nutshell, is my ideas and philosophy. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are over here in Hyderabad is to look for innovations, look for innovators, to get the things from north to south and bring this initiative which we are doing over there in Delhi to Hyderabad. One direction is to benefit this ecosystem, and this ecosystem consists of many partners, startups like investors and like corporates. So we are here in Hyderabad to link these 3 ecosystem partners for this program and for the ecosystem what we want.
We want to bring the whole ecosystem of companies, startups, investors, industries, larger industries and mentors, everybody, the thought leaders, to come and talk about what is their idea about green tech and mobility. We are scouting some very good technologies and startups here. We would like to help them out, invest and see some successes out of here. The event is going great. I can see a crowd of people enjoying networking with each other, and so far it seems like a very good, successful event. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Basically, what brings us to Hyderabad is the robust e-mobility ecosystem. There are different battery pack OEMs, manufacturers, tech development entities. We also interacted with companies that are making 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, working on different business models like direct product sale, leasing model. So events like this Green Tech Mixture helps us to make a good assessment of what all the ecosystem is happening here, what is the role each individual entity is playing, and how we can leverage this ecosystem and get some insights out of it and implement into our business models as well. It's been a good experience, and it's very look forward to connect with different enterprises here and take our business to another level. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are an energy and mobility as a service platform based out of Hyderabad. We provide electric vehicles on rental leasing subscription, at the same time help businesses to find the right electric vehicle nearest charge service and swap station. I'm here to share what Hala is building for the future and what we're trying to do here, a problem that we're trying to solve amongst the crowd here at the Green Tech and Mobility Mixer. The future plans of Hala are super clear, crisp, that we are going to deploy 18,000 fleet in the next 24 months in the next 7 cities: Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Vizag, Chennai, Bangalore, Vijayawada. And the aim is to reduce down the carbon footprint, make every mile go electric and spread miles across India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello and welcome to this morning. We are at Maker Fair in the T-Works Hyderabad. This is day 2 of Maker Fair, one of the only events across India in which making with your hands making with your mind, and the combination of your mind and hands is at work. This is an event which definitely calls for a celebration for people to come to witness and experience for themselves. And since yesterday we have seen how families have come, how children have come, the huge amount of curiosity about Maker Faire, and hopefully this experiment, which is organized for the third time in India, in Hyderabad, will be replicated across the country. With us,
yes, thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here. So Maker Faire is a global event. It happens across the world in Tokyo, Shenzhen, Shanghai, Paris, Rome, and all over the United States. The idea of such an event is to celebrate making, is to celebrate innovation and creativity, and like you rightly put it, is to celebrate the things that are made, or the process of making things with a combination of your mind and your hands. So my feeling is, we started in 2018. We wanted to bring this to India, to Hyderabad, and one of the major features of Maker Faire, it's a very collaborative event. Most of the events you go to, it is, either engineering heavy, or particularly mechanical engineering heavy, or electronics engineering heavy, or there's a focus on defense, or it is purely art. Maker Faire, especially at T-Works, is probably the only place where you see a combination of art, science and engineering all in one place. And that is when people appreciate that any product you build is a combination of all these three. And that is, the larger goal for T-Works is to create a culture around making, so that one of the outcomes of that culture will be startups coming out with world-class products, companies doing R&D being able to compete globally with the Apples and the Teslas of the world. So it's very important to showcase people who are already in the culture, so that we can inspire thousands of more people to take that direction.
This integration of art, integration of design into technology is something we have heard often. And I'm so glad that Maker Faire is attending that. How is this process being effective, and what kind of measures are you taking to ensure that this long-term goal of marrying craft and artisanships with technology is more effective and is passed on to a wider section of population?
I think there are two things that we have to do, two approaches that we have to take parallelly. The first approach is bring awareness that product development is never done in isolation. So that's when events like Maker Faire really help. The second thing we do is put that theory into practice, and we do that by ourselves building products, and by building and by co-innovating with our users and our customers. So when our users come here to build products with us, we work with them to some extent, we educate them, we show them products we built in the past, and tell them, while engineering is essential, that is what brings the functionality, design, the user experience actually takes it a level up. So for example, if you see the evolution of our own products, we built the mechanical ventilator during the first wave of COVID. It was designed by our mechanical engineers, so it looks a little boxy, but it worked very well in the hospital. It was tested on a patient. Then during the second wave, we built an oxygen concentrator. This is when we had our design team, in-house design team. And then GE Appliances came forward to procure some of them, and we worked with them to co-innovate this product. Recently, we are working with some international agencies. One of them is in the non-profit area. They work in the disaster relief area. So they came to us and said, hey, can you design a disaster relief kit that can be quickly deployed to areas affected by natural disasters? So while we were working on this project, of course, unfortunately, an earthquake struck in Nepal, and we were able to ship it. Now, this product has almost zero technology. It is all design, but it is designed so that the user is comfortable in those areas. So I think it's a combination of awareness and putting theory into practice. And the more we put the theory into practice, the better we get at it. And it is not only our team that's building the products, we are building it in collaboration with 200 other partners, suppliers, freelancers, and our own customers. So I think it's a two-pronged approach we use.
Now, where does the origin of the idea, the necessity come in? Necessity is the mother of invention. So how does the start, the origin of necessity, where this idea coming from, and how do you manage to be a part of it? How do you manage to utilize the facility here of various machines, various design elements, and how does this kind of an integration happen between the necessity on one hand and your ability to deliver them on the other hand?
Okay, that's an interesting question, and I think many people have that question. So some students came in yesterday and they said, we want to design an e-bike. Can we start making it? So I just said two things. I said, one, what is your end goal? If your end goal is to start a business, then there is a lot of research that has to go in before you even put pen to paper. You have to study the market, you have to study the viability of it as a business, you have to know whether you have a product market fit. Now, if you do something like that, then places like T-Hub exist, incubators exist, for you to help you understand the business viability part of it. Like you said, whether there is a necessity for that invention. But the second point is, as kids, as youngsters, as passionate individuals, we want to do things that excite us. Creating is innately human. So we have a lot of art pieces kept across the venue, right? Built by artists. They don't really do it because they found a gap in the market or they have a product market fit. They do it because it's their passion. And the advantage of that is you start, you get going, and it is a learning process. It's a stepping stone. In the process of pursuing your passion, you fail a few times and you build multiple products, you build multiple prototypes, not with the intent of having a business, but because you love it. And there are many famous sayings, even in the famous Amir Khan movie, where he said, you pursue excellence, success will follow you. And that's the whole intent. See, we've kept all our walls are made of glass, they are transparent, because we want people not to be intimidated by machinery. We want to tell them it's not that difficult to build hardware. Once they have that passion, our job is to spark that passion. Once they have that passion, learning resources are abundantly available. You start building for the sake of learning, then suddenly you realize that you've become a good engineer, a good designer, a good maker, and you see possibilities all around you. So you believe in yourself, you believe in your own skill, and then I can solve this problem, I can solve that problem. Problems are abundant. I think what we are trying to say is everyone has the ability to solve that problem, and we want to lower barriers for you to build products that solve that problem.
At what stage of the design expertise or the skilling of design is available at TUWorks? Because we have a large group of youngsters coming here, and their innovation, their ideas may be excellent, but they also need a kind of an molding into really high quality design. How is that process being carried out here?
So one is we run a lot of workshops. That is for entry level makers, people who are passionate about it but don't know much about it. So we called it a 101 series, a beginner series. So every weekend we have a series of workshops across shops. You can do it in woodworking, in pottery, in metalworking, and come and just understand what it is. Over and above that, we are designing curriculum to take people to the next level. So say someone wants to learn either a piece of equipment, they want to learn how to operate something, how to get a design made on a particular machine. That is one track of curriculum. And the other track is people want to know in general, what is the process of product prototyping? How do I go from having an idea to building a proof of concept, to building a prototype, the sourcing, assembly, fabrication, right up till how do I just get before design for manufacturing and assembly. So TWorks, we cater from once you have an idea to just before you go to manufacturing. So we are designing curriculum to handhold people through that process. Now, not everyone can be generalized into one curriculum. Some people say, hey, I already know bits and pieces of this. I need help to finish my product, to improve my product. So in this case, we have 3 engagement models. The first is they come and say, I'm building a robotic arm. I need 4 hours a day on your CNC machine. We allow for that. It's called equipment rental. The second, they say, I don't want to operate your machine, but I have a design. Can you get it fabricated for us? We say, yes, we can. They upload the design, they make the payment, we make the part and we ship it to them. That's called prototyping as a service. Essentially, we've put our machines on the cloud. 15% of all our users are from outside Hyderabad, and over half of all our users have never stepped into the facility. The third, partners come to us and say, we only have an idea. Can we work with you? Can we co-innovate with you and go from idea to a design for manufacturing and assembly product? We say, yes, we can. So that is called a contract product prototyping service that we provide. So either people just want to learn, for which we are curating curriculum and even creating curriculum, and the other is people actually want to get to building, for which, depending on which stage they are in, how much expertise we have these 3 tracks available for them.
Now, these are the 3 areas in which the touch points, so to say, a few words. How is Maker Faire a part of this entire process? Of course, Maker Faire does exist across countries, but how is Maker Faire integrated into this entire process?
Very good question, and that's our plug, so to speak. The number one aim of Maker Faire is awareness. It's to tell. So we'll have about maybe 1,000 makers over here, but we have, I think, already over 20,000 people who've come and visited the facility. So for them to even understand what are the possibilities, that's the first aim. So when they come here, we have various displays across the facility, and we have various volunteers who have brochures and who can tell them how can they come tomorrow and use the facility. So the number one aim of Maker Faire is to spread awareness. The second aim is to create a dense and diverse ecosystem, so that an artist can meet a mechanical engineer, can meet a product designer, can meet a sourcing specialist. And when those creative collisions happen, great products are built. And the third aim is to showcase T-Works capabilities itself as a product design and development facility. So they come here and they see, oh, if I want to build a medical device, an unmanned aerial vehicle, a complex robotic machine, I can come here and build it or get it built. So I think, Maker Faire, we are also using Maker Faire to sort of talk about T-Works, to sort of talk about the Hyderabad ecosystem, which is, when you look at the space, it's really, really strong and not a lot of people knew about that. And yesterday we had people from all over India, from makerspaces across India, come here to T-Works. And we also, want to tell them that makerspaces are important in the general context of Indian creativity and innovation, and we are also here to support them across the country. So T-Works is, not only for Telangana, the government of Telangana has built it, but it is for India as a whole. So these are the, 4 messages that we convey.
On today's Maker Faire and yesterday's also, you see a lot of families come in with children, etc. Is that also something by design? Because the workshops, we have a range of workshops. Could you start by telling us about the ideas behind the different range of workshops and the style and types of workshops which are being organized here?
Thank you for asking. I really wanted to talk about it. T-Works is not just an incubator or an innovation center. Our vision is to create and celebrate a culture of making in India for people who explore and experiment without the fear of failure. So,
very, very, very relevant in Indian context.
Very relevant. I mean, when I was growing up, I'm sure when all of us were growing up, if we get an F in our examination paper, it's considered a taboo. It's considered a taboo to talk about failure at home. But the irony is, when you're building something, when you're creating something, you are bound to fail before you succeed. Like Thomas Edison said, I didn't fail 99 times. I know 99 ways how not to build a bulb. So the reason a lot of the big focus of Maker Faire is children is because that culture will start from childhood. And not only the children, we also want to impress upon the parents that if sparking creativity in your child has now become sort of a necessity, whether you're looking at a career option, whether you're looking at any profession, even if it's entrepreneurship. So that has to be nurtured. A lot of the workshops here are designed for children, and sometimes some workshops are a combination of children and parents. so they can work with each other, they can build things with each other. There is this innate fun in building things, and you bring people together. So someone asked us, what is your target audience? We say it ranges from 5 years right up to students, makers, working professionals, entrepreneurs, even corporate use our facility. And if you want to create a culture, I think we are curating programs, curating workshops, having various touch points to touch each of these, so to speak, demographies or each of these sections of society. And that's why while you have contract product prototyping, which is very serious, you also have a maker fair, which is a lot of fun, and they get to meet each other. And people realize, if I start with passion, if I start with fun, this is the path I can take to actually becoming a serious product developer.
Now, MyStartuptv has been in the domain of encouraging startups and innovation, etc. How much of what is happening at TWorks is also part of encouraging the startup and innovation ecosystem?
I think about 45 to 50% of all our users are registered startups. So I think, by virtue of being a startup, you will know that startups always hustle, founders always hustle. And they are the first ones to keep their eyes and ears open for opportunities that will accelerate their development. So even before we inaugurated the space this year in March, startups started coming and using it. So I think it has been the easiest to work with startups. And the beauty is, we tell the startup, because they are already creative, we tell them, what do you want us to do so that you succeed? So the equipment rental, the suggestion came from the startup. And the first pieces of equipment that were rented out were the advanced CNC machines. And instead of investing 1 crore on one CNC, they invested a few lakhs to hire an operator and a programmer. And they told us, hey, if you create this program, it'll be very beneficial for us. So we created that program. One startup came and said, along with the fabrication and design facilities, please give us a pre-compliance facility. So pre-compliance means once you build a product, you have to test it. It has to undergo some certifications so that you can export it. You have CE certifications and things like that. So they said certification is very expensive. We don't want certification. Before we do the certification, we want to make sure we pass those tests. Can you buy that equipment? The entire pre-compliance lab that we set up here is from feedback from a startup. So I would say startups are not only users of TWorks, they are our partners, and we are growing with the startup, and thanks to suggestions from the startup.
Also, we have seen a lot of installations, art installations across this, and I just want you to have our audience also to have a look at this art installation here. How did the idea of this particular art installation happen? And wonderful architecture. This is, I think, it's Harsha Guruguda. What is the objective behind having art installations here?
So I think if you see Harsha's work, he's built these art installations and he has displayed it across the world, in the UK, in the United States, in various parts of Europe, in Germany. And the beauty is, he's a Hyderabad-based startup. He's a Hyderabad-based artist. And what better place to showcase it than TWorks? So when people see it, they say, wow, they assume that it is a European artist or it is a foreign artist. Or they say, okay, maybe the artist is based out of Bombay or Delhi. But then they realize that this artist is based out of Hyderabad. And then they start looking up and then they say, hey, there are opportunities for art in Hyderabad itself. Even if you see the installations outside by Ramdev Garu, he has a 150-acre plot of land where he makes all these installations as a passion. And we came in touch with him through the HMDA, through the state government. And when our designers visited, they said, I mean, it's an amazing space. Even they didn't know such a space existed. So it's again the awareness, right? It's about saying internationally renowned artists and artwork is right here next door. जैसे कहते हैं घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर. You don't know that you have this creativity, this innovation already there. And I think our aim is to bring them, at least tell our guys that, hey, there's a Hyderabadi international artist, and if you're interested, you should definitely get in touch with them. And these artists are so open. They say that we would love to get in touch with young, passionate designers and enthusiastic artists who may want to pursue it as a profession, and we'd love to help them out. So I think it's also bringing that awareness and creating that ecosystem.
Absolutely. And design is a part of everyday life. Cityscapes, landscapes, public spaces. Every space needs to have that element of design which adds beauty, which adds innovative thought also behind it. And thank you so much for having these installations here for all the public to see. And one last question. What's going to happen to us in terms of plans over the next 1 year, 2 years? We did hear some news about new collaborations happening.
Yes. So I think so far we've received great support from both state and central government, from corporates, and it's a validation of the direction we are taking. So T-Works as an entity, we've decided to double down on what we are doing. So the first thing is we are increasing the value of the equipment, of the prototyping capabilities by at least 10 times. So we started off with 10 crores of equipment. We are expanding that to 110 crores worth of equipment. Hopefully by next year, this time, you will see a large portion of that already installed and commissioned. So we are increasing the value of the equipment. Second, we are adding a little more space. We are currently a 78,000 square foot facility.
There's a new facility coming.
Yes. So just beside this building, we are proposing to add another 30,000 square feet. It's called a dirty process outpost for your woodworking, welding, chemical etching. We are going to have forging and glass blowing as well. So that is also in the works. The proposal is in the works. And the third is to continue to build the product team for two reasons. One is while we do prototyping, I think people also need support in when to use the equipment, how to use it, with what materials to use it. So building the product team is important to support the community and also for us to push the envelope. If there are startups who are reluctant to pursue a particular technology, I think we should first experiment that internally in-house, and that's what our product team can do. We can afford to take risks. So we take the most risks and then we disseminate that knowledge. So I think it's equipment, it's the facility, and it's the team. And to summarize, I think we are going to grow fairly rapidly in the next 1 year. And by next year, this time, we'll become the world's largest prototyping center.
It's absolutely wonderful ambition. And from MyStartuptv and all the audiences in Hyderabad and Telangana and across India, we wish you all the best in that. And thank you so much for taking time and giving us the audiences on the Maker Faire Day 2 the lowdown on what is happening at Maker Faire, at T-Works, and the entire design ecosystem across the India. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Dinesh, what is going to happen here? Can you explain to the audience who is assembled here?
Hello, we are organizing an indoor drone race. So indoor drone race where FPV drone race, that too. So where pilots put on goggles like this and fly miniature versions of these quads as fast as they can through the predetermined track and obstacles.
Okay. Which are the tracks here? What are we seeing here? What is happening here?
Yeah. So the track you see is the pilots are starting at the right end of the bridge, and then they're coming here, and then they're doing a spiral here. 1, 2, 3, and then they're going from under the bridge, the left side, and then they're taking a loop through the bridge. You see the gate right on top of the bridge, and then they're coming down the bridge, and they're hitting this gate. And after that, they go through the staircase, and then they go upstairs and onto the first floor, and then they take a wide lap from the left side of the staircase, and then they're going back onto the bridge, and then onto the start gate again.
Right. Could you explain to the audience here which are the flying parts and what is the kind of drone which is in? Please please explain to the audience.
So the drone is a miniature version of this. The spec for the drone, this race is particularly a small quad that is under 50 grams and has propeller guards around this, so that it is a 100% safe race for the spectators and for the drones and for everyone involved.
Can you hold it up and tell us, tell the audience assembled here, at least nearby, what are kinds of mechanisms or what are kind of technology in the drone?
Yeah, so on this drone, there are simply three different pieces. One is a motor controller. There are 4 motors, so you need a motor controller. Each pilot gets three chances to establish their best lap. Their consecutive 3 best laps. So each battery gives you a flight time of around 4 minutes. So it is just enough to make 3 laps around the track we have set up. The pilots who have made the best 3 are actually sent to the finals after this. The top 3 pilots. Now there are 15 pilots flying right now, 12 pilots flying right now, and out of those we select the top 3 final days. You can on the screen you can see the goggles, the feed that we see on the goggles. Now it's switched.
Is this the normal size of drone which is flying there? Why is the size of this drone different from the size of that drone?
So we wanted to organize an indoor drone. This is a much more powerful quad. The power of it is it can go from 0 to 200 in under 2 seconds kind of speed. So that is the level of speed you are looking at. And as you can see, that is a very little quad, and that's a tiny little quad, and it doesn't harm anyone, even if it directly runs into someone.
Are the pilots having fun here?
Yes, as you can see, the pilots are actually trying to do little maneuvers, like dive from the top to bottom, and like do flips and rolls and stuff. So even the pilots are having fun along with whoever is watching.
So what are different kinds of maneuvers which drones have? Do they fly just vertically or horizontally, or the different kind of maneuvers which they usually accomplish?
They fly any way you want in the 3D space. So the basic maneuvers is like pitch, as in pitch forward, roll, yaw. These 3. So you can do any moves like this, anything. There's a whole sport that is just for the types of maneuvers people can do. Maneuvers as in fly through those gaps. You see the gaps between those railings, right? Fly through those gaps. Do loops through these things. Do a splitters. There's an entire sport for just the maneuvers, the kind of maneuver.
But to fly through those areas, the drones need to be vertical. Like
yes, they have to be totally vertical, and they have to not hit any of those items. It depends on the pilot skill and the move they are trying to make. If I'm trying to hit a narrow gap of this high, even if it is slow, it's still fun for me. But there are some pilots who can actually take a loop from that. They time it with such a precision that from the loop from that they'll directly go from there, and they can do multiple loops like that.
And at what speed will they be traveling when they're crossing those small gaps?
They are free falling. No, so it's like 40-50 kilometers or something like that.
Right. And normally, what is the speed at which the drones which are being shown here? What speed they're flying at? Is this normal speed at which they fly in competitive racing, or they can race it at any speed within the premises and the kind of hurdles it is allowed?
So it is a spec race. So these quads are going at 40 to 50 kilometers per hour maximum, and that is because like their battery is limited, their weight is limited, etc. These ones they go at like 200 kilometers per hour if you are going. That's their top speed, typically speaking, 200-250 kilometers per hour. And if we set up a track such a way that you can zoom through this gates at that speed, it's up to you. It's up to your skill. Okay, so the basic, this is a quadcopter. That means it has 4 motors and 4 propellers. And
where are the 4 motors?
4 motors. Other than that, they have a camera in front of it. So these cameras transmit a video feed to our goggles, and we fly looking at what the camera sees. So the latency between what the drone sees and what we see is almost negligible, so that it feels like we are the one who are flying. We are the ones who are flying.
Now, this is the kind of goggles. I'll just hold it for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a constant communication between the camera here and the goggles. And how does one put it on?
To put things into perspective, you need to spend at least 10 to 15 hours in a simulator to fly a track like this without crashing once. 10 to 15 hours in the simulator first to fly a track like this without crashing.
So in case someone among the young audience here wants to start a simulator on, where are the simulators available? Are they available online, or do you have to buy?
There are a lot of free simulators available online. There are simulators available for your phones, PCs, gaming consoles, etc. For a simulator, you can use, it's your choice. You can use a PlayStation controller, or you can use an actual transmitter. Actual transmitter gives you a closer experience and much more control over the quad than a PlayStation control. No, they are not following each other. They are trying to set the best time they can without crashing into each other.
So while flying at the speed of say above 50 or 60 kilometers per hour, they also don't have to crash into each other. Yes. That's a very difficult task.
Yeah, it is. It is. Like I mean, in one of, but it is fun to watch them crash also sometimes. In one of the footage, if you go back to the footage that is on YouTube, you will be seeing some of the mid-air collisions that are happening, mostly around these gates. And there's a gate flag around there. Even there, many people crash into each other.
So this is exactly like F1 races where you got so many car drivers driving at breakneck speed and crashing with each other, where a crash is penalized. So how does one penalize any drone which has crashed into another drone?
We don't have to penalize. Their time is already gone. If once they are crashed, they are on the ground and they lose their time advantage.
But what are the other drone which has crashed due to the faultiness of the other thing?
It depends on their skill. We are currently not penalizing them.
Which means everybody who flies a drone has to take care of his own drone, not to crash into the other drone. The other guy also has to take care that his drone doesn't crash down.
Exactly.
Now tell us about the kind of small size of these drones, why the color blue, and is it the size of a palm?
Yeah, it is the size of the palm. They weigh 46 grams to be exact. It has like a very small motors. The total weight of the quad without the battery itself is 30 grams.
It's the drone pilot having a fun at your cost, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause to the pilot. Absolutely, thank you so much. That's not part of the racing, that's part of entertaining you. And Maker Faire is, of course, aware. The racing is happening beyond this area. Once again, thank you, Mr. Pilot. Thank you for entertaining us. It's such a thrilling sport, so to say. When did you start, and what's the kind of path did you take in reaching the kind of current levels of competency and being a part of a community? Does Hyderabad have a community?
I'll start with the last question first. Hyderabad has a very vibrant drone community. In fact, most of the national level races, the top pilots are from Hyderabad. At least the top 2 are from Hyderabad. And they've been consistently at the top. And it's not just about the racing, but we also go for joy rides, freestyle rides, and just exploring the new locations like hills, lakes, etc. Wherever it is available, chasing dirt bikes. We have some of really good footage showing us chasing a sport bike, chasing a car, etc. We are very active on social media. So you can check out our footage at FPV India or Hyderabad FPV on Instagram.
Can you tell us, this is the power of a battery in the drone which he has. Where is this battery from? How much power does this battery have so that you can fly a drone at such speed and also deliver camera output?
This battery is rated at 450 mAh. To put things into perspective, this can fly that little drone at full speed for 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. And that is enough to barely enough to cover the full lap. And pilots are pushing these batteries. And these batteries can also be a dangerous set of this thing. If you push it too hard, they literally explode.
What is going to happen from now till the end of the race? What stage are we in? And what can the audience assembled here look forward to, either here or on the big screens outside?
We are at the semi-finals right now. That means we were 22 pilots, out of which we selected the fastest 12 pilots. They will be trying to set their best time in the semi-finals, out of which 3 pilots will go to the finals. In the finals, it is a different thing. In the finals, a person has to win two races to win the race.
How many more rounds are pending then?
In the semi-finals, it is like there are 4 groups of 3 each. And each of them will fly 3 times for 3 rounds basically. So that is a 40-minute semi-finals, and then the finals typically last for 15 to 20 minutes.
Thank you, Dinesh, so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Let's go.
stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello and welcome back. With us is a celebrity from Tollywood. Hello and welcome. What brings you here?
Hi everybody, this is Kiriti Damaraju. I hope everybody is doing fantastic. Inspiration everywhere, in that too my city, my culture, my people.
Have you been part of a drone racing event anywhere earlier years?
I'm not part of any drone racing event till now, but it's very, very exciting to witness something like this happening in our own city, Hyderabad, and it all thanks to Telangana government to make it actually happen and make us witness such kind of wonderful kind of competition.
Drones have been used in movies and other events, etc. Okay? Drones have been used. Have you been part? You have been part of the film industry. And do you think the usage of drones has grown dramatically in the movie industry?
Dramatically, and also the best part of drones is it can be used for attracting people. It can be used for a certain kind of purpose. It can be also used for marketing specific kind of things. Especially if you observe the history of film marketing. One of the biggest films ever made called Brahmastra, the title launch was done in Kasi, Varanasi, using more than 1,000 drones. So you see the kind of power of using drones everywhere. So it can be used in marketing as well.
Thank you so much. So that was Kirit from the Tollywood industry.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello and welcome back to Maker Fair Day 2 in Hyderabad at the Tea Works in Hyderabad. With us is a group of is a family from South Korea who have lived here in Hyderabad for 2 years. And let's speak to Sujin's family. Sujin has been with her son and daughter. They arrived this morning. They participated in a competition in an experience zone, and they are learning new things. Let's find out what's happening. Hi Sujin.
Hi. Hello.
So what brings you here? How did you learn about Maker Fair?
As in Hyderabad, when I come here during the 2 years, I didn't come to see exhibition. It's not here, but I enjoyed this. Yes, this time.
Thanks so much. And what did Soo-hyung and your daughter participate in?
3D print, they like it. Yes, they make their surface not 2D, 3D. Yeah, enjoy.
Soo-hyung, what did you like about 3D printing and how did it go?
It went very well. I liked it. I liked it pretty much. I made things that I liked, such as animals, like some characters.
Right.
Yeah.
What did you create in the 3D print? Did you actually work on the machine?
We worked on a thing called a 3D pen. It's a pen. It's a pen that injects a material that has been melted through the pen, and we can draw with it on a special kind of paper called sandpaper. We draw on it. Yeah, so I made a snake.
How did the idea of drawing a snake come to you?
Well, because I've liked snakes for a long time. It's one of my favorite animals.
Now, since you have created, did you carry the copy of the snake with you?
Yes.
Where is the snake?
It's in my mom's bag.
Can you show it to us?
Okay.
Right. Besides, till she retrieves the snake, besides the snake, what else did you do? Yeah, could you show us the snake? So could you tell us how you designed this snake?
So first we have to start at the bottom. we make the outline of it, then do the inside, and then you slowly start building up. You have to think about each layer and how it will go, so it can be bent for, like, it can be looking like a pyramid like this, pointed at the top. Probably it took about 20 minutes.
And when you decide the snake, what other animal do you think you will design next? What is that you want to do next in case you are given a chance? What will you design and draw?
I would probably draw the Korean flag. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, your sister is showing. What's that in your hand?
Huh?
What's that in your hand?
Gun.
And what's that?
A
Shyam,
gun.
what's that?
A gun.
Oh, lovely. Can I have it? Oh.
My brother made.
Your brother made it? Did you make anything?
I made.
How did you like the place here?
I liked it very much. It was one of the funnest places I've been to. So I liked it really much.
And is this the first time you're here?
Oh yes, first time. Yesterday my friend let me know that, so yeah, I come here.
Okay, Suyong, also Sujin and Suyong, thank you for coming here. We are so glad you came here, you enjoyed the entire event, and I'm sure you will have a nice, comfortable stay in Hyderabad. Lots of events to participate. Thank you so much for taking your time.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, bye.
So that was Sujin, Seong, and the daughter from South Korea who have come here and participated in Maker Faire Day 2. They got to know of them from a common friend. There's a small South Korean community in Hyderabad, and they are part of it. We welcome them, and Maker Faire, I think the entire Hyderabad ecosystem is welcoming, and we're so glad to have a diversity of people here coming here, enjoying the kind of technology displays, the illustrations, and the experience zones in Hyderabad. And once again, thank you. Nice meeting and talking to you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So that's all so far from MyStartuptv at Maker Faire 2.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So basically Maker Faire is a global celebration of creativity, technology and the maker culture. If you're making something or innovating something, you're already a maker.
You can be creative at any age because like he said, there's a huge variety. You have 8th graders, you have people over the age of 60 attending it.
Inspiring the young generation, anybody from 8 to 80 years, they can come, they can learn and be successful. Any startup that wants to create a product, they can come to us, we will help them. We have all the advanced machines. Send us a request online at tworks.in.
I'm sure the people here, they come here with some idea in mind and to see how the machines that T-Works offers.
No, it's not just the robotics. Basically, we encourage everybody to create things that at a young age, how to make something, how to add some electronics to it, how to program.
We promote MSMEs across the various sectors. We have been invited to participate in this show. Very much astonishing that so many young youth, unemployed students all are here. There are more than 150 stalls which covers 45 startups, 15 to 20 MSMEs and other existing industries.
Today we got an opportunity to visit this T-Work. It's a very excellent and built very nicely for the benefit of the young student and child who are visit here. They get some information and basic technology they can develop here.
They have created a movement called Maker Fair. So there is a Make magazine also and Make entity. They create a philosophy of getting the makers, innovators, startups, everybody together to celebrate the culture of making. To Hyderabad in 2018 and 2019 from all over the world.
So essentially what happens is, so there are certain blocks that we use. So this rover is basically what we use in schools to demonstrate our robotics program.
We are doing a workshop called Pyramid Puzzle.
Actually, my name is Sudhamayi Vempati and I am a playback singer. Here with my daughter, but she's busy in the charcoal art workshop.
Rhythm is the first element of music, and you all are 50% musicians. Once again.
Maker Fair is a global event. It happens across the world in Tokyo, Shenzhen, Shanghai, Paris, Rome, and all over the United States. We started in 2018. We wanted to bring this to India, to Hyderabad. One of the major features of Maker Fair, it's a very collaborative event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
fastest robot till now? Are you actually pulling it or going fast? It is
check. Okay.
Don't you think this is the fastest robot till now?
Check.
Straight గా ఎవరైనా వెళ్తారు ఇలాంటి ట్రాక్స్ లోనే కష్టం. The best way of finding out which is the fastest.
When you're speaking, you just hold this also closer along with the mouth. What audio?
People have recorded 1 minute 28
Okay. DPS. Yes. The next school is the school whose name is pretty much known to so many people. DPS Nadarjal is here. A round of applause for them. I'm not able to hear anything. Hello. Good morning. Are you able to hear me? If you are ready, let me know. Guys, are you ready? So, give it up for DPS Nadarjal here. We'll all count down. 3, 2, 1, go! It seems there is a starting problem. Once checked out, judges, please come check it out. Meanwhile, while it is happening, do any one of you have any comments for what's happening here? Battery, there was a battery problem. Any other maker here who wants to say something? Wire problem, okay. Remember, you are in a place called T-Works where all the makers are there. And this is maker, you have to think. Any other thoughts why it is not moving ahead? Oh, it's working. You okay to restart? Okay, there is another prediction that the front wheel is not working. So what's your name? No, it's prediction. It started, guys. Let us all give one clap to start. Tack. Dear judges, please help us to understand what's going on. We'll go next.
Please nobody go inside
Come.
building.
We'll start. ఈ గొంతుకి వాయిస్ అవసరం లేకుండా మైక్ విల్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ ద నెక్స్ట్ టీమ్. దిస్ టీమ్ ఇస్ ఫ్రమ్ రాజస్థాన్. ఎవ్రీబడి దిస్ ఇస్ ఫ్రమ్ రాజస్థాన్. ఓకే, వాట్ ఇస్ దిస్? రాయల్ రాజస్థాన్, వాట్ డు వి కాల్ ఇట్? ఓకే, ఎవ్రీబడి లెట్స్ గివ్ ఎ రౌండ్ ఆఫ్ అప్లాస్ ఫర్ దెమ్. కొంచెం కొత్తగా ఇద్దాం. I don't know how they say hi in Rajasthani or whatever language you speak. Let us all help them with a big round of double claps. Tak. So we count all of us together. 3, 2, 1, go! With that, so that it becomes full. Tack. Everybody here, tack. Here, everybody here. Let's do one clap in the same rhythm. Tack. Let's go back to going fast. Just put a left hand up. Ah, yes.
Anuradha, say that you can hear this announcement. Your husband's looking for you, ma'am.
They can just it's not a competition.
Ready? This is the last. We have the highest number of diving. Are you ready? This time is to announce, as I told, there is so many other bots. These guys are actual assassins of other bots. Like, they can actually race as fast as they have killed someone else. Introducing 7 meter school team. I don't know how fast. I'm not even here. I'm not even here. You have seen yesterday how they were. 7 meter. Believes in second and go. They'll start. maybe they need a round of applause to run faster. It seems to be the fastest now. Let us all do 3, 2, 1. 3, 2. These robots, you can witness now there is someone super special amongst us. Geeta Bhaskar ma'am here. You should have all known Tarun Bhaskar sir, mother of Tarun Bhaskar sir, Geeta Bhaskar ma'am, and herself is an entrepreneur. She has done so many things. She is here to witness the bot. Thank you very much ma'am for coming here. Ma'am, if you want to speak one word to the students who are doing the bot.
I am a self man, not Tarun Bhaskar's mother. Don't give me that introduction.
Teacher.
So this is wonderful. I think this is Delhi Public School. This is Delhi Public School. Yes, it's wonderful. I'm so happy to be here. And let me see who's winning now. I can see the robots moving here. All of you. How many schools are participating? 8 schools. Wonderful, wonderful, great. Wonderful initiative, and thank you T-Works for this Maker Fair.
What is my goal is there organization.
Okay, what is your goal? Achha, where is the other one?
There.
Oh, she's the other one.
Give a round of applause to the robot who is running across. They are trying their best. It is pretty much like what we do. Best to win, their best. Why don't we all of us give a round of applause for them? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3. We're at the end. We love.
Okay.
What's the team name?
Delhi Public School.
The Delhi Public School has recorded a time of 3 minutes 10 seconds. Guys, please take your phone. And everybody, why don't we give a round of applause to DPS Nagargul? Naku Vinipichala. Good morning everybody, good morning. Before we go on, I'll also introduce someone else. Have you heard about this show called My Village Show? Anybody? Wonderful. I see a lot of people. The team show is here. Mr. Anil and the rest of the team is here. They are also here to see the robot race. Let's listen to them if they have something to say.
చలో అందరికీ ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్. దీని నుంచి మీరు నేర్చుకొని తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మీరు అందరూ కూడా ప్రదర్శించాలి. ఇక్కడ చిన్నపిల్లలు చూస్తారు అందరూ స్క్రీన్ మీద మీరే వీళ్ళు ఎట్లా ఉన్నారో చేస్తారు కానీ కొత్తగా ఇన్వెన్షన్ చేయాలి.
Thank you everyone. This is the last lap and whichever team has the least amount of time would be winning this. So let us all brace ourselves and remember the timings of each one. All of us, let's give our 2 hands a bit of sound for St. Peter's School here. And for one more, are you ready? No, I didn't hear it. I want to hear it clearly, guys. You. Okay, we're going to start with a count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! St. Peter's may be killing his easier. Oh, but they are fast enough. Guys, there's one way to actually help them go faster. You remember, India cricket match ఆడుతున్నప్పుడు వాడు 6 కొట్టాలనుకుంటే విరాట్ అయినా మన ధోని గారైనా క్లాప్స్ కొడితే చాలు. Why don't we do that for them? 3, 2, 1, let's do a big round of applause for them. Come on. 1.18 minutes. If it touches the track, minus 2 points. That's fine. They made it so good. That was to make sure they drive properly. This is the last part of this. We'll be knowing who is there. All of us, let's do this trick again. Tuck, 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 tuck. Let's all clap again. It's on the last turn. Wonderful. The round is over. Now the time has come for us to know the results. Once we'll give a round of applause for our teacher Geeta Bhaskar ma'am. All of us together. 3, 2, 1. A round of applause for ma'am, please. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. And to the team of My Village Show. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you. The time has come for the results here. Oh, you have one more board. Tappul chestuntam. Yeah. We have to tell the timing for this. We'll tell the timing once. St. Peter's 123.
St. Peter's just fell short of the fastest lap. They have recorded 1 minute 23 seconds.
The last team, again announcement, the last team is Time School here. You see this on the main screen there. We'll start this by the same drill. ఈసారి తెలుగులో చెప్దాం అందరం కలిసి 3, 2, 1 మొదలెడదాం. స్టార్ట్. అంటే ఇండియా పాకిస్తాన్ ఫైనల్స్ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎంత అరుస్తామో అంత అరవాలి. ఇంత సైలెంట్ గా ఉన్నామంటే ఎనర్జీ లేనట్టుంది. ఐ విల్ సీ ఎవ్రీబడి హియర్. గైస్ హూ ఆర్ స్టాండింగ్ హియర్, యాయ్. ద గైస్ హియర్, యాయ్. ఓ వండర్ఫుల్. ద హియర్, యాయ్. Ooh. Okay, this is actually an India final. When people are stuck in their life, they try to go forward, and people like us should support them. How do we support these people? We cannot give them money or come and drive it. We can only give them a clap. Shall we do it for them? Come on, everybody here. I'm not hearing from this side. Thank you very much for cheering for your team. Come on, thank you very much. Let's see what the other competitors would say. What do you want to say to the team? Play well. What do you want to say to your team? And while it is happening, we'll ask Mr. Nikhil, who is an event manager, has been great. What do you think? What's happening?
Definitely electrifying. It's intense. I hope it will win. We just want to know more about what are the rules of this game.
Cool. We'll be knowing that. We'll be asking one more commentator. If there are commentators, one Ravi Sastry and Harsha Broker is another commentator. We'll ask him what's happening and what do you think about it?
It's really going well, but I think everyone is bored. Just getting bored.
Hello. Yes, we are at the last stage of this race. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's the timing are.
Is there any judge?
There are judges.
There are judges, right? Watch out. Yeah.
And everybody also see the main screen. It is many people's dream to be on the main screen. Free of cost. You are seeing yourself there. No cameras, no teams. You can just see there. You can see on the main screen as well. We are at the last stage. Maybe last 2 seconds. Why don't we all of us together say, ooh! Once again, ooh! It's done. A round of applause for everybody who's here. Remember, no game is interesting without audience. Even this. Right? A round of applause for each of you who are here. For yourself. Why don't you clap for yourself? Clap for yourself. We'll know the timings now.
The Time School has recorded a lap time of 2 minutes 29. 2 minutes 29 seconds. We'll ask the judges to bring in 2 people here and we'll follow the big boss question. We will request Geeta Bhaskar ma'am to announce the winner.
You have two people here. Man in me because I'm in the teacher sitting and acting Nagarjuna side, holding two people like this. Are you ready for that? The best teams are we have the first period of public school and St. Peter's. While the two teams are here, public school and St. Peter's, who are rooting for their experience, give me a yay! Who are rooting for St. Peter's, give me a woo! The premier.
Second goes to St. Peter, and third, the Premier Academy.
Everybody, let's give a round of applause for them. One photograph with the winners and after all of us that are photographs together.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
also gives you 2 points, and hitting with a whip gives you 5 points. You can't cut another team's wiring, which will lead to disqualification directly. And if you immobilize the team, other team, you will be winning for 20 seconds. You will be winning the. Yeah, and.
Everybody, are you able to hear us? If anybody don't, raise your hand please. Everyone able to hear us?
Someone in second floor, please say hi. You able to hear? Able to hear?
We request everybody around the arena to go back. Everybody around the arena, please go back. Around the, except for the organizers, we want everybody to leave, please. Everybody here who are not in teams, please leave. Please leave. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please don't mind, sir. Everybody.
Is it okay? Is it okay?
Everybody here, please kindly move. Okay. Whoever not ready to give to the side. Everybody on the side.
Yeah, move the speaker. Adrian,
Except for the players, we want everybody to leave here, please. Everybody, except for the players, please leave. We request everybody to leave here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Even that side, please leave.
Okay, quick announcement. People who are not able to view, you can go to the second floor through the fire exit. There's quite a lot of space there. Those who are not able to view to the sides, you can go upstairs, second floor.
I'm thinking next to Harsha's theater, there's enough view.
Safety. Thank you very much. And for everybody there also, we request you to kindly move back.
Check, 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 check. Check.
Okay. Whenever we announce, come in the center, say hi. Tell your names. Guys, let us all start this robo war with a countdown. We'll first do the introductions of each of their teams, and all of you know the rules, but we'll repeat the rules. You'll know the names of the person, you can root for them. Root for one team. Root for one team. Right? Team number 1, give a round of applause.
Even more?
Myself Rishikesh, and I belong to St. Peter's High School. Let's bring in the team number 2 from Rajasthan. I am Naresh from Birla City Bihar.
I am Arish Datta from Birla City Bihar. I am Rana Gupta from Birla City Bihar. And I am Tanya from Birla City Bihar.
Introducing team number 3.
I am Adi from St. Peter's High School. I am Bishop.
Applause everybody. So the rules will be told again by Mr. Harsha, and then we'll start the board now. There will be one-on-one competitions and there will be a final. There is another team which we'll introduce at the end. Thank you very much. So regarding the rules, so you'll have one-on-one. So we'll be leading the team as St. Peter's, team number 1. Time School, team number 2. St. Peter's second team is team number 3. Birla Shishu Vihar will be team number 4. And Birla Open Minds, team number 5. So yeah, the first match will be Time School versus St. Peter's. Rest of the box, please take, rest of the people, take away your box. Guys. Yeah, please go to other side. Rest of the people, please move on. Take away your box. Guys, I'm repeating the rules again. Guys, team, Time School and St. Peter's, listen to the team. So, if you hit the board directly, board by board, you will get 2 points. If you are hitting it by weapon, you get 5 points. If you immobilize the team for 20 seconds, irrespective of your points, you win the game. If you are cutting the other team's wire, you are disqualified right away. So, guys, it will be a 3-minute match. Familiar with the rules, right? Guys, please take away your box. Go back. Take away your box, please. Guys, are you ready? Yes? Are you ready? Let's start. Let's all start with a common countdown. We'll go from 3, 2, 1 and go and we'll start the race. Ready? All of us together. 3, 2, 1. Go! 10 points to St. Peter's, 15 points to St. Peter's, 20, 35, 5 points to Time School, 5 points to St. Peter's, 5 points to St. Peter's one here. There's a real wrestling match going on here. We need all of your applause, a lot of sound. Come on, on the timer. 20, 19. You want? Another 5. Come on. Count down it. You have 20 seconds to go. Time School. 20 seconds to come out. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Guys, how did you enjoy this? There's one more, there's 2 more rounds. Guys, how did you enjoy this? If you are enjoying, tell me how to judge. If the judge is less, then stop the race. How to judge? Round number 2 now. It will start after you give a big round of applause again. Guys, go back to your positions. Everybody across here, please go back a bit. All under 18 students, you can feel free to sit down. No problem. It's very long. India versus Pakistan. Now India versus India. So let's look for both. We'll start again from 3, 2, 1. All we'll count again. 3,
1. Cut. 5 points to St. Peter's. First floor, there is something happening here. 15, 20, 25. Stop it. Come back, come back. Go back. First floor if you are awake. Second floor if you are awake. Help your team with your thing. How many of you are reading for time school here? Time school. How many of you are reading for time school? How many of you are reading for St. Peter's? Anyone wants to give any suggestions to any of the teams, feel free. 30 seconds for you. 30 seconds for you. Okay. We need 5 years for time also. So time school, all of you clap. Time school. Let's do it for here, St. Peter's School. And round of applause for St. Peter's School. Now we will the common count again. 3, 2, 1. Yes. How points there? Heavy, blow by St. Peter's School. Normal thing also, come on. Go. It's up to time school now to decide what to do. St. Peter's is they're playing everything. And as per the jury here, the judges, the St. Peter's School has emerged victorious because they have both done winners of St. Peter's. A round of applause for everybody. And here we'll also give a round of applause to time school in every. Well played time school. Can you once raise your hands? Everybody here. A big round of applause for time school. Round. Is everybody able to hear me? Hello everyone. You can also watch outside on the big screen. So anybody who can watch here, you can also watch outside. So just to let you know. Thank you. The ceremony where both the teams will be shaking their hands with their boards in the air. And a photographer here, please. Both of you there, please. Both of you. Manoj. And for everybody, round of applause for both the teams. We'll have a photograph between the teams. Thank you very much. We'll start the next round in the next 5 minutes between the next two schools. They are ready here, but there's an announcement. Tomorrow there is Robo race, just like Robo War. Whichever school any parliamentary language is definitely encouraged here. You can support your teams here. Parliamentary, please. Guys, stop. It's a pit stop again. The judge, Mr. Harsha, is setting things up. Meanwhile, you can root for your particular teams. Any parliamentary support is completely okay. Go back. Guys, 1 minute and 50 points to St. Peter's. 29 points to Birla Shishwihar. Come on guys, serious for him. Stop. Everybody on the first floor, everybody on the steps. Are you having fun? Point. 5. Listen. Stop. We are waiting for the points, Mr. Harsha. We are waiting for the points. For anybody here, we don't know whether you know the rules or not. Can anybody say how many points did St. Peter's get till now? Right? 18. How about Birla Shishwandar? Oh, very good. We'll wait for Mr. Harsha to get the results of the round. Guys, last 1 minute left. St. Peter's is with 52 points. Birla Shishwihar is with 79 points. Last 1 minute. Start. 2 points. 5 points. This is the last 50 seconds here. You can encourage your teams. Stop. I'm telling you, next time if this happens, both of these get disqualified. No more right angling. This is the last warning to both the teams. If you're doing this again, both the teams get disqualified. No white angling. Before we start, everybody, let's give a round of applause for both the teams, please. Last 30 seconds. Start. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Guys, one clarity. Both the teams were winning points here. So, yeah. For all of you, understand. Last 15 seconds. Go back. All of you understanding. Both the weakness on a weapon. Whatever weapon touches the other way, you can get points. Guys, last 15 seconds. Last 15 seconds. Start. 5, 10, 11. Stop. We are done. Give us 2 minutes to clear the board. Okay. Before the announcement, anybody want to tell how many points did St. Peter's get? How many points did Birla Shishwihar get? So, from your point, who is the winner? Now over to the judge. Guys, St. Peter's 204 points. They wait for. It's time for a photograph with players. We haven't announced the result. Okay. Isha was right. Isha was right. If you come in front of us, what will you do if you lose? Bilal Shisha, you are you dead? So I'm not going to tell a point. And the winners are St. Peter's. So Bilal Shisha, you are won 184 points. Great. Everyone, big round of applause for Bilal Shisha. Photograph, come for a photograph between both of you. Chalo. Another announcement, we are going to have a semi-finals in the next 2 minutes. Meanwhile, in the maker space, there's a round table happening in the events room.
Okay. How many of you here represent education or let's say any organization for that matter? Anyone? Okay, so we have a very interesting makerspace roundtable happening upstairs. You have really delegated people from IIT Delhi, BITS, etc. So those of you interested in running a space similar to T-Works, please go to the events room on the second floor.
2, 1, go!
3 points. 5 points. 5 points. 5 points. 5 points. 5 points.
3 points. Then what?
I will do.
Stop.
Because it is stuck on here.
Guys, go back to your position. Come on. Guys, stop. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Guys, stop.
Yeah, come on folks, let's pick our sides. It's already semi-finals. Start, who we want to support? It's people versus Billas. The people are up in guys.
Everyone, opposite force here. Handle your own man. Just handle your own man. You don't need to touch your weapon. Yeah, that's all. Go back.
Guys, it's half. Like 2.5 minutes in the semi-final, and we have.
Everyone from the first floor, you're able to see this? Everyone from the second floor, you're able to see this? Guys, it's 2.5 minutes in the semi-final and we have 110 points for St. Peters. And we have 110 points for Billa Sishavar as well. Very, very tight fight. All of you can see. Whoever are supporting St. Peters, give 2 claps. Whoever are supporting Billa, 3 claps. Now start again. Guys, last 1 minute. Last 1 minute. And we won't be stopping for this 1 minute unless wires are tangled. So we won't be stopping even if it gets stuck. So last 60 seconds for the semi-final. Go! It's triple fire. What? Guys. In the way up in. Pick your side. Support them. Guys, we're counting from 20. Come on, start. 80. The people are killing them. Come on. Come on, Billa, support them. Guys, come on. 2, 1. Great job, mate. That was the key, isn't it? Guys, we'll have final in next 5 minutes. By immobilizing those guys, this is going to happen in 1 second moment. There's a quick stop. There's a quick stop here. Everything is fair in love and war. Now they are ready to fight again. Let's support. It's not tight cut. Girls versus boys now. Who gonna grind? Who gonna bulldoze? Let's see. Come on, guys. Guys, we're restarting again. Go back to your places. We're done with the first 1 minute of the final. 4 minutes to go. Start. 2 points. Come on, guys. Yes, I'm telling you. Come on. Stop. Yeah. Stop. There's a big fight going on between the girls and boys. They are happening each other. It's hard. They are going both teams. They're happening. Guys, I can't give that as a point. That's not a point. Two points. 5 points. Go ahead. 5 points. It's finally, I'm going like crazy. Come on, guys. 5 points. Are we gonna see something special here? It's gonna be a real here. 5. Back. Go back. Last 2 minutes. Back to the position. It's back to the positions, not the Williams girls. Okay, it is a mid-time. We will ask both the contenders to talk one line to their opposition. Only one line to the opposition. One word for the opposition. Let's show them the gender equality. They're going to destroy you. Okay, so the update after the 2 minutes, St. Peter 67 points. St. Peter boys, 109 boys. The match isn't one-sided yet. It's going to happen more. Guys, everyone, please cheer for us. Come on, guys. Are you going to distract them? Guys, last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes of the final. All supporting girls here, round of applause. Start. 2 points. 5, 3, 4, 5. Left side also. Go back. You left pointing. 2 points. 2 points. 3, 1 point. This is a very big war happening between St. Peter's boys and St. Peter's girls. Girls are right now on upper hand. Boys are coming back. They are doing it by themselves. No one's leading. This is real war between St. Peter's boys and St. Peter's girls. You should see this happening live. Doesn't matter. You have to. Time for pit stop. Guys. Get it. Go back. Hey, we'll understand the position right now. How much more time is there and how many points are there? We'll understand the judges. Guys, last the points now. Last 1 minute. The last 1 minute will start, but we'll have one more word between the two players. One more verbal fight. हम पहले भी मचा रहे थे और अभी भी मचा रहे हैं और आगे भी मचाते रहेंगे। पर जीतेंगे तो हम ही। This is the last 1 minute. Guys, after 3 minutes, St. Peter boys, 129 points. Woo! St. Peter boys, 159 points. The boys with the broken wheel are really high. And the boys' balls are really high. Are they going to do a destruction move? Let's see. And again, the boys of 2023 are losing for the boys here. Boys are 159, boys are 129. All supporting girls here, give a round of applause, please. There is pretty much support for the boys. How about the boys here? You remember the scene? It comes three boys and three girls and it's do it. How many are supporting two boys here? Okay, how many are supporting the girls here? Now we're starting again the last 1 minute. Let's count from 3 to 0. 3, 2, 1, go! Five. 10, 15. Oh, the guns are making it really. The boys started bouncing back. Win the game. The last 45 seconds. Let's see what's gonna happen next. The lock gun again. And the ready for the next one. It's a big shot. Go. They started everything again. Guys, it's last 15 seconds. Come on. 14, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop over. Okay, now everybody saw, we would ask one of the persons in the audience to talk who won, whether St. Peter's girls or the boys. Who want to give the answer? Okay. We'll call upon two rockstars here. Come here, sir. Come here, come here, come here, come here. All of you, pay attention to him. What's your name, sir? What's your name? Who won? Sir, girls. Okay, Kanta, round of applause for this Kanta. Boys. Boys. Okay, one more person. Come here, come here, come here. Come. Yes. Come here, come. What's your name? Mega. Tell everybody. A round of applause for Mega, please. Mega, who won? I know. Whom do you think you won? Girls. Loud. Girls. Anyone from the audience, an elder who is more than 18 years? Come quickly. And we'll ask Chitrali Sharma, the Chief Election Commissioner, to come and tell your name and name.
Myself, Mohammad Yusuf, and I think हार के जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं, the boys will win.
Chitrali Sharma, before we announce the results, last three persons, you can give your opinion. Chitrali Sharma, the Chief Election Commissioner of Under 18 World is here. She would be telling who won from her opinion, boys or girls of St. Peter's. May the best team win. All the best. You already can announce the results. Very soon. But we want your opinion, please. The girls? Anyone else from there who want to tell your opinion? Come, sir. Yes, sir. What's your name, sir? Vedant, who won? Boys! The last opinion?
Yeah, by the fighting spirit, I think girls will give the cup. I think because they outrun the big monster which are created by boys, but end of the day, girls are the queens.
A big shout out to all the under 18 world who have worked very hard to build their own bots. Few schools were not able to come here. Few schools came here. Tomorrow in the rover race we'll see more. Congratulations to whoever won. And we'll have one last opinion from HCR, Mr. Ravi, to suggest who won. Mr. Ravi, who do you think have won? Is it the boys or the girls?
The girls.
The time has come to understand who is the winner of the awards here. Guys, just recently we came to know who is the winner of the previous round. We came to know who is the CM of Telangana. After 6 months we'll come to know who is the new PM of Telangana. But it is more interesting who is the winner of the rover race. Let's see who is the winner. We are requesting Mr. Harsha to announce the results, and we want both the boys and girls to stand beside. Please come inside. And we want the under 18 rockstars to stand there, please. Mr. Boss, everybody come here. Please give your praises to our special camera team there. The nation wants to know. Answer everybody. Both the opponents, please give a good pose. All of you stand straight for the camera. All the team, please stand properly. Please stand properly. We are going to get the results in the next 30 seconds. You are ready for the boys. Give a big round of applause for them. You are ready for the boys. Give a round of applause for them. It is time for a judge. He is not the High Court judge, but he is the judge of Rover Wars. He was very crucial in building all these bots. A round of applause for Mr. Harsha. Okay, the time for the results. Before we announce the results, all of us give a clap of 3 times, okay? Tuck, 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 tuck. Okay, we'll do that 3 times. 1, 2, 3, let's start. closing time is here. Over to Mr. Harsha. The points are 184 on 164. Now we will know who is 184 and who is 164. I'm gonna raise their hand. Okay, this is 1 second show. This is Mr. Omkar there. If you have ever seen that show, we want Mr. Harsha to raise both of their hands. Who got 184? Who got 164? Let there be some music there right there, please. The winners are and for the boys there, a round of applause first. And for the girls, congratulations. Tomorrow there is a robo race. Whoever wants to participate, you can come. This is pleasure. Congratulations to the girls there. The World Cup from St. Petersburg is coming there. Guys, volunteers, one announcement.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Priyanka, and I go with Messy Mind, with the name Messy Mind, and I'm mostly into mandala and various art forms. And I'm first time putting up a stall here, and I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to sell more and make money more. I would like to thank my friend Krishna to bring me here, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Swati. I'm a UX designer, artist, illustrator, and this is my stall, Art and Mandalas. So I specialize in mandalas, geometric art, watercolors, acrylics, and basically anything I can lay my hands on. The Maker Fair experience has been great. This is my first stall ever, and it has been lovely interacting with people, talking to them, enjoying the vibe here. So it's my first time. It's tiring, it's exhausting. I'm super happy. Yeah. Hi, I'm Natasha. I'm co-founder of Bibli Innovations. So Bibli is an early stage language literacy program for young children from grade kindergarten to grade 4. So we have lots of programs here. As you can see, we have phonics practice, which is there. There's sight words that they can get. This is all to enhance the literacy skills of young children. Okay, and this is a digital app that we provide. So we built this digital app that can be available on Play Store or on iOS devices, and you can easily access them, and it gives children a lot of practice at home. When they are independently, they can work on these activities and enhance their literacy skills.
Madhav, Chief Product Architect, T-Works. Hi. What we have here is a laser engraver. It's a 10-watt laser diode. Now we will be able to engrave on wood, leather, paper, anything other than metal. Even metal can be engraved, but if you have to do that, we need a special coating. It's called a laser marker spray. So that we will be able to do that. Here we have some of the things which are done. You can actually have a look at that. Thank you. This is just to show people that you don't have to have expensive laser machines like what we have in T-Works. Small desktop machine that you would be able to do it. You could use it. A device like how you have a laser printer. So the same way you could have, how you have a laser printer at home, you could have a laser engraver too. A 3D printer nowadays at home can actually get you a lot of creative stuff done. For example, you could paint canvases, you could actually engrave, you could build different materials. Shortly we would be engraving on glass. So you could engrave on glass, you could cut metal, you could cut materials. Invention, this is a bought out item. We are using it here to demonstrate to people that they could actually own such things and they would be able to enjoy making stuff. It's more about on how people can get to make things. On the shop.
The logo of Maker Faire 2023 is this beautiful robot called Makey. Tell us about how this the idea of Makey came about?
Make is an entity. It is there in all across the globe. They have created a movement called Maker Fair. So there is a Make magazine also and Make entity. So they franchise the license to anybody who wants. And they create a philosophy of getting the makers, innovators, startups, everybody together to celebrate the culture of making. So art installations. We got this to Hyderabad in 2018 and 2019. So now we have matured. So the kind of a guidance we get from there is from all over the world. Because here in India it is happening for third time, but only with the T-Works. We have more experience. So they give us guidance in terms of how it is happening across the globe. We reflect it. The logo is theirs, everything. We customize it for ourselves, like Hyderabad Maker Fair. Like if you have it in Canada, it is Canada Maker Fair. I think you need to have a visionary leadership, political will, administrative will, and passionate people getting together, making this to a next level. So if other cities have to adopt this Makey movement, I think now we have done thrice, so we can guide anybody. But we as T-Works wanted to host this every year as a flagship event. Every year it is growing. Last year it was about, first time when we did it in 2018, it is 10,000 footfall. Second time it is 20,000 plus. Now we are expecting 50,000 in our own campus.
Now, other cities, if they want to hold similar events, what are the kind of lessons or inputs you want to give them?
No, I think involving community is very important aspect. Knowing about what to do as a fair is very important, because people get confused with the normal trade fair, maker fairs and different, because people don't have that mindset. You need to create a movement of making and innovation getting together under one platform. That is where is a key differentiator. So what we got a feedback is everyone were excited. Because this is India's largest prototyping center, T-Works, we wanted to conduct here and showcase. After you do an ideation, come back to this place under one roof, you can realize your dreams, make a product here. So that's a very important, and the feedback what we have taken is we are more organized now. Earlier we have done it, we have pulled it off, but now we are able to create more bigger impact across the country. There are stalls that they have installed here.
What do you think the audience here should be looking forward to, and what do you think the audience on live should be looking forward to?
Okay, it's an exciting thing. For all the ages, there is something here happening in terms of workshops, in terms of experience zones. Like workshops, you have laser cutting, 3D printing, the drone wars, also welding, soldering that is happening. The other side, you have a cry-cut, a machine, small packaging machine, stickering machines, and different MSMEs also participated. Government institutions, they offer certain courses, like MSME is supporting us. So we have given one stall for them. They are giving lot of funding. So now you are getting a funding, experience zones, gaming zones, music, dance, innovative ideas, and whatever sophisticated products that have been done by themselves in the areas, they are showcasing it here, so that you get inspiration and then you make one.
What's the age group which you hope to attract to this event?
That's a great question. So we are witnessing right from 3 years kid to 8 years old people. So it is, I would say that it is very diverse. All ages, all categories of students, makers, innovators, everybody can walk in, and everyone will have something to take away. Almost about today, you can witness about 300 volunteers. Past 1 week, about 100 to 150 volunteers have been there. They are involved in logistics, event management, workshop management, food and beverages, you name it, they are like on-ground soldiers for us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Do you think SRIS is making a contribution in the startup ecosystem through such events?
So this has been amazing. I think my first event that I was here, and this nexus, as you guys call it, good way to actually get industry and academia together, and good for me to also experience. Talk to different people, Inder, Gaurav, and others, startups of different sizes, different natures, different industries. I think good way to kind of get to know a little bit more about what's happening in this ecosystem, and more importantly, how Nexus and SRX is actually helping facilitate. For me, it was kind of very interesting to note that you guys not just kind of create the ecosystem, but you also help some of the startups with funding, doing the seed funding and incubating that. That's wonderful. Also having Inder come up and talk about how armed forces can actually help and help at least provide the mentoring to the startups in a domain which is so difficult for people to get access to, information access.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. I think it's wonderful. So,
Great. So you met what about two other startups, maybe?
3 startups. Yeah.
Today, right. Do you think it should be limited to maybe such kind of a this thing, or maybe having 15 to 16?
This kind of a thematic model is good. I think today's theme was AI, and for me it was not more relevant to be a part of this event. And typically events that are smaller in size, they kind of it's more enables better dialogue. People can interact and talk deeper conversations and all this stuff. Large events are good as well, but I think this serves the purpose much better. So having people get deeper into their area, their context. I think these thematic meetings and having that small meetings based on a certain theme, that's probably more viable.
Wonderful. I also loved all that you guys are doing in Corpida.
Nice meeting you as well. It was a wonderful event, and thank you for having us here. A lot of learning, and would love to join in future as well. And hope you guys do this more often with different startups and from different industries and the academia.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
First of all, thank you, Shelly, for inviting me. Yeah, definitely this kind of event, it's not, I would not call it an event, it's more like an interactive session and all, right? I mean, the discussions what we had from different backgrounds who are coming either from startup ecosystem or a particular domain or from academia and all. And then when we discuss together, right, we try to find a synergy, right? I mean, the common interest. And it can be debate, it can be some good discussion, it can be, some future plan, it can be even some euphoria and utopia, both, right? So, but when we actually conclude on like what are the next steps,
right,
that's very important, right? As you mentioned, like should we repeat these kind of sessions and all? My answer is definitely yes. And not only yes, we have to again mix and match the group, probably not like yet again another new group. You can find out like few people from this group and interact with another subset of people and all, and then again interact, mix and match them based on the interest, what they want to do, right? So, for example, I myself, like founder of Mass Research, and I want to like collaborate with SRIX with respect to the innovation space, right? How we can generate more IP from India, from Telangana, or from Warangal also.
That is going to be my second question.
Absolutely.
So what kind of collaboration do you think?
So ecosystem, right? I mean, AI is not only the algorithm, the neural network and regression, classification, all these things are like just 5% of the entire AI journey or any kind of data science product. But when we talk about like, I mean, if we have to build something, some great solution for any particular domain, say healthcare, education, agriculture, retail, transportation. So take any domain, but when we are focusing on that, right? So there are a lot of things in collecting data, preparation of training data, annotations. All these things are very much, important compared to the basic algorithm, right? And sometimes the algorithm is very important. We have to do a lot of research, but where we can collaborate, right? Once we have an ecosystem with the students, faculty members, and mentors, and then Mass Research comes with the corporate touch, right? Where we are actually working and implementing this research. So we can help in this applied research and in the entire AI product development or solution development journey. There are a lot of different scope where we can mentor. Starting with the ideation to, for the next phase of the startup. Like, if we are trying to have like an incubation there, right? So from ideation to basic like working prototype, like minimum viable product, and then coming with the like, okay, it's now like totally, it's ready for implementation, market launch, and then commercialization. After that, also not only there, right? What is the next phase? How to scale up, right? So that's the last So and then again go for the next round of funding. So Master Research can help in each and every stage there, and then coming up with the innovation. As I mentioned, like it's not yet another same kind of concept we should repeat. Rather, we can focus on something which is new, which is very novel, right? And then once the new chain, right? If they come up with like, okay, this is my idea, and then we can validate, like, okay, now you have to tweak your idea in such a way, like it is now a new invention, and then it helps them also to secure their intellectual property, and then show it to the investors, right, all the funding authorities, to make sure, like, okay, it's not yet another competitive product, but it's actually unique one, and we have a USP, and we have very, very like depth of knowledge in that particular field. So I think that's one, and then there are multiple other ways, right? I mean, we can offer like very advanced AI courses, which is not there in the market right now.
And get the market ready.
Absolutely. I mean, and not only for job, even for business, if they want.
Or for research.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have to kind of invest back, right, into whatever we are doing.
And different domains and all. So the campus thrives in Warangal, and I really love the incubation center there, even the projects and the all activities happening with the DST funded resources and all. So when we love Telangana, it's not only Hyderabad. We are focusing on Warangal. We are focusing on the other cities like Karimnagar and all. So I mean, to bring that, like, I mean, when I think about Warangal, the first name comes is Rise. So
thank you.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much for gracing this occasion with your presence, and we look forward to connecting and collaborating with you more often, more regularly in such forums. So thank you, Joy, once again. That is Joy from Must Research.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Let me introduce these guys. This is Varun, Sridevi, both are co-founders for Zitara. Zitara is into retail marketing tech, and they are gathered here today for an event, or should so to say a dinner, hosted by SRIX, and we'll soon be talking to them about how they're feeling and how do they think these kind of events are adding value.
And SRIX was one that came about and said, yeah, we're happy to come on over, talk to us in Warangal. We went, both of us went there. We spoke to a priest. We said, okay, please get us be selected here, and we went there, and then we pitched our story. And then, interestingly, I think we were one of the startups they really liked. And then our model is still emerging, but they believed in both of us. Blessing we got in terms of our startup journey, and so far it's been nothing but positive and reinforcing for us as a startup.
Were you helped, mentored in manners that you expected? Did we meet your expectations in terms of that giving you guidance or accelerating your growth?
Yeah, Kallal. God, a friend, guide, everything. He shows up in the times that we're thinking we need something today, and he's there at our office, and it's been extremely helpful. Very
He's like an angel.
Great.
So the day we are really low, we are thinking certain things, we'll see Colonel walking into our office.
Rao is God, angel, mentor, friend to a lot of people. Yes. And for us especially, is the confidence that he displays in us has helped us progress and move forward.
Tell us what Zitara is about. Our viewers also would like to know.
So Zitara is a SaaS platform. We are built for, we are marketing tech, especially for retailers. We work with medium to larger size retail and grow their revenues in terms of customer touch points. We talk to their customers, we analyze their customer data, do a lot of AI, ML on top of it to basically make their engagement swift, sharp, and generating the sales, which is, so we have been able to 2x, 5x sales in terms of numbers for a lot of retailers. That's the kind of attribution we build. We are connected to all the meta platforms, LinkedIn, and all the social platforms. With that, we also have our own derived platform, which generates data inside the store. So, which means that we are basically offline first omnichannel platform, and a a lot of bigger offline customers have been benefited in terms of how they talk to their customers today. We are basically $100,000 ARR is what we are doing right now, and of course we also now getting into the second investment. We are already there. At that point in time, also the name like SRX on our cap table really helped us to be there. So the cap table has really started looking sweet with you guys. Here, success, all this will come together. But then if there are people around you, it doesn't matter. It is about walking forward. I think that's what SRX is doing for all of us. And thank you, SRX.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zatara. Thank you so much, Devi. Thank you so much, Varun.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Thank you, Anupam, for being here. And I think we all seen the kind of effort being put in by the students of IIT Kharagpur. And we hope today's interaction with Anupam would be very fruitful for all the people sitting here and also all the people watching a live telecast on mystartuptv.com and other students. Anupam, your journey has been interesting. And I know there are some videos I saw of yours, but it's complete social media blank of yours. We'll be asking about that. Tell us, how did your entrepreneurial journey start, and which was the year you decided that you want to set up and become an entrepreneur, and you want to become an entrepreneur in the edtech sector?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief, right? We can keep it open for them, right? So, to talk briefly about ourselves, for us, three of us, Nestwave is co-founded by three of us, myself, Rahul, who is incidentally alumnus of IIIT Hyderabad, and then Sashank. So three of us used to work together in an incubator based out of Hyderabad previously, right? So during that time, three of us were actively hiring for different roles at the previous company that we were working for. So one thing that was really, surprising, shocking, and whatnot was we felt and found the students are really capable and have the potential. But the question, are they carrying enough skills to come and contribute to the workspace immediately after graduation, was a question to us. So that felt us really surprised, because back then the teams with which we were working were incidentally to be from tier 1 institutes, call them IITs and IITs, IIITs, BITS, etc. Right? So I won't say at IIT Kharagpur the education was really fabulous, or I learned everything from my professors or so, but the ecosystem had played a key role, right? I mean, because we have clubs like this, entrepreneurship cell, or beautiful clubs, etc., where we learn from the ecosystem.
And you're also the general secretary of
so you have beautiful ecosystem over there which helps you to come out with flying colors, right? So, but then if you look at tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 colleges, is it the ecosystem same, or are they coming up with enough skills which can help them get a job right after their graduation, was a question. So that made us really think that this is something that is really big. The students by the age of 21, students are roughly, at least these days, spending at least 20 to 30 lakhs by then, right? I mean, by the time if they're graduating, if they're not having enough skills which can help them to get, a job at least, then it's a serious question on what we are, as an ecosystem, providing them, right? So that's the starting point of our entrepreneurial journey. So three of us, Rahul, I and Sashank, were equally excited when we started this, and it's been 3 years, fabulous journey ever since then.
Yeah, your platform, you have, after recent funding round 8 months back, you call yourself, or you aim to achieve, to become India's largest employability platform. So tell us about this kind of ambition, and what makes you confident that in the next 1 year, is it the target? Your company is going to reach the target, or probably become this largest employability platform of the country.
So probably, thanks Rahul, in his prior interaction, he took a broad demography of the audience here, right? So
this 500 million, 600 million students?
Yeah, I mean, it is. So more than before I talk about that. So I'm assuming everyone in this room is, a engineer or at least completed their, or pursuing their undergraduation. Is my assumption right? Yeah, I mean, that must be the case, right? So if you look at our whole, education journey as such, right? So what are we really putting our all efforts for, right? So at the end, yeah, I mean, handful of us must be really interested in the research that we'll be carrying out after, studies, or some of us might be really interested in entrepreneurship, like Rahul. Since his childhood, he was really interested in business. But significant portion of our Indian student segment are really, we are doing what we are doing for the sake of job, right? I mean, to get a good job at the end of the day. So now, I mean, if you take the whole education sector as such, at the age of 21 or 22, would I really remember what my marks were in mathematics in the 7th grade in my 3rd unit test? Or would I really, care about, do I have enough skills that are required for me to get a good job, right? So, I mean, by employability, we mean we plan to stick to get outcomes for what we are doing, right? I mean, by outcomes, we mean the job is the outcome. So we are working on a thin line of fire where we are making students say that, you do this is what companies are looking for right now. So we are actively in touch with 3,000 companies or 4,000 companies or so. This is what they are looking for right now. This is the gap that is present in academia industry, a gap. So this is what let's plug in, and this is what you need to study so that clear this, and you will be in a position where you will get a job at least, right? So by employability university, we mean that. So now what makes us confident is, this is an interesting bit which I want to clear the air for a lot of the people. So right now, our biggest problem in our journey is not to make students get the job. I mean, I'll factually speak this. Right now, the number of opportunities that companies are looking to offer to the students are far higher than the number of students who are studying on our platform. That's the irony right now today, right? I mean, there must be assumptions that, 9 months back from here, we all heard the stories of mass layoffs in Google, Accenture, Amazon, Microsoft, everything, everywhere page number 1 is filled with such kind of stories. But the brutal, reality is, I can't take absolute numbers, but I'll take in percentages. If you are getting 100 offers from companies saying that, I want to hire for 100 roles, we were able to provide only 20 students as on today. So that's what our confidence is, that, we can become largest employability university, because companies are in dire need of the talent that they want to hire for and they want to solve the problems for, and they're ready to shell out huge, go above and beyond as well. I'll just give an example. So I'm assuming everyone in this room knows about Bharat Pay, right? I mean, Bharat Pay. So exactly 15 months back, there was an incident where Bharat Pay was offering, every software developers whom they hire a BMW bike, World Cup tickets to Dubai. Back then, 2021 World Cup was happening in Dubai. So tickets to and fro tickets to Dubai, and an iPad. So why are they offering? Because there is such shortage of talent. In order to attract talent, really talented, skillful people, they had to go above and beyond to do that. So these are kind of cases which makes us feel that, there is, even today, this happened to me last month, right? So one of my alums of IT Carbon, who was like, decade senior to me, came to me saying that he has company in Dubai, IT-based company. So he wants to hire 24 developers. So he came to me and said that, I want to hire. But I told him, sorry, right now we have to keep on wait list, because the opportunities are so many high that I can't provide enough number of students who are graduating out to you. Then he requested me, why don't you put me on wait list number 1, because we share the same, alma mater. So that was the kind of situation we are in right now as a society. That's what makes us believe that, we can...
That's nepotism. Yeah, continue.
Not nepotism, but familiarity, whatever you call. That's how the society evolves, right? Yeah. So that's what makes us, believe that there is very huge void in this space that needs to be filled, and collectively it's responsibility of not just, us, but bunch of players. There is a requirement for us all together collectively to help Indian youth coming out from the colleges to make them employable, right? I mean, second order effect, what we see is, if we don't make them really, skillful to become employable, right? So all the chaos in society starts from there, because age of 20 to 23 is where you have like that, energetic blood. So they're really, agitated with society or education system, and that leads to all the disturbing elements in the society as well. So this is the second order effect that we are really worried about, not just, the straight line thing that we're looking at.
Admirable. But the premise of Indian youth, especially engineers, not being really up to the mark in terms of what the corporates want or what the market really wants, is a well-known factor. It's a well-known factor. Where does Nextwave, your company, without a E, where does Nextwave make that kind of shift from the kind of trainings we have across the world. We have Amirpet here, right next door. So is Next Wave trying to create a kind of a larger scope Amirpet in Anakramgoda? Is that what you're attempting? How?
Okay, how many in this room have tried to apply for JEE or IIT or any other competitive exam? At least tried thinking of attempting. Okay, I can see half a dozen hands, right? So I come from that background. I come from that factory where we were put as students, came out as those kind of with IIT ranks, right? So I'll ask in this way, right? I mean, if we are in such kind of IIT preparatory course, and say for example this year MHRD announces that IIT syllabus is changing. So would the Chaitanya, Narayana, Akash, Fidji, Bansal, etc. Whatnot of the world, would they change their syllabus or not immediately the next day, right? So that's a no-brainer.
They would change, yes.
So now, when was the last time the curriculum was changed in tier 3, tier 4 colleges? Because even the administrators want to do that, right? I mean, no college wants to say that I don't want to give placement, but they have their own practical constraints. So we have beautiful colleges, Andhra, Telangana together are owning like around 800 colleges, right? So whenever we talk to administration in the college as well, they are like equally excited to bring some change in the society. But when was the last time curriculum was changed, right? So probably decade or decade and a half back. So okay, decade back, do we have all this digital first transaction? No. So do we have all this digital first, whatever we're doing now? No. So industry is evolving at rapid pace. So now whatever the student has to learn, is that aligned with what industry is really required, right? I mean, so that's what now we call it as, the focus is always on reverse engineered curriculum. When we mean reverse engineered curriculum, look at what companies really want. So, I mean, last 8 months, there has been huge buzz on what? GPT, right? I mean, everyone, no matter whether they are tech savvy or not.
GPT, AI, automation.
GPT, AI, etc. So, we are really worried whether the skills that we are teaching to the students will be really, valid or not. Then we hit on the ground. Personally, three of us, like all 3 co-founders of us, like went, hit on ground and spoken to MNC CEOs and the talent acquisition heads, engineering managers, etc. What their hiring requirement is going to change. There are certain notes and inputs that we got, and we were able to change it within the short span of time.
So was this interaction with the recruiters in constant level interaction? Does it continue so that you keep on getting?
So it's not an event based; it's a continuous. So we have a it's like it's not like once in 6 months or once in 3 months. It's on daily basis. So you have companies coming in to hire your students. You understand what their requirement is, what they're trying to or expecting from the students. Is the curriculum aligned for that or not? And keep on iteratively changing it. So it's not event based like we do it once in a year, once in 6 months. It's continuously iteratively feedback mechanism that is kicking in.
So Anupam, I have in Next Wave's basic idea of getting students to come to a platform is that you have a large number of testimonials coming from students. Very few of their online presence actually has either Anupam or any of the 2 co-founders speaking. Is this method of getting in students to come to a platform a very studied method, because there's absolutely huge number of testimonials on your platform?
So, I mean, I see when Rahul was interacting earlier.
Probably explain the kind of testimonials.
Yes, I'll come to that. See, I mean, what we strongly believed in is India is a place where probably having a brand ambassador like Kohli or Salman Kaur or Hrithik Roshan, more than that, what my neighbor or benchmate is saying is much more important to me than what Virat Kohli and Salman Khan are saying to me, right? So say for example, all of us are sitting in a classroom, right? So I mean, for time being, let's forget all our age difference, etc., and assume we are all sitting in the same classroom. I'll take the example of what happened in our case, and I definitely believe this is going to be helpful for every entrepreneur, budding entrepreneur sitting in this room. Say for example, we are all sitting in the same engineering classroom, and all of us are like happy, chill buddies, where we go to first day, first show on Friday, bunk the classes, mass bunk, plan, holiday trips, etc., everything, right? And all of us are like, really close buddies. Say for example, tomorrow all of a sudden, Sunil comes to me and shows me his mobile and says that, hey dude, like I built exact clone of Swiggy, which looks like exactly Swiggy, but built by me, or exactly clone of YouTube, which is completely built by me. So what will be the reaction of this complete room that is here? I would say nothing less than wow. Right? Because all of us are sitting in this classroom, all of us, are like chilling, just one night batting before exams. That's typically what we do in undergraduation days, right? Tomorrow Sunil comes and shows me that he has built an YouTube clone, which has like absolutely, you can't even differentiate between whether it's YouTube or Sunil's YouTube, right? So then obviously next question from all of us is, dude, you're like all of us sitting in the same classroom, sitting on the same bench. listening to the same class, bunking the classes, chilling, enjoying, everything is same, but how come all of a sudden you build that? Your answer will be obviously next year, if you're a student next year, right? So then the kind of impact that it creates in the whole room is something that we can't even achieve by spending $1 million by having a brand ambassador like Virat Kohli or whatnot, like RRR, Stardom or etc. We can't get that kind of impact where everyone is like, wow, I want to get into that, right? So I mean, Cred founder Kunal Shah explained this very well. So India is a place where it's a low trust economy. By low trust economy, we don't trust people very easily. We trust only when someone we know very well endorses it. Right.
So how did you manage to come across this huge number of testimonials on your platform? And always it happens that the people who are speaking, the students who are speaking, the undergraduates who are speaking, they may not be necessarily so voluble or so articulate in terms of expressing the kind of advantages which your platform is giving them. So how do you recalibrate the kind of responses you're getting before you put it on the platform?
Again, this is just continuation of my previous answer, right? So, I mean, just imagine a student for 21 years or after spending 10, 15, 20 lakhs or whatever throughout his education, etc. is coding for the first time and looking at an output for the first time. So we've seen the students where we hear their happy, look at their happy tears immediately after getting the job, right? Because, I mean, just imagine situation of a 20 to 23-year-old guy who graduated, who's not having job. Can he attend family functions peacefully? Definitely no, right? I mean, everyone will be like, what are you up to? What are you doing these days, right? So, though they know the answer, they want to poke at you. Unfortunate, I mean, that's the irony, right? Can they really face their parents happily? No, because they have that guilt that my mom and dad has spent, so much on me that I'm not having this. So now, in such a situation, there is some savior who's coming to you and helping you right from, learn from scratch and teaching you in your own mother tongue, right? I mean, again, tier 3, when we say that we are helping tier 3, tier 4 students, we can't keep our pedagogy and learning in English. So when it's going in vernacular, teaching them in Telugu and they're getting a job, so something that's like, you can't even, so that's what keeps us pumped. I mean, this is going to be common for every industry. The moment you help your customer, the kind of, if you're solving the problem, the kind of happiness they are going to have is, that can't be quantified. So now all it needs is just, capture the raw emotions, which unfiltered candid emotions, which makes the viewer understand that, they can correlate, right? I mean, again, when I say that testimonials play an important role, I mean, that's in fact,
was it a model which you saw elsewhere before you implemented it for customer acquisition?
More than that, again, the talking to students is what made us believe this. Talking to more and more students, right? I mean, again, I'll give one example. So, say for example, Sundar Pichai is an Indian, right? So he's from Tamil Nadu. So if I go to Tamil Nadu student and say that, if you study well, you can become Sundar Pichai, it's unrelatable to him. He can't even relate with that guy because Sundar Pichai has gone to IIT Kharagpur and post that I think he has gone to GSB or Stanford or Wharton somewhere, right?
He's been to Kharagpur,
Kharagpur post that he has gone to Wharton or somewhere in US as well, right? So now, as a student from tier 3, tier 4, definitely can't correlate to him. But I can correlate to someone who is similar to me with similar background, similar stuff, similar problems having, similar, academic, not a prodigy, academic background, like similar grades, etc. Right. If that guy is able to do that, then this platform is going to be helpful to me. Right. So this is going to be common for every startup. So if we can talk in the language of what they are, our customer base is, and if they can correlate that if that guy got benefited, then I can definitely get benefited through this.
Right. So when you decided to acquire customers, how did you scale up the model, and what's the kind of future? Because you have acquired a certain set of students who you promise, you give the courses, you also offer employment. What's the next step in this? What's the scaling up going to happen, and in what phases?
So, I mean, there are few sectors in India which I believe are really fortunate, like edtech, health tech, fitness tech. These are the domains that I feel. Say for example, how many in this room knows Healthify Me, Cult Fitness, or these kind of startups? Healthify Me, I mean, we keep seeing the ads, right? So, I mean, these are the domains where you deliver the outcome, you need not do any marketing. I want to do show off. If I'm a student, if I got the job, I want to go to everyone in this room and tell that I got a job. right? I mean, I don't want to sit silent, because when I didn't have a job, everyone in this room got to me and poked me that, don't you have job, don't you go have job, right? Now, it's my, right, or my, whatever. I want to go to every single person in this room and say that though they don't ask me that, I got a job, right? Tomorrow I'm going to host a party, why don't you come there, right? So now the obvious next question from everyone in this room is, how have you gotten the job? The answer is going to be next wave. Similarly, just imagine a health for me, a guy with obese, like having 120 kgs of weight, is coming down to, say for example, 90 kgs of weight in, say, 9 months.
Okay.
So everyone is going to ask, or that guy is going to go,
but how is next wave implementing this idea? Like you are...
we need not implement, right?
you are going to
so, there are two parts. So a student, if you deliver the outcome, the student is not going to sit silent. And the parents are not going to sit silent in the first place. So, say for example, my dad, who is in the age of 50 or 55, if I got a job and not having job for last 2-3 years, if I got a job now, my dad would be more than happy to put it in spam all family groups saying that, Anupam has gotten a job now. Imagine tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 guy who face that kind of pressure from society, relatives and everyone.
But would, Anupam, would this be a challenge to tell your students to pitch in your company name when they advertise?
That's the derivative of loyalty, right? Okay, now
the important question is, how do you build this kind of a loyalty with the students? Because obviously they're not sitting in front of you. Yours is essentially an online classes mainly. So they're not sitting in front of you. How do you build this kind of loyalty so that these students can go back home and say that I learned it from Next Wave?
Again, whatever I'm going to say, I think it's applicable for across industries, not just for Next Wave or a tech as such, right? So, see, any user or customer coming to you means they must have tried or burned their hands with at least 3 or 4 similar players, or someone who's providing similar value proposition. They have done their college, probably they must have tried something else. They have tried campus placements or offline interest, etc., etc. So now they have seen darkness to appreciate the light. That's a simple thing. So in order to build the loyalty, what we felt was just give the right value proposition to the user, because if a user is coming to you, which means they have spent 3-4 other places. Again, going back to the same previous example, Healthify.me. Before I take up the Healthify.me subscription, I must have definitely met, or I must have tried to hit the gym prior, or I must have tried to wake up myself every day morning 5:30 a.m. or 6 a.m. and jog, lift weights, etc., whatnot, right? I must have tried 3 or 4 things which couldn't give me results, and now I am looking at Healthify.me. The reason why I'm referring to Healthify.me is because we continuously draw inspiration from, not from edtech, we draw inspiration from fitness tech and health tech.
But Anupam, there's this interesting aspect in this format in which you're approaching. One is the customer loyalty part, but also you need trained people who, when they're facing students, your customers, they're trained to say things and trained to deliver your message. So what's the kind of training you inculcate in the people who are facing the students, or the customer client facing executives?
Again, one thing we understood is, no matter how much you say in phone call, it's the trust that's going to win the customer. So now again, trust. Say for example, a student is coming to you saying that, sir, I'm a mechanical student, graduate in 2019 with 3 years or 4 years of career gap, and I didn't have any prior experience. Would I get a job? You have to say nothing. Just provide 20-30 video testimonials of students who have gotten, similar, from similar background, have gotten a job. That is enough, right? Okay, so there is Anupam, who is mechanical graduate, 2019, 4 years gap, he got a job. There is Sunil, mechanical, 2018, who has 5 years of career gap, has gotten a job. There is someone else who has 6 years of career gap, gotten a job. So now, okay, so there are 20 people or 30 people like me, exactly like same academic track record, same, tier of college, exactly same, all the variables are same. Now, if they have gotten a job, then there is something that, I can also get a job. So that's what is going to play a key role. And I feel no matter how much pushy or, how much attempt that we make, it's impossible to gain the trust of the customer unless we feel, yes, there can be some results. But one thing we understood in working in, India, the reason why I'm talking India is prior to starting up Next Wave, I was majorly part of, US and Middle East markets. So one thing we understood in India is, it is highly trust game. No, whatever industry you are, you need to gain trust of customer in order to, turn them as your paid customers. In order to gain the trust, probably, brand ambassador, etc. can help to certain level. Okay. But your existing customers who got benefited from you are your walking, talking brand ambassadors. Okay. Nothing can beat that.
Yeah, Anupam, as an entrepreneur, what will be advice to youngsters? You started your company in 2020, and okay, what will be your advice to youngsters sitting out there who would want to start their own company? What kind of path they have to start on? What kind of mentors they have to approach? What kind of funding they use? So what has been your journey and what kind of advice? So these are the two parts we'll probably try to conclude.
So I'll try to keep it, probably it may go a little philosophical as well. I'm just giving heads up, right? So probably, my generation of entrepreneurs, I'm talking about majorly, my generation and current generation of entrepreneurs, somewhere to us, everything has been commoditized or readily available. Like what I mean by commoditized is you have a really good idea and you have really good, oratory skills and, analytical skills, you can get funding. That's not a really difficult thing today because, there are like bunch of,
so good presentation skills is something.
Good storytelling skills. There are a bunch of HNIs out there in India and, capital is commoditized. And hiring people to a certain extent, that is commoditized. Everything is commoditized. So everything is so easily approachable these days that, you can start your own company just like, how you go to Domino's and say that, I want, veg loaded pizza. As simple as that these days, by simple I mean doing the base work, right? But to have sustainable and, which we can, to drive towards the right path, one thing that I feel is somewhere because of all this have become so accessible, thought process has become so much, narrowed down that we are picking only low-hanging fruits. By I mean low-hanging fruits. If I want to drive customer acquisition, let me go onto Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Let me do digital marketing. I'll get some leads that will give me the, customers. So Anupam can do that. Sunil can do that. Everyone in this room, sitting in this room, can do that. Or they can hire people or agency and can do that. But what different am I doing so that this is the secret recipe of Nestwave or Anupam's? So that this is going to, help me get customers at, a different level. So something which is not obvious, which is not low-hanging fruit, should be identified in every aspect. That could be it product, be it your customer acquisition style, be it your hiring. So I'll come to an example where during our hiring time, we started in 2020 October, we went to hire, into the market to build our team. So 2021 around July, August times. So if you guys remember, 2021 was period where, you wake up, you hear to a story of new unicorn, right? There was one day where at 8 a.m. there was 91st unicorn, at 12 noon there is 92nd unicorn, 6 p.m. there is 93rd unicorn, 9 p.m. there is 94th unicorn, right? In single day there are 4 unicorns. So for the people who are new to this term unicorn is the term given to a company whose value is $1 billion in Indian rupees, close to, as on today, 8,500 crores. So in a day, by the time you sleep and wake up, there is a new unicorn coming, which means the fund is coming in, just like the dam opened its gates.
So how can a person sitting in a tier 2 city who has a brilliant idea, how can you approach investors? What kind of skills he needs to have in his final years, for example? Or also the question of feedback. Everybody has an idea, but how do you ensure that the idea you have has the right feedback so that you solidify the idea and you make it more concrete and you're more confident of the idea? So what's the internal mechanism or external mechanism for this?
There are two parts. One, validating the idea. Second part is approaching the investors, right? So validating the idea, I feel, no day idea is going to be perfect. So again, product market fit and all these things are like, it's a journey rather than like Rahul was mentioning prior here of one school. So it's a journey rather than, a single destination, right? So at certain point, you continuously keep iterating, you understand that, okay, so this is my value prop is going to be helpful to customers. So now a customer is paying me for this value prop, right? So that's probably first part. Second part, the next panel discussion, which is about investment and other things, they can also answer it much better. So see, investors also wants to invest, right? The capital which is sitting in their bank account, they don't want to keep it at the fixed deposit of 5%, 6% returns which is giving.
But
right?
How does it come to the person who has this brilliant idea?
Yes, so even investors are in search of really good people where they can put their money in, right? So when we start our fundraising journey, one thing we were surprised is, we didn't know that people would reply to your cold mail. We were surprised to know that. I mean, we started our journey there, right? So every investor wants to invest given the confidence.
How many cold mails did you?
So I mean, almost 100% hit rate it was. Like almost every cold mail we've sent, there was a response from the big shots we hear in the industry of investors to the angels, etc. Everyone.
That's a heartening.
Right. I mean, coming to the same topic again. So investors want to invest their capital because they don't want to get just that 5-6% returns from FD or whatever they're getting from the bank by putting it in the bank account, right? So they want to invest in startups so that they can get multiplied returns. So now there is a lot of clutter out there, right? I mean, there are like probably 1,000 mails that an investor is going to receive, etc. So now how we can keep it there are two simple ways I feel. One, having a referral. So, say for example, I know 10 investors. If someone is approaching me and if I'm really convinced, I would put a word to, investor A, B, C saying that, hey dude, like, I know this guy who has built really fabulous startup. I think it's worth, your attention. So that's one thing. Second thing, if you're going to do, cold email or you're going to have it networking events or etc., it's important to have 2-3 metrics or 2-3 lines which definitely grabs their attention, saying that, these are the 3 things that we achieved so far, and these 3 things is what we are looking next. So if these 2 things can grab their attention, because I believe investors would receive at least 10 to 50 to 100 to 500 emails any given day. But how quickly we can grab their attention and make them feel that this is worth my time, right? So again, investors would evaluate probably 100 startups and invest in one, but how we can filter into that 100 is the next big thing.
Time seems to be running out as usual. So any final thoughts on wisdom you want to share with people here, budding entrepreneurs?
So, one thing that really helped us...
and we all should take note of what Anupam is saying because he's rarely seen and heard. So let's hang on to his...
So, see, I mean, one thing that we understood after starting Nest5 is it's important to, think beyond what's so obvious in every decision that we want to make. Right? As said, if you want to do customization, there might be 2-3 quick ideas that you get, let me go and advertise on Google, let me go and put up a hoarding near, whatever near the highway or etc. or whatever it is. Hit pause, think again, think about alternate ways with which you can do so that can act as your secretary. Whatever, think just beyond obvious, right? I mean, when we sit for, our own internal ideation session or brainstorming for everyone, first 1 minute ideas that we get are which are so obvious to everyone, right? I mean, that's the common thing which all of us get. Hit pause, just take little more time, think about, what something that's not so obvious that I can do so that can help as my, competitive, you call it competitive advantage, call it secret recipe, call it moat, whatever, right? So that is something that is, which helped us to pick something that is not so obvious, not so low hanging, pick something that is eventually go and act as your competitive advantage. That's what, the biggest thing that I can share to anyone.
Hi Anupam, I would like to know the first initial journey because it's an online journey, right, that you started with. How did you meet the first customers and then crack that 0 to 1?
So it was during COVID, so no chance to meet them in person. So lockdowns, etc. were there, right? So one thing we've done was we even before the product started shipping out, we started building WhatsApp communities. So believe me or not, at certain point we were having 2 lakh people in our WhatsApp groups in 3,000 spread across 3,000 WhatsApp groups. So we were just building on community by sharing simple. I think everyone in this room knows news in shorts, right? In shorts where we just swipe to read the news.
Yeah.
So such small nuggets of tech stuff we were providing to every student. So students were like, chalo, let me get added to the WhatsApp. This is what's wrong. They are providing something insightful every day. I mean, if you guys know FinShots, similar to FinShots, right? So that way we had large pool of community back then. So then we started shipping out our product slowly. Then few people join, few people don't join any day. So for us, even today, one thing that we really give lot of importance is any given day out of 100 people who are approaching you, there will be people who are not opting for your product will be far more than the number of people opting for your product. That's the nature's law, right? I mean, the majority will be the number of people who are not opting for your product. It's important to learn from each and every one of them why they are not opting for your product. And again, if you just ask this question outrightly, they won't answer, right? Correct. So we used to do anonymous user calls saying that I want to keep it off record, but fine. So we call the users and talk as if I am also a student who is willing to join Nestwave. What is his recommendation or his or her recommendation? Whether they would ask me, allow me to join Nestwave or not. So they would say, bro, it's fine to join Nestwave, but there are these 2-3 concerns that I have. That's why I didn't join, right? So had I called him like Nestwave's representative, probably they wouldn't have told me this, right? So try to get as much candid feedback as possible. And sometimes here we'll get into bias where we don't want to hear some stuff which we are not really happy or comfortable with. But let's be brutal and honest, harsh against ourselves to take the feedback. So nudge them, poke them, and take anonymous feedback as much as possible, so that which helps you to give right things. What is making user to not opt you for your product, right? And this is going to be eternal forever.
And one other question followed with that. Basically, we are looking at a larger vision. Okay, let's talk about the big problem that we want to solve. But today, that problem everyone knows, but no one want to act. Okay, now for us, taking that into the market is a big challenge, because it's a mission which everyone want to talk about or even think through, but no one want to act for. So how do you think we should plan out such things?
See, by chance, do you know Skyroot, which is Hyderabad-based startup again, right? I mean, Skyroot, which is into space technology.
Aerospace technology, the first rocket launch.
Yeah, first private rocket launched, apart from, so I think all of us since our childhood, we have aspirations of becoming astronaut or something like that, right? I mean, looking at the cool stuff that they wear and the rockets they travel, etc. So all of us had that cool thing. But I think they were in the same position that you were. I mean, there are tons of startups like this, right, which are in the same position that everyone feels that this is really good to have thing, but no one wants to take that bold step ahead, right? So I think it boils down to a couple of things. So one, how strong is our conviction in solving that problem which no one has solved for? How well we can, instill confidence in someone who is listening to me that, yes, there is a path to this, there is a distance. Say, for example, from here I want to go to Mumbai on road, right? So if I say that, I don't know how to go to Mumbai, no one will trust and join in my car. So I need to say that, from here to, I need to go till point A, point B, point C, from there I need to take this highway, then I need to, clear this toll gate, then I'll get into Bombay. So if I can tell them that, stepwise sequence, then they'll have the confidence to get onto my car if I have to go to Bombay, right? So similar thing is in my startup journey. Be it investor, be it team member, be it, anyone, you have a destination in your mind. So all it takes is how well we can instill confidence in them that, dude, this is the path, this is how I'm strongly confident about going, and why am I capable of doing this? Right. So if I want to have someone in my car, and if I tell them that this is the first time I'm driving my car, no one would come in, right? True. So I need to show them that, I have the, capability to drive the car for 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours non-stop if we have to go there. And my prior track record shows that, I can do this. Right. So two things. One, the destination is clear, the path is clear. And two, to drive that path, I am the capable person to drive that path. So these two things, if you can instill, even if it is like, untaken path or untaken roads, people will be really happy to explore that. That's what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're trying the first path in this the two segments, right? The first segment, who is the captain and riding the ship, and then second is the path that you're choosing. I think we might need some discussion further, support and all on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I guess that wraps the session up. Thank you very much, sir. It was very great, and I could really relate to the KGP parts that you mentioned. That was really great.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I would kindly request, without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, sir, for his session.
At the outset, let me first congratulate IIT Entrepreneurial Cell for taking this initiative of promoting the entrepreneurship awareness in the country. I also like to congratulate Vardhaman Engineering College, our principal, Professor Dr. Ravindra, for facilitating this event at Vardhaman Engineering College. Those two things, or several things are there which are big passions of my life. One, of course, is entrepreneurship. As I wind down in my life, the big ambition in my life is to promote, evangelize more amount of entrepreneurship. I'll tell you why in a moment. The second is that I'm very connected with the IIT system. If I have an opportunity to stand in front of all of you today, I think it's the learnings that I got from IIT Kanpur made that difference to my life. An enormous amount of gratitude I have for the teachers, for the institution. And one way of giving back is that I wanted to get connected back to the IIT system. And I did reasonably well. I run 2 IITs as a chairman of the board now. The first one is IIT Hyderabad. I've been the chairman for the last 11 years. And even without some amount of resistance, I wouldn't say too much of resistance, there was some amount of resistance, I still got an extension for 3 more years. So I'll be the longest standing chairman for an IIT by the time I finish my term. That's only a small part of my giving back. I also run IIT Roorkee as the chairman of the board for the last 4 years now. Amazing fact I did, which I, with all modesty and humility, I'll share with you. There are 5 Gen 1 IITs, that's Generation 1 IITs as they're called. These are considered to be the strongest pillars that this country has. Thereafter, of course, we added 18 more. We now have 23 of them. IIT Roorkee got added only in 2000. I took this as a challenge. We displaced one of the 5 IITs from the top and made IIT Roorkee as one of the top 5 engineering institutions in this country. That was done in the last 3 years of my leadership at IIT Roorkee. So I'm in that mood and mode of giving back and take back my corporate life into the education institutions to ensure that we make them as good as the corporate world. We need to talk about entrepreneurship. And let me start with the first thing. Why do I think entrepreneurship is so important? And I also like to share with you, I like this to be interactive. I'll ask questions, but if you have questions for me at any point of time, please raise your hand. I'll be more than happy. We'll have some mics into the audience. And Manasa and Arjun Reddy are there to help you. So let's go back to the first one. Why do I think entrepreneurship is so important? How many of you have heard about a word called demographic dividend? I don't want people in the front 2 rows to lift their hands. I'm sure they're all more knowledgeable than I am. Not necessarily that you are less knowledgeable than I am. So from the audience, anybody putting up their hand up saying that what's demographic dividend? Any hands up? Please do not hesitate. Yes, sir, please. Somebody up there. You should tell me who you are first.
I'm assistant professor,
Yes.
Triple department.
Okay, go ahead. Still, I'll allow you to speak.
Sir, this demographic dividend means it is the advantage of having huge population like India, China. We are having that advantage. So much manpower is available. That I think.
You got it wrong. Huge population is not demographic dividend. Refine your answer if you like. I'll give you one more chance.
Huge working population.
Thank you. You got it right now. Thank you. So if you have huge working population, which typically defined anywhere between 16 to 65 years, a nation is supposed to be enjoying what people call it as demographic dividend. India now has 62.5% of India's population is in this particular spectrum of 16 to 65 years. What does it mean in very simple terms? It means there are more number of people who are working compared to the people who are not working. In effect, you know, people who are younger than the 16 years, they're not working. Above 65 years, take a few exceptions like me, they're also not working. So the result is that if you have a large bulge of population which is productive, nations see enormous amount of prosperity. We have seen an upliftment in economic activity in a nation because of demographic dividend. What do we have as examples? We have this first one was Japan. The second was South Korea. Third is China. China still enjoys demographic dividend. So India has that advantage, if you learn from the other countries, that we can also prosper like those three countries I mentioned. But here comes a challenge along with it. What's the challenge? The challenge is, as a result of this demographic dividend, we put 1 million people in the streets of India every month for jobs. So these are not just people, will be produced, they'll graduate, find jobs, they will start become productive, they uplift the economic activity of the nation. They don't. So therefore, there is tremendous amount of demand for jobs right now. I talked about 1 million jobs every month, 10 million jobs approximately per year, or if you look at this window of 10 more years ahead of us, at least 10 more years, we require 100 million jobs. And there is enough of evidence all around the world that net new jobs in any economy are created by new companies, small companies, and medium companies. Existing large companies create only 40% of the jobs. The rest of the jobs get created by the startups and the entrepreneurs. So you can understand the type of pressure that we have as a nation today to create those 100 million jobs or 10 crore jobs in the next 10 years coming from the industry. That's the need that we have in terms of entrepreneurship. So therefore, let's be clear that all of us have to work towards this goal of saying we have to become employment generators and not employment seekers. That's what we need to do. Let me move on. I need to watch my time, yeah. Let me move on. So what is entrepreneurship? Any hands going up? What is entrepreneurship? Who is an entrepreneur? The professor, when hand went up in the past, this time even that doesn't go up. Or he doesn't want to do it. Let's hold on. Who is an entrepreneur? Disappointing. Please, don't disappoint me too far. No one knows what is who is an entrepreneur? Okay. You go and Google now.
Yeah. Myself, Srinivas Reddy. I am AID department. Entrepreneur is nothing but reorganize.
Stand up.
Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Myself, Srinivas Reddy, CSE AID department. Entrepreneur is nothing but organizing the resources in best way to giving the comfortable to the toward the society, making the comfort and reorganizing the resources.
Companies do that too. So we can't call the companies as entrepreneurs, right?
Yeah.
So how many of you have smart mobiles with you? Lift your hand up. How many of you have already Googled this word called entrepreneur? Be brave. Boss, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not a tiger here to eat you up. How many of you have Googled it? Nobody. You're not using the internet system well. So if you go and Google it, in the interest of time, let me move on. You'll find entrepreneur is a person who has an idea and he likes to make use of this idea as a business for getting an economic benefit out of it by taking risks. So look at the definition that I just said Google, because that's anyway the Bible. So therefore, but then even otherwise, it will be the same thing. It's a person who has an idea, who wants to take risks for making it a business, for getting substantial economic benefit out of it. That's what an entrepreneur is. So therefore, if you look at entrepreneurship, that's Google's definition. But to me, entrepreneurship is much beyond that. Closer to home, I'll take my example. I did a startup. I did a startup 32 years back. 1991, 1992 is when I did my startup. And of course, this 30 years of story that I have, my business story, it's not my personal story. I wrote a book called Dreams to $1 Billion. Life is so that I wrote this book. It took me about 2 years to write. It's already a year old. It's a national bestseller. I saw it also in the lobby. If you guys are interested, go buy a copy of the book and read it yourself. But more interestingly, it also has become the national bestseller. And what's more important than that is that I started as an entrepreneur, and I did take risks. I built a company for the economic benefit. You may be curious, what's the economic benefit, Mr. Reddy, like? I started this company with 20 lakhs of my money. That was $80,000 in US dollar terms. Today, that 20 lakhs or $80,000 is valued in the stock markets. We have two companies now. One is a daughter company or the parent company, and both are listed. So these are not made-up numbers of mine. If you go and go to the stock market and see the price, you'll find them. Between both of them, they're valued at 25,000 crores. That's what entrepreneurs can create value. It's not just me. Many other entrepreneurs have done this. So you leave apart that part of the definition. There's a lot more than that. Entrepreneurs participate in nation building. Number one, we created 18,000 jobs, 18,000 high-paying jobs in 18 countries around the world. We talked about it, how important employment generation is for this nation. Creating 18,000 jobs certainly is something which is credible. Creatables, sorry. The second one, many of you may not be familiar, at least a few of them who are sitting in the front rows may be familiar, is in 1991, 1992, this nation was precisely in the same situation as what Sri Lanka is today. What is the situation in Sri Lanka? We are unable to pay for, they are unable to pay for their foreign debt that they owe to other countries. India was exactly in the same situation, brink of a disaster. The Prime Minister was Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, the Finance Minister was Mr. Manmohan Singh, and I keep saying sheepishly, they were smuggling gold out of India to Bank of London to pay for the debt that we had. They liberalized the economy. They came with new policies. But who executed the policies thereafter? It's the entrepreneur who executed the policies. It's the Infosys, the HCLs, and the Science who work together to make sure what is the result of it today. This country has $580 billion of foreign exchange surpluses with us, reserves with us. So entrepreneurs contribute to nation building. A third one is that if you look at innovation, can somebody help me? What is innovation? Any hands up, please? What is innovation? Yeah, go ahead. I'll give you a chance. Very good. Thank you. So create something new with the present, which was not available so far, with the resources that are available with us. And to do that, the nimble-footed small companies are much capable of doing it compared to large companies. So even if we were to say that large companies, we wouldn't call ourselves a large company, we are a mid-sized company at 18,000 people, or a revenue profile which is getting close to $1 billion right now. But the smaller companies, which are the startups, are more nimble-footed, we keep calling them. They're much more agile. Their ability to think about problems and find solutions is much faster. So, what have they done? Even in the West, it's the small companies, the medium companies, which have contributed to innovation big time. So therefore, entrepreneurship is not just limited to just having an economic benefit, but it also is participation in nation building, in making sure that we have better resources. And ultimately what happens is, we've seen two things because of entrepreneurship. The living conditions improved considerably. A great example is this machine. Steve Jobs was an entrepreneur too. He created this machine for us. Look at the type of conveniences that we have. And the second one is, we also have seen economic upliftment. That is, per capita GDP of an individual change quite dramatically. So we talked about who is an entrepreneur, what does the entrepreneur contribute, and what's the need for entrepreneurship at this point of time. Then the question comes up is, what does it make to become an entrepreneur? Can I tell all of you, please become entrepreneurs, and all of you now pack your bags and go and say, I'm becoming an entrepreneur? No, it doesn't work that way. The first and the foremost is, I always tell people, please ask yourself this question called, what is the purpose of my life? Why am I here? There's so many human beings out there in this world. So am I like one other person, one other animal? Just live there, eat there, enjoy weather, and disappear thereafter? Or do I live here for something which I want to contribute? So every one of you have to ask this question to yourself, what I want to become. Not necessarily the answer will be, I want to become an entrepreneur. Don't even be disappointed if you don't get that answer. But only when you get an answer saying that I have the mindset to say, I have to become an entrepreneur because I want to create something new. I want to create value. I want to participate in nation building. I want to create jobs. I want to become more innovative. I want to get to recognition. That is when the first question that you have to answer is, if you want to become an entrepreneur, you have to say, I have the answer of my question to purpose of life, says that I have to contribute something substantial to the society. Thereafter comes the other questions that follow through. And before I get to the follow-through questions, I also would say, even if you're not an entrepreneur, please develop the mindset of an entrepreneur. What does an entrepreneur do? He runs his business, right? He creates economic value. He creates jobs, all that he does. Can't you do the same working for somebody else? You can do the same by being accountable to what you're doing. If you start saying, I'm responsible for my job, I'm accountable to what I do, and I continue to constantly think about what can be better for this company, these are all the attributes which fall in place to make sure that you have an entrepreneurial mindset. But if you want to truly become an entrepreneur and run your own business, the first and the foremost that you require is passion in life. Passion in life to attain an objective. I had this dream, and I think, I'm sure some of you must have read President Abdul Kalam. He says, and I don't readily recall the complete quote, but what he meant was that you need to dream all the time. But you don't dream while you sleep. You dream when you're far awake. You dream about your ambitions in life. That's the passion that you need to have. We continuously dream. Where am I in my life? I still continue to dream. You don't know what's tomorrow. I don't know what's tomorrow for me. I'm sure I know what tomorrow for you all is. Very promising. May not be true with me, where I'm in my life. But will it stop me from dreaming? It doesn't. That's my birthright. Will I be ambitious? Yes. What will I do thereafter? I probably leave something more substantial back in the society. So therefore, our ability to dream big is one entrepreneurial skill that you require. The second thing that I talk about is that you need to think about, if you want to become an entrepreneur, think about a problem which is real. Don't imagine a problem that exists somewhere and I say, I found a solution. Go back, you'll find so many of them. Yesterday or day before yesterday, I was listening to this gentleman, trying to get his name in a minute, Surya, the last is Singam Butla, IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Bangalore, Professor of Entrepreneurship. He was saying one of the projects that his class drove last semester was all about how do you buy pet dogs. Don't think it's a simple problem. Who sells pet dogs, first of all? There are kennels. There are ethical kennels, unethical kennels. And therefore, how do you then create a platform for people to go and buy from the ethical kennels? And then you have value-added services that go along with it. There is dog food, there is vaccination, there are dog sitters. Oh my God, he told me 12 different characteristics thereafter. Real problem. People do want in India to buy dogs. They want to buy good dogs, trained dogs. So therefore, you think about a real problem that's there. Real problem today, I'm going to the other extreme end, is to look at what is happening with patients in India. India has today the highest ratio between patient to doctor. For every patient, every doctor, we have 10,000 patients in this country. That's the ratio. So therefore, can I now think about an idea by which this doctor still continues to service 10,000 patients, we can't kill them, but can he efficiently do that? Can I find this? That's a real problem, right? We have online education that came into existence. That's a real problem. We wanted more content which is of high quality, available online for people, for people to learn from any time, anywhere. And that's how online education came into existence. So think about a real problem and think about a unique solution that goes along with it. It cannot be that if somebody else can copy. A number of people come even today to some of the startup sessions that occasionally I sit on. And they'll tell you that, look, I want to create one more Zomato, food delivery system. You ask this question, how do you do this? Sir, I'll use faster vehicles, deliver faster. Your competition can buy a faster vehicle than you, and what happens to you thereafter? I pay better. Your margins erode. You will disappear very quickly. So if you are trying to think about a solution. Think about a solution which has not been heard so far. It has to be unique. I'm sure a number of people are electrical engineers. An idea that somebody is trying out right now is that you actually can see the signature of the current flowing in the wire using an IoT device to find out which is the device which is consuming that power. The waveform gives you a clear picture of who is consuming, and you can then measure how much is being consumed. And then you can thereafter decipher, so where is the leak that's happening? Which is the most inefficient part of your plant, for instance? Or even your home. Does refrigerator consume more? Or does the geyser consume more? Or it's air conditioner which is consuming more? Or each one of them have a different signature as far as the current is concerned. So if you can get a unique solution of that nature, you'll stand your stead for a long time. So then comes the next thing is, no company is done by one individual, right? You have to work in teams. So your ability to attract talent and make sure this talent sticks on to you and work together, collaborate. We live in a world which is collaboration at this point of time. We live in a world of collaboration. You collaborate to ensure that your solution and the team provide something which is very unique, which will stand the stead of time and becomes very, very attractive for people to create, people to buy. The other thing is that if you have a problem that you're looking at, you should also look at what is the addressable market that I have. How many people will buy it? If only people in my street will buy it, that's a very small market. That's the TAM, as it's called, total addressable market. I looked at this proposition 30 years back of saying, what is my idea for a startup? My idea for a startup is we provide technology as a service for the Western world. We had skills in India. We certainly had cost arbitrage. Literally, the cost of a skill, total cost, if you look at loaded cost, it's about 1/5 is the cost that you have for a good technology professional in India compared to the Western world. We said, we'll use the cost arbitrage. And we have plenty of people. But then we also had to look at, is this a big marketplace? The answer was yes. We said, how big is it? It's $1 trillion marketplace. People spend $1 trillion in R&D across the world on products every year. That's the market we wanted to address. Is it a stagnant market? No. It grows at about 4.5% every year. It's almost now, since we started, we're now getting to close to about $1.8 trillion of a TAM, which is a total addressable market. So therefore, when you look at a problem that you have, you should look at how much can I address? How big can this be? You might start off small. You can actually, when you look at your solution, you might not even find your solution in one iteration. You try, find what the solution is, you find it, then you test it out, you find it has to definitely go through one more and one more and one more. So therefore, you need to have several things in place. Don't think entrepreneurship is just like taking the bag and going out and telling people that I'm becoming an entrepreneur. Several parents come to me and ask this question, sir, like you, my son also wants to become an entrepreneur. So I said, very good. I would welcome him to become to this world of entrepreneurship. And I keep saying, so what does he want to do? No, sir, he wants the idea from you. And I'm telling you, that's a sure shot way of failing as an entrepreneur. If you don't have your own idea, it has to come from you. It has to come from within you. And there are several other attributes that we can talk about. You need to be well funded. Don't try to become an entrepreneur without enough of money with you. Money by which you should raise, whether it's to start with in pre-seed stage, family and friends to go by, Thereafter, you can go to venture capitals or private equity and so on and so forth. So therefore, entrepreneurship is first and the foremost is you need to have passion in yourself. And thereafter, a number of attributes that come in, including, of course, I think I could have missed mentioning a couple of very important ones, is that you have to have the ability to take risks. I met with your chairman and your principal before I came here, and they were asking what's the conversion rate of entrepreneurs in this country. And I was saying it is still not very high. We think the number is somewhere between 2 to 3% from the graduating engineering classes. Because we graduate somewhere in the range of about 110,000 engineers every year across the country. So one of the things I was saying was that what is stopping people becoming entrepreneurs is also the risk-taking ability. And you should take risks for sure, because only when you start taking the risk, you learn. Failure does not mean you failed in life, you failed in a project. There's a fairly large amount of learning that comes out of it. In my company, we keep saying we celebrate failures. We celebrate learnings from failures. And the other thing which is important is if you truly want to be an entrepreneur, you need to have that leadership capabilities. Because there's nobody else to go and ask, saying that, what do I do in this situation? They might give you advice, but they won't take a decision for you. Or the other one is persistence, because the moment you come back with a failure, it cannot be that you say, this is all it, I'm packing my bags and going away from here. Persist with the idea. Several times in my life, last 30 years especially, I've been in the professional area for 50 years now, getting close to 50 years. I graduated out of IIT Kanpur in 1973. So it's just about 50. And then, of course, I went back to school again to Michigan. But there is nobody behind you in terms of trying to take a decision for you. You're the final decision maker. They can give you advice, all right, but you can't be saying that somebody will give me advice, no. So you need to have that leadership quality of saying, I'm a good decision maker, I can lead people with integrity, and I have the skill in making sure people collaborate and cooperate. So think about entrepreneurship. Think about it as not something which is very difficult, but think about it as something which you need to be prepared before you jump into it. Certainly, what do I see as the ecosystem now? I'm going to stop in another 5 minutes, and then I'll open the floor for all of you. Yep, I should stop, right. What do I see as the ecosystem is far, far different from what people like me saw, or people like me even ahead of me saw. Actually, I had this ambition of becoming an entrepreneur much earlier than when I started. I actually was a professional. I worked for somebody for 18 years. Literally 8 years I was a line manager, but thereafter I became a CEO of a company at a very young age. For 10 years I ran the company, which was a computer system integration company, before I decided I'll be on my own. But what we are seeing at this point of time is that the ease of doing business has changed quite dramatically. If you go and read my book, I talk all about how the license Raj used to be in the good old days. And there's some hilarious stories I talk about. But today it's much better. Ease of doing business has dramatically improved in this country. We certainly have seen infrastructure improving also quite a bit. In summer months, even in a city like Hyderabad 10 years back, my whole offices, we have several facilities in Hyderabad. All around Hyderabad facilities, there used to be diesel generator sets. Why? Because there was no power. And so we had to run diesel gen sets all around us. Because air conditioning is required for people, air conditioning, because that's how the whole architecture was done. We require machines to be cooled, and you require servers to be at very, very climate-friendly environment. But whereas today, even the peak summer months, I'm not using even 1 watt of power from gensets. It's only occasionally there's an accidental failure that happens once in a while. That's when we use the power. So you also have, and then you look at money. At that point of time, there used to be just 2 funding agencies in India. One was called IDBI Venture Capital Fund, VCF, and the other one was called ICICI TDF, Technology Development Fund.